Hello everyone. In this video we are going to talk about basic greetings for when you meet someone you don't know. Okay, someone you don't know is called a stranger. So when you meet the stranger, what do you say? Okay, so these are basic greetings. So on the board here I have the first basic greeting. Hi. Okay, this is a very casual greeting when you meet someone for the first time. Hi, very simple. The second one, hello. Oh, something wrong with the spelling here. Be careful with the spelling of hello. Many of my students put the W. There is never a W. It is only hello, okay? Be careful with that. So, of course, these are the most common greetings. Hi, hello. And here are three more greetings. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. All right, so these are the most basic greetings when you meet the stranger. And when you say hi, they will probably say the same thing, hi. If you say hello, they will say the same thing, hello. If you say good morning, they will say the same thing, good morning. Good afternoon, good evening. So if they say good evening to you, you should answer good evening. If they say good morning to you, you should answer good morning. All right? That's how we do our basic greetings with a stranger. All right? Let's move on to some more greetings. Okay, so we're going to look at two more greetings. The next one is how are you? And this one, how are you doing? Okay, both are very common. You must know them. How are you? How are you doing? How are you? How are you doing? So someone asks you these questions and you would answer starting with I'm. Okay, I am, I'm fine. Okay, so I'm fine is the best answer. It's the most common answer. So you should always try to say, I'm fine. How are you? I'm fine. There are other answers. How are you? I'm great. I'm good. I'm not bad. I'm so-so. Okay, but be careful with so-so. Many of my students say so-so too much. Okay, so the best answer is I'm fine, and sometimes use these. Okay, maybe you are not fine, so you want to express something bad. So how are you? I'm bad. Or how are you? I'm not good. How are you doing? I'm not good. All right. So someone asks the question, you answer, and the polite thing to do is ask them the same question. So how are you? I'm fine. And then we should use one of these. Okay, how are you? I'm fine. And you? Okay, you're asking them. How are you? I'm fine. How about you? Okay, these mean the same thing. So you could use this one or this one. All right, let's take a look at a few examples, example dialogues, so we can understand this better. All right, let's look at example dialogue 1. Good morning. Good morning. Let's look at example dialogue 2. How are you? I'm good. And you? I'm fine. Let's look at example dialogue 3. How are you doing? Not bad. What about you? I'm pretty good. Let's look at example dialogue 4. Good afternoon. How are you? Very well, thank you. And you? I'm fine. Okay, I hope you have a good understanding of how to use basic greetings to someone you don't know. It's easy, all right? Before we go, I want to talk about this expression. How are you? I'm fine, thank you. And you. Of course, every Korean knows this expression. This is what you were taught in school. But of course, this is too common and too nice, too polite. So it's a little bit funny, okay? So, how are you? I'm fine, thank you, and you? Try not to use this, okay? Let's make it easier. As I said, it's too nice, so let's cut the thank you, okay? So this sounds better already. This is much better. How are you? I'm fine. And you? Okay, that's better than I'm fine, thank you, and you. All right? So that's basic greetings. Again, I hope you understand, and I'll see you next video. Hello, everyone. In this video, we're going to talk about basic greetings you would use with people you know, with your friends. Okay, now let's take a look. I have 3 here. Now, we would use these in very casual situations. Okay, we don't want to use these in business meetings or meeting some stranger who is very important. We want to use this with people we know, very friendly people. All right, so the first one is what's up? Okay, so what's up? What's up? Okay, don't look up. What's up? Common greeting. What's up? And what's new? Very similar. So if someone asks you what's up, they're kind of asking you, what are you doing now? Okay, so it could be, hey, what's up? And you would answer, oh, I'm going out for dinner. Okay, so what's up? What are you doing? Hey, what's up? I'm about to go to a party. Okay. With what's new, maybe they haven't seen you for like a week. Okay, you haven't met your friend for 1 week. You meet your friend, and your friend says, hey, what's new? Okay, what's new? What's new in your life? Okay, what happened in 1 week? So someone asks you, what's new? And you would answer, well, I made a new girlfriend, or I went to a concert last Friday. Okay, so what's new with you? I took a trip to Busan over the weekend. Okay, so someone asks, what's new? Kind of what happened in your life since they last saw you. All right. And the last one, very friendly expression here. How's it going? How's it going? What is it? How's it going? Well, it is your life. How's your life going? Or similar to how are you? So how's your life going? Are you doing well? You would answer, if someone asks, how's it going? You would answer, it's going great. It's going well. It's going fine. Okay, how's it going? It's going wonderful. All right, so these are the first 3. Let's take a look at another 3. All right, so here are 3 more expressions you can use when you're meeting your friend. The first one, very nice, very polite, very friendly. You say, good to see you. Okay, good to see you. Or, good to see you again. Okay, so you haven't seen your friend, you see your friend. Hi, good to see you. Okay, that's very friendly. Let's look at the next one. You meet your friend and your friend asks you, how are things? How are things? Okay, what things? How are things? Now, things, those are things in your life. So what's happening in your life? How's your life? Okay, how are things? So the how are things, you would answer, things are great. Things are good. Things are fine. Okay, how are things? Things are wonderful, or things are bad. Okay, so you can express that with things. How are things? Things are so-so. And the last one here, how's life? Hey, how's life? How's life? Again, very friendly, asking about your life. Is your life good or is your life bad? How's life? You could say, life is good. Life is great, or life is terrible. Okay, not good. Okay, it depends on your feeling. So these are 3 more to use with your friend. Again, not in a business situation, only with friendly people you know. All right, so let's take a look at some examples to understand these better. All right, so the first example, how's it going? I'm good. How are you? I'm fine. The next example, hey, what's up? Nothing much. How's it going? Fine. And the next example, how are things with you? Things are great. And you? I'm pretty good. The next example, how's it going? I'm okay. How about you? I'm pretty good these days. And the last example, how's life? Life's pretty good. How about you? Me too. Things are great. How are you? Did you understand my example dialogues? I hope so. These are good expressions to use speaking in English to your friend. All right, you should know them and you should practice them. Anyway, that's it for this video. See you next time. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about the basic ways to say goodbye. All right. Now on the board are the 3 most common ways to say goodbye. You probably already know them. The first one, goodbye. Usually we write this with a hyphen, okay, goodbye. Now a lot of my students are scared to say goodbye because they think goodbye is goodbye forever, okay? I'll never meet you again. Or I'll meet you in a very, very long time. That's not true, okay? Goodbye is very common, and you can meet your friend at the end of the evening, say goodbye, and that doesn't mean goodbye forever, okay? So don't be scared to say goodbye. The next one, of course, we shorten it, make it short to bye, just bye. Very simple, very easy, very common. Bye. All right, and of course, in Korea, they like to say bye-bye. Okay, a lot of my students always say bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye. They say it too much, all right? You should say bye-bye sometimes, not every time. Okay, so try to say bye and goodbye. All right, so these 3 are the most common. Let's move on to see you. Okay, let's look at the see you expressions. Now, see you is a very useful and excellent way to say goodbye. Now, of course, you can just say very simple, see you. Okay, that means bye. You could also say, see you soon. Okay, see you soon. We're going to meet soon. Maybe later today or tomorrow. Anyway, the time is short. Soon. Okay, see you soon. See you later. See you later. Okay, now this one is special. See you later. And many people are confused because see you later. What is later? Now, later today? Tomorrow? When is later? See you later. All right, well, sometimes people say see you later. That means later today. Sometimes they say see you later. That doesn't mean later today. It means just goodbye, just bye, okay? So this one could be confusing. So when someone says see you later, probably you're not going to meet later, okay? It's probably just bye. All right, the last one here, see you. You could put any time here. See you tonight. See you tomorrow. See you on the weekend. See you on Friday. See you next week. Okay, very useful to tell the person goodbye and when you will see them next. All right, let's move on to a few more examples of how to say goodbye. Okay, let's look at 3 more here. This one, cheers. Okay, a lot of students are confused because cheers has 2 meanings. The first meaning, of course, when you're drinking beer and you want to celebrate with your friends, you hit the glasses, you say cheers. okay? But this meaning is different than that cheers. This meaning is just bye, okay? So cheers, that just means bye. Especially in emails. People write their email at the bottom, cheers, okay? Bye. The next one, take care. Take care is a very sweet and friendly way to say goodbye. You just say, take care, okay? Very nice way to say goodbye. I like it. Take care. And the last one, good night, okay? Good night. You can only use that at night. Don't use it in the day, only at night, and usually late night, okay? So maybe you're at work very late, 10 p.m., everyone is going home. Good night, okay? Again, just means bye. All right? So these are a few more expressions. Of course, there's many, many more expressions. This is just a few. Anyway, let's take a look at a few example dialogues to help you understand how to use these. All right, the first example dialogue, goodbye. Okay, see you next time. Example dialogue 2. Take care, Jack. Okay, you too, Jill. Bye. Example dialogue 3. See you later. Cheers. And example dialogue 4. Have a good night. Okay, good night. I hope you understand the examples. Before we go, I want to talk about these words. Now, these words are not English, okay? These are other languages, but all these words mean the same thing, goodbye. Okay, so in English, sometimes we borrow words from other languages and we use them to say goodbye, all right? Now, I'm going to say these words, but I'm going to say them with English pronunciation, okay? So it's probably not the right pronunciation, but it's how we say it in English. The first word is Italian, and we're going to pronounce that as ciao, okay? So ciao. So sometimes we say ciao, and that just means bye. The next one, Japanese. So with English pronunciation, we say sayonara, okay? Again, bye. This is Spanish. Adios, adios, adios. Again, bye. And the last one is French. Au revoir. Au revoir just means bye. Okay, so again, sometimes we say these in English to our friends. All right, so that's how we say goodbye in English. I hope you understand. That's it. There's nothing left to say except goodbye. Hello everyone. In this video, we're going to talk about expressions you use when you haven't seen someone for a long time. Okay, so imagine you're walking on the street and then you see your friend and you haven't seen your friend for a long time. Maybe you haven't seen your friend for a month or 6 months or a year or 5 years, or you haven't seen them for 10 years. Okay, you haven't seen them for a long time. So what should you say? Well, first you should say hi or hello, but then you should use one of these expressions, okay? So the first one, it's been a long time. It's been a long time. So you could say, hey, Susan, how are you doing? It's been a long time. Okay, so you want to express that you haven't seen them for a long time. It's been a long time. The next one, it's been too long. Hey, Jack, how's it going? It's been too long. Okay, we haven't seen each other for a long time. So it's been too long. If you see, I have the blue line. We can change this to other time expressions. So you could say it's been too long. You could say it's been 1 year. It's been 1 year. It's been 10 years. It's been ages. Hey Stan, how are you doing? It's been ages since we last saw each other. So ages, a long time, okay? And the last one here, of course, this is the most common one and the easiest one to use. Long time no see. So, hey Jack, how are you? Long time no see, all right? So again, all of these mean I haven't seen you in a long time. Good to use when you meet your friend you haven't seen in a long time. All right, let's move on to a few more expressions. Okay, here are two questions to use when you haven't seen someone for a long time. The first one, how long has it been? Okay, so you haven't met your friend for a long time. So you say, hey Dave, how are you doing? Haven't seen you in a long time. And he says, how long has it been? Okay, so you have to think, how long have we not seen each other? So you could say, it's been 2 months. Okay, so we haven't seen each other for 2 months. So how long has it been since we last met? Okay, it's been, and you have to think, about 1 year. Okay, the next question, what have you been up to? What have you been up to? Now the up to is same as what have you been doing? Okay, since we last met, what have you been doing? Okay, so maybe you didn't meet your friend for 1 year. Okay, so you want to ask, how long has it been? It's been 1 year. What have you been up to? What have you been doing for 1 year? Okay, well, I've been traveling, I've been working hard, I've been studying English. Okay, so you want to tell what have you been doing for that time, all right? So these are two useful questions to use when you haven't met your friend for a long time. Let's take a look at some example dialogues. Okay, example dialogue 1. Hi Susan, it's been a long time. Hi Dave. Yes, it's been over 2 years. Example 2. Hello, Mr. Smith. How long has it been? About 6 months. I'm happy to see you again. Yes, me too. Example dialogue 3. Jessica, long time no see. Hi, Jeff. What have you been up to? Well, I got married and moved to France. Wow, good for you. I'm so happy to see you again. Example 4. Hey, Paul, it's been ages since we last met. Yes, wow, maybe 10 years. It's been too long. I missed you. Okay, I hope those dialogues helped you. I know these expressions are a little bit difficult, they're a little bit big, they're a little bit complicated, but these are excellent expressions to use when you haven't seen someone for a long time. Okay, when you haven't seen your friend for a long time, and also in the business situation, you haven't seen someone for a long time. All right, you should use these. Well, I hope you can learn them and know them. Maybe it takes a little bit more self-study. Anyway, you can do it. I'll see you next time. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about your first meeting with a stranger. Okay, a stranger is someone you don't know. So here's a picture of two people. They are strangers. They don't know each other, okay? So this is their first meeting, and we have 5 things we should do in the first meeting. Do or say. The first thing, what's the first thing we should say at the first meeting? Okay, you meet someone, what's the first thing you say? Well, it should, of course, be hi or hello. Hi or hello. And what's the second thing you should say? Nice to meet you? No, okay? Don't use nice to meet you second. Before nice to meet you, you should always ask about their name, okay? You should ask them their name first. So, hi, My name is Robin. What's your name? All right. So after the name, now you can say, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. All right, so it's very important to have nice to meet you after the name, okay? Meeting someone means you know them, okay? You know their name. So if you put nice to meet you before the name, it's very strange. And many Koreans do this. They say, hi, nice to meet you. We didn't meet yet, okay? So you have to give the name. Hi, I'm Robin. Nice to meet you, all right? What's the next thing? So this is the greeting, okay? Hi, name, nice to meet you. And the next thing, this is going to be questions. So you're going to start asking questions to get to know them. For example, where do you live? Where are you from? What do you do? Okay, you have to start asking questions to know them better. And then once you talk a little while, the last step, of course, is bye. Goodbye. See you later. All right? So you should follow these steps when you meet someone, a stranger, for the first time. Hello. Ask them their name. Nice to meet you. Ask some questions. And then bye. Okay, that's the process of meeting a stranger for the first time. All right, let's take a look at an example dialogue. Okay, let's look at this dialogue. Two people are talking for the first time. Hi. Hello. My name's Robin. What's your name? My name's Jack. Oh, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. What do you do? I'm a student. And you? I'm a teacher. Well, I have to go. See you again. Yes, bye. Okay, I hope you understand what to say when you meet someone for the first time. All right, you should follow those 5 steps. Say hello, ask about the name, then nice to meet you. Remember, don't say nice to meet you so fast. Like many of my students, it sounds very strange. So after nice to meet you, then you can start asking some questions. And of course, the ending is always bye. All right, that's it for this video. Bye. Hello, in this video, we are going to talk about 4 essential questions you should know when you first meet someone, okay? Now, I call them essential questions because essential means very important, you must know, okay? Now, probably you already know most of them, but let's just review them anyways. Let's take a look at the first one. You think it's very easy, but maybe you're using it wrong. The first question, what is your name? What is your name? Now, probably when you were young, your English teacher taught you, what is your name? And that's fine, but you're not a child anymore. You are an adult, okay? You've grown up. So you shouldn't say, what is your name anymore, okay? This sounds childish. What is your name, okay? An adult, we are going to use a contraction. What's, okay? What is, we're going to change it to what's. What's your name, all right? This is more common. What's your name? It's faster. What's your name? What's your name? Okay, I wrote my name here. My name is Robin. Again, this is a little bit childish. What's your name? My name is Robin. My name is, again, we don't want to use this style anymore. Let's make a contraction. Make it faster. What's your name? My name's Robin. My name's Robin. What's your name? My name's Robin. All right, this is adult style. Also, for what's your name, you could just say, I'm Robin. This is okay too. So, my name's Robin. I'm Robin. Doesn't matter. Both are okay. Let's move on to the next question. Okay, the next question, very common, very easy. Where are you from? Where are you from? Okay, so say it very fast. Where are you from? Where are you from? Where are you from? I'm from Korea. Oh, this is terrible. So many of my students say I'm from Korea. Don't say I'm from Korea. Let's put a line from that. That is bad grammar. I'm from Korea. No, the correct is I'm from Korea. I have to hear this M sound. I'm from Korea, all right? Where are you from? Where are you from? I'm from Korea. Well, I'm not from Korea. I'm from Canada, okay? So make sure you can say this question very fast. Where are you from? And make sure you use I'm from Korea. Let's go to the next question. Where do you live? That's our next question. Where do you live? Don't say, where are you live? Okay, that is wrong. The question is, where do you live? Where do you live? Where do you live? Where do you live? Okay, so where do you live? Live is asking, where's your house, your home? Where do you live? So your answer should have your city or area. So where do you live? First answer here, I live Seoul. I live Seoul. This is wrong. Okay, bad grammar. Where do you live? I live Seoul. No. Where do you live? I live in Seoul. You need the preposition in. Always. You always need in Seoul. Where do you live? I live in Seoul. Okay. The last one here is a short way. Where do you live? Okay. You don't have to say I live. You could just start with in, the preposition in. So where do you live? In Seoul. Okay. So again, where do you live? I live in Seoul. In Seoul. Never say this. All right. Let's move on to the last question. What do you do? What do you do? Okay, this is asking about job. What do you do every day for work? Okay, what do you do? Now, English speakers don't say, what do you do? We say it very fast. We say, what do you do? What do you do? What do you do? Okay, very difficult to hear. What do you? This is what do you? What do you do? What do you do? Okay, so I ask my students, what do you do? And a lot of my students say, I'm student. I'm student. This is wrong. Okay, this is bad grammar. Don't use I'm student. I'm student. What do you do? I'm student. Don't use that. That's terrible grammar. You should use this and take a look. I'm okay? Don't forget this, I'm a. It sounds like one word. I'm a. What do you do? I'm a student. I'm a student. I'm a student. Okay? What do you do? I'm a student. The next one. On. Remember, these words start with vowels. Vowels. A, E, I, O, U. And words that start with vowels, we should use on. Okay? So what do you do? I'm an engineer. I'm an office worker. Okay? All right, so that's the last question. What do you do? So let's review the questions. The first question, what's your name? My name is Robin. Second question, where are you from? I'm from Canada. Third question, where do you live? I live in Anyang. And the last question, what do you do? I'm a teacher. All right, so I hope you understand how to say the questions, also how to answer the questions. These are very important questions. You should know them. That's it. See you next video. Hello again. In this video, we are going to look at some questions to ask someone to know about their family, okay? Now remember, asking about family is a very personal thing, so make sure you are very familiar or friendly with the person before you start asking about family. Now, here are the first two questions, and these are good questions to start with. They're both do you questions. The first one, do you live alone? Okay, only one person in the house. Do you live alone? This is a really good question to ask someone. Do you live alone? Because when they answer, if they answer yes, oh, then you know they're single. But if they answer no, they will probably tell you, no, I live with my parents, or no, I live with my husband or wife. Okay, so you could learn a lot by asking this question about who he lives with or what kind of family he has. The second question, do you live with your parents? Okay, similar style. Do you live with your parents? And the person will tell you yes or no. Now, both of these are do you questions. And all do you questions, the easiest way to answer is yes, I do, no, I don't. Okay, very easy answers. Do you live alone? Yes, I do. No, I don't. Do you live with your parents? Yes, I do. No, I don't. All right, so these are good, quick answers, but these are boring answers, okay? So these answers are very easy, but probably if you say yes, I do or no, I don't, you should also give more information. Do you live alone? No, I don't. I live with my parents. Do you live with your parents? Yes, I do. We live in Chamshil. Okay, so these are good ways to answer quickly, but you should try and give more information. All right, let's move on to the next questions. Okay, so the next question is very common and very important. This is the question you want to ask to know about their brothers and sisters. And here is the question. Do you have any brothers or sisters? Do you have any brothers or sisters? Okay. Again, it's a do you question. So the simple answer is yes, I do. No, I don't. But that's not enough information. Okay. So here is the best answer. Do you have any brothers or sisters? So yes, I have one brother, one sister, two brothers, two sisters. Okay, because it's two, remember we need that S. Two brothers, two sisters. Do you have any brothers or sisters? Yes, I have two sisters. Or you could say I have one brother and two sisters, or I have one brother and three sisters. Okay, but remember the singular and the plural. All right? So this is the best way to answer. Yes, I have one brother. Some people, no, okay, you are single, you have no brothers or sisters. Do you have any brothers or sisters? No, I'm an only child. No, I'm an only child. I'm an only child. Okay, so this is what you would say in English to say you have no brothers or sisters. Okay, let's move on to the next questions. Are you single? Are you married? These are our next two questions. Very important questions to ask someone, all right? So it's very important to know if they're single or married. So again, are you single? Is that person alone? Only one? Are you married? Do you have a husband or a wife? Okay. Now they are you questions. So all are you questions, we have to answer yes, I am. No, I'm not. Okay. Now some people say yes, I'm. This is wrong. You can't use a contraction here. It has to be I am. Never say yes, I'm. That is wrong. It is only yes, I am. Yes, I am. No, I'm not. Okay, so let's practice fast, speaking fast. Are you single? Yes, I am. Are you married? No, I'm not. Are you single? No, I'm not. Are you married? Yes, I am. Okay, so those are these two questions. Let's move on to the last question. Okay, we're at the last question. Do you have any children? Do you have any children? Now, probably the first question is, are you married? Yes, I am. Then you would ask, do you have any children? Do you have any children? Now, this is similar style to, do you have any brothers or sisters? Okay, do you have any brothers or sisters? Do you have any children? Same style answer. Yes, I have one son. Yes, I have one daughter. Yes, I have two sons. Yes, I have two daughters. So remember, one son, two sons. Don't forget the S. Two sons, two daughters. Of course, you could also say, yes, I have one daughter and one son, or I have three daughters and two sons. Okay, you can say many things. Some people have no children. So, do you have any children? No, I don't have any yet. Okay, I don't have any yet. Do you have any children? No, I don't have any yet. All right, so this is the question you want to ask about children. All right, so we learned a lot of questions to ask people about their family. Remember, these are kind of personal questions, so make sure it's okay. Make sure you're friendly first. All right, so you should practice these questions. These questions are common and very useful. That's it. See you next video. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about personal questions. Okay, now you have to be very careful asking someone personal questions. Okay, if you ask them too soon, okay, maybe you don't know each other very well yet, and you ask the questions too soon, they might be a little bit upset or angry. So you got to be careful asking these questions. Make sure you're friendly. Now, the first one I'm going to start with, how old are you? Okay, as we know in Korea, it's very important to know about age. So when you meet someone for the first time, you want to know their age, how old they are. But again, this is kind of a personal question, so it shouldn't be one of the first questions, okay? You should talk a little bit with the person, and then when you feel the time is right or it's okay, then ask this question, okay? Don't ask this question too soon. Anyway, let's take a look at the question. How old are you? How old are you? How old are you? And some of my students say, my old is 22. My old is 22. Of course, this is bad grammar. You cannot say my old is 22. That's wrong. I'm 22 years old. Okay, this is a full sentence. How old are you? I'm 22 years old. Probably your teacher taught you this way, but this is kind of childish. How old are you? I'm 22 years old. Okay, as an adult, we're probably going to say it a little bit quicker. We're going to say this. How old are you? I'm 22. Okay, so this is the best way, the easiest way, and the most common way. Okay, how old are you? I'm 22. Use this. This is okay, but this is better. And certainly never use this. All right, let's move on to the next question. Do you have a boyfriend? Do you have a girlfriend? Okay, it depends who you're talking to. Do you have a boyfriend? Do you have a girlfriend? Okay, you want to know. This is a do you question. Do you? So the answer is very easy. Yes, I do. No, I don't. Do you have a boyfriend? Yes, I do. Do you have a girlfriend? Yes, I do. Do you have a boyfriend? No, I don't. Do you have a girlfriend? No, I don't. All right. Be sure to use a. Don't say, do you have boyfriend? Okay, this is very important. Do you have a boyfriend? All right. Do you have a girlfriend? Do you have a boyfriend? Do you have a girlfriend? All right, again, a little bit personal question. Don't ask it too soon. Let's move on to the next question. The next question is a fun question to ask someone. What's your blood type? What's your blood? This is pronounced blood. That's your P, blood. What's your blood type? Okay, very easy to answer. What's your blood type? It's A. It's B. It's AB. It's O. What's your blood type? All right. What do you think my blood type is? Well, my blood type is not B, not A, not O. It's AB. Yes, that's my blood type. So I understand AB means genius or psycho. Which one am I? Well, anyway, it's a fun question to ask someone, but make sure you know that person well. Let's move on to the last question. Here's the last question I want to talk about in this video. Well, first look at this question. What's your hobby? Okay, that's an okay question. What's your hobby? But in my opinion, this question is stupid. Okay, so I'm going to say that's a stupid question to ask. Don't ask that question. What's your hobby? Instead, this is a better question, okay? And this is more common. What do you do in your free time? What do you do in your free time? Okay, so that's better than asking what's your hobby. That's kind of old style. This is more common. Better. What do you do? What do you do in your free time? All right. Very easy to answer. I like to, and then you would put a verb. Okay. I like to play computer games. I like to shop. I like to exercise. I like to go meet my friends. I like to chat on the internet. I like to drink soju. Okay, very easy to answer. What do you do in your free time? Hey, what do you do in your free time? I like to study English. All right, so we learned a few personal questions in this video. They're good questions to ask to get to know someone, and some of them are very fun. But again, they're personal questions, so be careful when asking the questions, because the person maybe doesn't want to answer these questions. All right, so that's it. See you next video. Hello students, in this video we are going to talk about do you and are you questions. Now, do you and are you questions are very useful. You should know them, because once you know how to ask questions with do you and are you, you can ask many questions very quickly. Let's look at do you questions first. And I have two styles here. The first style, do you like? Okay, very simple. Do you like? So you would put anything here. Do you like Korea? Do you like kimchi? Do you like soju? Do you like ice cream? Do you like handsome guys? Do you like sexy girls? Okay, you can ask so many questions with do you like. The next style, do you like to? Okay, now they're the same, but we're adding to. Do you like to? Okay, this means we're going to have some sort of verb, some sort of action word. So for example, do you like to ski? Do you like to exercise? Do you like to play computer games? Do you like to drink? Okay, there's many things you could put here. Action, something, they're doing something. Do you like to swim? Do you like to ride a bicycle? All right, so that's do you like to. Very useful for asking questions very quickly. All right, now if someone asks you these questions, the do you questions, with do you questions, very easy answer. Okay, do you like pizza? Look down here. You could say, yes, I do, or no, I don't. Do you like pizza? Yes, I do. No, I don't. All right? Very easy to answer. Okay, so very easy to ask, very easy to answer. You should know how to ask do you questions. Let's move on to the are you questions. Okay, here are the are you questions. The are you questions are very easy to use and very useful also. Okay, let's take a look. So are you hungry? Are you hungry? Are you tired? Okay, these two are asking about the condition of the person. Are you hungry? Are you tired? Are you having fun? Okay, you want to know how they are feeling, their condition, their body condition. The next two, are you happy? Are you angry? All right, you're asking about their emotion, their feeling. Are you happy? Are you angry? Are you scared? All right, you want to know their emotional feeling. So the are you question is very good to know how the person's condition and how they are feeling. All right, if someone asks you are you question, this is how you answer. So are you hungry? Yes, I am. Are you tired? No, I'm not. Okay, don't confuse the do you and are you questions. Okay, sometimes my students confuse them. The do you questions, yes I do, no I don't. The are you questions, yes I am, no I'm not. Okay, you got to be very careful. Don't confuse them. Okay, so that's the are you questions. So the do you and the are you questions, very useful to know them right away because you can ask a lot of questions in English to a native speaker. So many questions, okay? So learn them and practice them. That's it for this video. Hello everyone. In this video, I'm going to talk about how to introduce your friends. So you have to introduce one friend to another friend. And it's very easy. Let's take a look. Here is me, Robin, and I have two friends. Mike's a good friend, and Sally is also my friend. They are my friends. But Mike and Sally, they don't know each other, okay? They are strangers. So I have to introduce them. So I would probably say, Mike, let me introduce my friend. Mike, this is Sally. Sally, this is Mike. Okay? One more time. Mike, this is Sally. Sally, this is Mike. Okay? I introduce them. So once I introduce them, probably they're going to start talking to each other. They'll probably say, nice to meet you too, and maybe ask some questions. Okay? That's it for introducing a friend. Let's take a look at a dialogue so we understand it better. All right, the first dialogue. Hello, June. Let me introduce my friend. Steve, this is June. June, this is Steve. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. The second dialogue. Hey, Jack. Hi, Robin. Who's this? Oh, let me introduce my friend. Jack, this is Jessica. Jessica, this is Jack. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. I hope you understand the dialogue. It's very easy to introduce your friend, and I hope one day I can introduce you to my friends and you can introduce me to your friends. Okay. Anyway, that's it for this video. See you next video. Hello everyone, my name is Robin and welcome to the first video in the numbers series. All right, now we're going to talk about English numbers today, and if you already know about English numbers, that's okay, because this video is an excellent review. If you don't know about English numbers, it's time to learn. All right, so let's take a look. The first one here, 0. And if you notice next to 0, it has another name, O. Now, a lot of native speakers say 0, but more native speakers will just say O, okay? So this is very confusing to Korean students because when I say 0, when I say it as O, many of my students hear O and they don't think of this number, they think of this number, 5, because in Korean, O means 5, okay? So you got to be very careful. In English, O means 0, okay? Let's move on to the next numbers. They're a little bit easier. Listen to my pronunciation of each number. Okay, so the first one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Okay, so one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, and don't forget 0 and O. Okay, let's move on to the next set of numbers. Okay, let's continue on with our numbers. I have the next set here, 11 until 20. All right, so 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Now, as you can see, I put the red line here on these ones because these are the teens, okay? 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. All right, so you got to be very careful with the teens because look at this, 20. Teen and T sound very similar, so it can be confusing. So this has to be teen and T. So 19 and 20. Okay, there's one more problem I want to talk about. That is 12 and 20. A lot of my students confuse the numbers 12 and 20. Be very careful. This is 12, 12, and this is 20. Don't confuse those numbers, please. All right, let's go through the pronunciation one more time. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Okay, let's move on to some bigger numbers. Okay, so let's continue with the numbers from 20 to 100. We've already studied 20. Well, what comes after 20? 21. And we can see how I spell it. 20. And we have to put this. This is a hyphen. 1. 21. And after 21, 22. Again with the hyphen. And after 22, 23. 24. 25. 26. 27, 28, 29, 30. And then it continues again, 31, 32, 33, all the way to 40. And then 41, 42. It continues this until 100. Okay, so let's just focus on the tens right now. Now the first two, we already know. We know 10 and 20. Now let's take a look at these. So of course, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Okay, this is 100, but it can also be pronounced 100. Okay, both are okay. I want to talk about 40 again. Now the spelling of 40, a lot of my students see the 4. So when they spell 40, they spell it F-O-U-R-T-Y. This is wrong, okay? You have to spell it F-O-R-T-Y. That's 40. All right, so that's the numbers from 20 to 100. Let's do some extra pronunciation practice right now. All right, I know you need extra practice with these numbers. Okay, these numbers are difficult and confusing because they sound very similar. And a lot of my students have problems pronouncing these numbers correctly, and it makes me confused sometimes. All right, and I have one story. A few years ago, I made an appointment, or actually a date, with a girl. And we were supposed to meet at 5:50. That's what she told me. Let's meet at 5:50. So I went to the meeting place at 5:50, but she wasn't there. Okay, so I waited and waited. She never came. And then the next time I saw her, I said to her, why didn't you show up? I was waiting at 5:50. And she said, yeah, I was waiting there too, but you never came. And I was very confused. Well, it turns out that she said 5:15, but it sounded to me like 5:50, okay? So we were both confused of the time. Well, she was there at 5:15, I was there at 5:50, and we never met, okay? So it's very important to get the numbers right and don't confuse them. So let's review. Of course, these are the teens. So this is 13, and this is 30, 13, 30, 14, 40, 15, 50, 16, 60, 17, 70, 18, 80, 19, 90. Okay? Make sure you get those right and pronounce them correctly so you don't have confusion like me. All right. Before we go, we're going to do a listening test with numbers. So you should get a pen and some paper and listen carefully. I'm going to say the number. You should write down the number. Good luck. All right. So for this test, you should have some paper or something just to write down what you hear. So I'm going to say a number, and you should think of that number or write that number down. All right, let's start. Number 1, the first number is 7. 7. Okay, that's easy. You should have this. Number 2, 13. 13. Okay, so it's 13. Number 3, 75. 75. Okay, so that's a big number, 75. Number 4, 20. 20. Okay, you should write this, 20. And number 5, 19. 19. Okay, looks like this. And number 6, 66. 66. Okay, so this is 66. Number 7, 33. 33. Okay, you should write 33. Number 8, 90. 90. Okay, so this is 90. Number 9, 12. 12. Okay, so you should write 12. And the last one, listen carefully, 21. 21. All right, so you should write 21. I hope you did well on the listening test. Okay, so these are the basic numbers from 1 to 100. You have to know how to say these numbers. You should know how to write these numbers. And I hope this video helps you, but of course this video is not enough. You have to do self-study and practice these numbers a lot to make sure you know them well. All right, well anyway, that's it for this video. See you next time. Okay, hello everyone. We already practiced the numbers 1 to 100. All right, those are the basic numbers. We're getting into some more difficult numbers, bigger numbers. Don't be scared. I will try to explain it as simple as possible. Please listen carefully and good luck. Here we go. So I wrote the numbers here, and let's start with the first three. We already know the first three: 1, 10, 100. Okay, so that's the easy part. Now it's going to get a little more confusing. So I will try to make it simple. Let's look at the next number here. This is 1,000. Okay, so we have three zeros. That is 1,000. And every 3 zeros, we usually use a comma. So 1 comma, 3 numbers, 3 zeros, 1,000. So 3 zeros is 1,000. Let's move on to the next number. We have the 3 zeros again. 1,000. We know that's 1,000. What's this number? 10. 10,000. 1,000, 10,000. Let's move to the next. Okay, we know this is 1,000. 100,000. Okay, so 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. Let's move on to a really big number. Now the 3 zeros here I underlined with blue because that's 1,000. But if you look here, these are red because they're not 1,000 anymore. We have 3 zeros and 3 zeros. This is now a million. So if you see 6 zeros, that's a million. So we have 1 million. Okay, let's move down. 10 million. All right. So don't be confused. Let's go through this again. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, and 10 million. Okay, I know it's difficult. It takes a lot of practice. So let's go do some practice right now. Okay, so I have 7 numbers here for us to practice how to say them. So let's take a look. The first one, very easy. We have the 2 zeros here. This is simply 500. Okay, let's move to number 2. Now number 2, we can see we have the 3 zeros here. And I told you that means 1,000. So this is 7,000. Okay. Number 3. Again, we have 3 zeros here. 15,000. 7,000, 15,000. Let's look at the next one. 3 zeros. We know this is 1,000. This is 25,000. All right, let's go to a bigger number. Lots of zeros here. Okay, so we know this is 1,000. And we have more zeros here, but it's not 3 zeros. So this is just 1,000 and this is 200. Okay, 200,000. Let's go to a bigger number. Now we have 3 zeros, 3 zeros. So this is no longer 1,000. This is now million. 7 million. Okay, let's go to a bigger number. 3 zeros, 3 zeros. 18 million. Okay, so one more time. 500, 7,000, 15,000, 25,000, 200,000, 7 million, 18 million. Do you understand? I hope so. Let's try a test right now. All right, so for the test, you should have maybe a pen and a paper. That will help you. There's 10 questions. Okay, so I'm going to say a number. You have to think of that number and write down that number. So number 1, 15,000. 15,000. Okay, so you should have written 15,000. All right, number 2, 800. 800. Okay, so you should write 800. Number 3, 75,000. 75,000. Okay, so it looks like this, 75,000. Number 4, 6 million. 6 million. Okay, so you should write it like this with 6 zeros. And number 5, 600,000. 600,000. Okay, so 600,000 looks like this. Number 6, 3,000. 3,000. Okay, so this is 3,000. Number 7, 19,000. 19,000. Okay, so this is 19,000. Number 8, 66,000. 66,000. Okay, it looks like this. Number 9, 500,000. 500,000. Okay, it looks like this. And the last one, number 10, 25 million. 25 million. All right, that's a big number. It looks like this. Whew, I know that was a difficult test. I hope you did well. I know big numbers are very difficult to say and understand. It takes a lot of practice. Now, I hope this video helps you, but again, you need a lot of self-study to truly master these numbers. All right, see you next video. This video is very, very difficult. This is advanced numbers, okay? It's very difficult to understand. It's very difficult to express these numbers. We're going to talk about very big numbers and how to say them, all right? Try not to be scared. I will try to teach you as simple as possible. But again, this video is meant to help you. You have to do a lot of self-study to truly master these numbers. Okay, let's start with the hundreds here. Now, we already know this number. You should be able to say this number by now, 100. But let's look at the next. Okay, now this is 101. Now, listen to what I said, 101. Do you hear the and? Okay. Now, that's actually British style. When British people say numbers, they use an and. So 101. But American style is different. They don't say and. Okay, so 101. American style is 101. No and. Okay, so British style again, 101. American style, 101. Now, which style should you use? Doesn't matter. Both are okay. Everyone will understand you if you use British style or American style. British style doesn't sound strange. American style doesn't sound strange. I come from Canada, so sometimes I use British style, sometimes I use American style. So keep that in mind. Probably when you're listening to me, sometimes I use the and, sometimes I don't. Okay. So 101 or 101. Let's look at the next number, okay? 150 or 150, okay? So we know this is 50, 150. Let's look at the next number. That's 1. That's 51. 151 or 151. All right, let's look at the next number. We know this is 2. We know this is 92. This is 792 or 792. All right, and the last number here, well, we know that's 9. That's 99. That's 999 or 999. All right, so these are the hundreds. Let's move to bigger numbers, the thousands. Are you ready for some bigger numbers? I'm sorry, but it's going to start to get really difficult, okay? So let's take a look here. Listen carefully. Our next number, we know this is 1,000. So this is 1001, okay? 1001. If you want to use British style, 1001, okay? Again, doesn't matter. So 1001, let's move up. So we know this is 100, and we know this is 1,100. 1,100. Okay, now let's move to the third number here. A little more confusing. We got lots of numbers. Okay, don't be so scared. We know that's 4. We know that's 24. We know that's 324. And then we got the 1,000. So 7,324. 7,324. Let's move on to the next number. 555. 555. 10,555. Okay, let's move on. 424. 324. 17,324. Let's move on. Bigger number here. 666. 666. 152,666. Okay, let's review these numbers again. 1,001, 1,100, 7,324, 10,555, 17,324, 152,666. Okay, you ready for some more? Let's go to some even bigger numbers. You're still watching this video? That's too bad, because I have something very scary to show you. All right, so here are some very, very big numbers, and let's try to say them. The first one, all right, we have 3 and 3. So we know this is million. So this is going to be 6,000,008. Okay, very simple. That's an 8. 6,000,008. Let's move on to the next one. All right, so if we take, we also know this is million, but if we just start here, how much is that? Well, that's 500,000. So how much is that? Well, that's 5,500,000. All right, let's get to a very big and confusing number, even confusing to me, but let's try it together. Again, we have 3 and 3. We know this is million. We know this is 13 million, but we have to say all these numbers. Okay, so let's start slow. That's 2, 32, 432. Well, that's a 0, but that's, well, we're going into, it's getting very confusing now. This would be 20,432, 620,432, 13,620,432, 13,620,432. Big number. Let's move on. I'm scared myself. All right, again, we have 3 and 3. I know this is million. I know this is a 24 million. What are all these numbers? 2, 32, 432, 8,432, 48,432, 548,432, and our final number, 24,548,432. Final number, 24,548,432. The last one here, a really, really big number. Okay, so again, 7, 47, 947, 2,947, 32,947, 432,947, and what's this? Again, this is 3, 3, this is a million. So this is 125,432,947. So this is 125,432,947. Okay, do you understand all these numbers? If you do, that's great. But before we do a test, we're going to do a little extra practice. Okay, so let's just review a little bit. I have 5 numbers here just for a quick review before the test. Okay, so the first one, how much is this? Well, we 444, 444. And again, we can use the and, 444. That's possible. The next number. Okay, we know 3 zeros or 3 numbers here. This is 1,000, so 8,942. The next number. Okay, lots of numbers. We know it's 1,000, 55,543. Bigger number. Lots of 7s, but don't be scared of all these 7s. So again, it's just 1,000. So 277,777. 277,777. All right, and let's go to the millions. 3, 3. I know this is a million because it has 2 commas. So 3,320,321. All right. So if you can understand how to say these 5, you're ready for the test. So we're going to start the test. You should prepare some paper and a pen. I'm going to say the numbers, and you should write down the numbers. All right. So let's start the test. Good luck. Number 1, 666. 666. All right, so you should write this, 666. Number 2, 3,212. 3,212. Okay, so you should write this. The next number, number 3, 6,432. 6,432. All right, so you should write this. Number 4, getting bigger. 12,814. 12,814. All right, so it looks like this. Number 5. 22,432. 22,432. Okay, it looks like this. Number 6. 79,521. 79,521. All right, looks like this. Number 7. 432,987. 432,987. Okay, looks like this. Number 8. 2,343,982. 2,343,982. Oh, very big number. Okay, it looks like this. Number 9. 54,543,987. 54,543,987. Okay, so that looks like this. Number 10, the last one. Okay, the last one is very difficult. Sorry. Okay, listen carefully. 11,111,111. 11,111,111. Okay, so that looks like this. Oh, this was a very difficult video. Oh. Well, that's English numbers. Those are the advanced numbers. I hope you did well on the test. I know it was a very difficult test, and it takes a long, long time to master the numbers you saw today. All right. It takes a lot of self-study, a lot of practice, but never give up. You can do it. I believe in you. Well, that's it for this video. See you next time. Hello everyone. This is an advanced numbers video. I'm going to teach how to express some advanced numbers. Let's take a look. All right, we know this is expressed 900. And let's go to the next one. Now, I taught you before, this is expressed 1,000, okay? Now, 1,000 is the best way to express it, but it is possible to express it 1,000, okay? Next one, 1,100, that's the best way, but some people will say 1,100, 1,200, 1,300, 1,400, 2,000, 2,100, 9,900. Okay, this is only 10,100. Okay, this can be 9,900, but when you're getting into bigger numbers, you have to stop saying 100 and change to thousands. Okay. So you can say 100 between these numbers, all right? So from 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, all the way up to 1,000, 2,000, up until 9,900 99. So you can see this number is already past that number. So the hundreds stop. All right, this is a little bit confusing, I know. Let's do a little bit of practice. Okay, so I wrote a few more examples to help you understand how to express these numbers using 100. All right, so again, this is our range. We can only say 100 with these numbers. So the first one, the best way is 1,700, but you can express it 1,700. Next one, 1,701 or 1,701. 7,500, 7,521, 9,212, and the last one. Okay, the last one is outside. Okay, it's continuing. It's too big. We have to use 1,000. So this has to be 11,100. Okay, you can't say 11100. Okay, it has to be 11,100. All right, I hope this helps you understand a little better how to express in hundreds. But as your teacher, I prefer if you say 1,700 to use it that way. But I have to teach you the other way because somebody might say to you 1,700, so you should be able to understand. All right, so that's it. See you next video. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about ordinal numbers. Now, ordinal numbers are different than cardinal numbers. Of course, cardinal numbers are numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ordinal numbers are different. Ordinal numbers are used for expressing things like rank, first, second, third place in a contest, or they're used to express anniversaries. For example, this is my 3rd wedding anniversary. And it's also used commonly in the calendar for dates. For example, June 1st, June 2nd, okay? So this is where we use ordinal numbers. So in this video, I'm going to teach you how to write ordinal numbers and also pronounce them correctly, okay? So we're going to look at the first 10. I have the first 10 here. So let's go through them very quickly. This is first. And if you notice, the last 2 letters I underline in blue, okay? The last 2 letters are very important. So if you see first, the last 2 letters are ST. So when we want to write an ordinal number, we have number 1. We must use the last 2 letters. The last 2 letters are ST. So this is our ordinal number. We should write ST. Okay, so this first, and now we write it like this, first. And the ST is usually up, okay? Let's move on to second. Second, we see that is ND. So the last 2 letters of second, ND, 2, we have to put ND, all right? So now this is second. First, second, third. The last 2 letters, RD. So we have to go over here, RD. Third. Fourth, TH, TH. Fifth, 5, and again, TH. Sixth, TH. 7th, TH. 8th, TH. 9th, TH. 10th, TH. Okay, so you can see most of them use the TH. Just the first, second, third, ST, ND, RD. You have to be very careful. All right, Look at these numbers over here. I wrote some numbers circled in red. 3 and th. 3 and th. Threeth. Okay, this is a common mistake. This is obviously wrong because 3 only has RD. You have to use these two letters. This is impossible, okay? So threeth, impossible. Next one, second, again, that is impossible because sixth must have th. So this is impossible. And the last one, ninth, well, ninth must have th. So these are impossible. So you have to be very careful writing these numbers. They must use the last two letters. Okay, let's worry about pronunciation right now. Pronunciation can be a little bit difficult also. So let's go through the list and you should watch me and listen carefully. So, first, second, third, fourth. Okay, when I say fourth, look at my tongue. My tongue comes out. Fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th. Okay, so the th, your tongue should be coming out. Let's do the th again. Fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th. Okay, so these are the first 10. You should know these. Let's move on to some bigger numbers. All right, let's continue with our ordinal numbers. The next after 10th is 11th. We see the th, and the th goes there, 11th. And the next one, 12th, th. And the next one, I did not write the next ones here, but I will say them, so listen carefully. So 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th. All right, let's look at 20th. Okay, so it's 20. 20 has a y, but you can see they take out the y, they put in an I-E-T-H. This is 20th, and we would write it with the th, 20 with the th, 20th. All right, so with the pronunciation, 20th, 20th. After 20th, 21st. Okay, 21st. And we would write 21 with the st. This is 21st. And again, I did not write the next ones here, but listen carefully. So 20th, 21st, 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th. And again, like 20th, 30th, no y, just I-E-T-H. 30th, 30th, 30th. All right? And I also want to talk about the pronunciation of 12th. 12th is very difficult to pronounce. If you look at it here, you see that F. And many students try to pronounce it with the F. 12. Okay, that's very difficult. But what is actually more common, even with native speakers, is we don't pronounce the F. We just skip it. So, for example, if we cut that F, imagine it is not there. 12. Okay, that's a little bit easier. You can just say 12th. 12th. Okay? So again, 12th, 20th. Okay? Be sure to pronounce those correctly. Let's move on to some bigger numbers. Okay, so I am sorry because I cannot write every ordinal number, okay? I cannot explain every number. So you're going to have to practice guessing what is the ordinal number. And I put some numbers here, and we're going to guess whether they use ST, ND, RD, or TH, okay? We only have 4 choices. The first number is 56. So if we want to change that to an ordinal number, we have to choose one of these, okay? So 56. Well, we know 6 is TH, sixth, and it's going to be the same, 56th. So we're going to write a TH there. Let's move on to the next number. 91. Well, what's the ordinal number? 91th? No. This is going to be like 21st and 31st. This is going to be 91st. All right, the next one is 100. So we have to choose one of these. 100th, 100, 100, 100th. Okay, it's going to be the TH. 100th, 100th. All right, and the next number, 101, 101. Well, this is like 91st. This is first again, first. So it's going to be 101st, 101st. All right, and the last one, 1000. We have to choose, well, 100th, 1000th. Okay, it's going to be the same. All right. So again, I'm sorry I can't teach every number. You're going to have to learn how to guess correctly. We're going to do a quick test right now. So what I want you to do in the test is just write down or think about what the correct ordinal number is. Again, just write in the ordinal number. Number 1, it is September 20th. It is September 20th. All right, so you should have written 20th. Number 2, Seoul National University is ranked first. Seoul National University is ranked first. All right, so you should have written first. Number 3, we live in the 21st century. We live in the 21st century. Okay, so you should write 21st. Number 4, I was born on March 17th. I was born on March 17th. Okay, you should write 17th. And number 5, we are celebrating our 12th wedding anniversary. We are celebrating our 12th wedding anniversary. Okay, so you should have written 12th. Okay, I hope you did well on that little test. Okay. Now, ordinal numbers are important. Again, they're used for ranking, and they're used for the calendar, and also anniversaries. Also, sometimes you see book volumes use ordinal numbers. Okay, so you should know ordinal numbers. Now, it takes a lot of practice and self-study to truly master ordinal numbers. I hope this video helped you understand them a little bit better. And, well, that's it. See you next time. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about fractions. Okay. Now, fractions are a little bit difficult to express in English, so I hope this video will help you understand how to express them in English. Okay. So I wrote a few fractions here. Of course, this is not all the possible fractions. This is just a few to help you understand how to express fractions. Okay, so these are fractions. And it doesn't matter, the line is this way or this way. All right, so I'm going to go through the first one here. And this is probably the most common fraction. Okay, so we express this as 1/2 or a half. Okay, so as I said, it's very common, half. The next one is 1/3. 1/3. All right, do you remember the ordinal numbers we studied in the previous video? The ordinal numbers are first, second, third. Well, you have to use those here. So this is 1/3, no, 1/3. So a half, 1/3, and the next one is also very common. It's a very common fraction. 1/4, no, it has a special name. If you see this, this is 1/4 or a quarter. Okay, so a half, 1/3, a quarter. The next line. Now, we have 1/3 and you see 2/3. Well, 1 is single, it's only 1, but 2 is plural. So we don't say 2/3, we have to say 2/3. Okay, we have to add an S at the end. So 1/3, 2/3. All right, and let's go on to the next one. So 2/5. 2/5. All right. The next line, I'm starting with 3, and oh, we have the 4. So this is 1/4. This is 3/4. Okay, this has an S. This has no S because it's singular. 1/4, 3/4. Okay, what's this? 3/7. Okay, they're very difficult to pronounce. I know, it takes a lot of practice. 3/7. All right, the last line, what's this? 5/6. Okay, this is very difficult to pronounce. 5/6. And the last one. Okay, sometimes fractions are expressed with a whole number. So we would say 2 and 9/10. Okay, 2 and 9/10. So you would have to put an and in there. All right. So I hope this helps you understand how to express fractions. Let's do a little bit more practice with our listening. All right, so here's a couple of example sentences. The first one, 4/5 of Canadians speak English. 4/5 of Canadians speak English. All right, let's look at number 2. 1/3 of Korean men smoke. 1/3 of Korean men smoke. All right, number 3. I went to a quarter of my English classes. I went to a quarter of my English classes. And the last example. My shoe size is 10.5. My shoe size is 10.5. All right, so that's fractions. I know it's a little confusing and difficult, but I'm sure with some self-study and practice, you will know it very well. Okay? See you next video. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about speed. Okay? Now, there's 2 ways to express speed. There's the metric system. Now, the metric system, that's what we use in Korea and what I use in Canada. But there's also the imperial system. The imperial system you might see in the USA or even England. Okay? But first, let's look at the metric system. All right, so I'm just going to focus on kmh. And kmh, of course, is kilometers per hour. Kilometers per hour. Notice I emphasize the S, okay? You always have to express the S. Kilometers. Kilometers. Kilometers per hour. All right? So I just have two examples here because it's quite easy. What is this speed? Well, 6 kilometers per hour. Okay, there is no S here, but you always have to say the S. 6 kilometers per hour. And the next speed, 125 kilometers per hour. Okay, let's say it a little faster. 6 kilometers per hour. 125 kilometers per hour. Okay, can you hear the S? 6 kilometers per hour. Okay, it's very difficult, but it's there. 6 kilometers per hour. 6 kilometers per hour. 125 kilometers per hour. All right, so I've been using the pronunciation of kilometers, but some people might say kilometers. Okay, so both pronunciations are acceptable, kilometers and kilometers, but more common is kilometers. Okay, so let's look at a few example sentences. All right, I have 3 examples here. The first one, the speed limit is 100 kilometers per hour. The speed limit is 100 kilometers per hour. The second example, the KTX travels 300 kilometers per hour. The KTX travels 300 kilometers per hour. And the last example, the average walking speed is 5 kilometers per hour. The average walking speed is 5 kilometers per hour. Okay, let's talk about the imperial system. Again, the imperial system is commonly used in America, and you might see it in England too. They're going to use mph. Now, mph, of course, miles per hour. Again, we have to say miles per hour. Miles per hour. And 1 mile per hour is equal to about 1.6 kilometers per hour. Okay? So again, this is the imperial system, this is the metric system. Little bit different. Okay? So let's practice expressing these two. The first one, 10 miles per hour. I'll say it a little faster. 10 miles per hour. 10 miles per hour. Okay, again, there's the S, 10 miles per hour. And the next one, 201 miles per hour. 201 miles per hour. Be sure to have that S. Okay, that's one of the most common mistakes my students make. They say mile per hour. 10 mile per hour. Okay, you have to have that S. 10 miles per hour, 201 miles per hour. All right, let's look at a few examples using miles per hour. The first one, the car was going 100 miles per hour. The car was going 100 miles per hour. Okay, the second example, the airplane travels 600 miles per hour. The airplane travels 600 miles per hour. And the last example, the speed of sound is 761 miles per hour. The speed of sound is 761 miles per hour. All right, so we learned the metric system using kilometers per hour, and we learned the imperial system using miles per hour. So again, depends where you are in the world. Some countries, actually most countries, use the metric system these days, but probably, certainly if you're in the USA, they're still using the imperial system. All right, so that's it. I hope you learned how to express speed and see you next time. Hello everyone, in this video we are going to talk about height, okay, and how to express it in English. Now there are two systems to express height. The first system is the metric system. Metric system used in Korea, also Canada, where I'm from. And the other system is the imperial system. The imperial system used especially in America. But sometimes we also use it in Canada. So it's good. You should know the metric system, of course, but you should know a little bit of the imperial system in case you need to use it. All right. Now, first, we're going to talk about the metric system. So take a look. And I have two questions here. So let's just look at the first one. First one is asking, how tall are you? How tall are you? Okay. So I put my height. So I'm 183 centimeters tall. So listen again. I'm 183 centimeters tall. I'm 183 centimeters tall. Centimeters tall. Okay, there's no S here, but when you're reading this, you're saying your height, you have to use the plural centimeters. Centimeters. Okay? I'm 183 centimeters tall. Don't say I'm 183 centimeter tall. 183 centimeters tall. Okay? Got it? You understand? All right, let's look at the next question. Okay, both questions are asking the same thing about height. What's your height? What's your height? Well, my height is, again, 183 centimeters. Centimeters. Remember the S? 183 centimeters. So that's one way to express it. But I also have an example using meters. So my height is 1.83 meters. So if you're using centimeters or meters, both of them need the S. Okay? So one more time, I'll say it really fast. How tall are you? How tall are you? I'm 183 centimeters tall. I'm 183 centimeters tall. What's your height? What's your height? My height is 183 centimeters. My height is 1.83 meters. Okay, so let's look at a few more examples. All right, let's start with the first example. He is 175 centimeters tall. He is 175 centimeters tall. The next example. The 63-floor building is 249 meters high. Okay, we use tall for people, but for buildings, we would probably use high. So the 63-floor building is 249 meters high. The last example. The height of Mount Everest is 8,848 meters. The height of Mount Everest is 8,848 meters. All right, let's look at the imperial system now. The imperial system is a little more confusing, so you should listen carefully. I have the same question. How tall are you? But the answer is expressed very differently. So how tall are you? This is 6 feet tall. I'm 6 feet tall. All right, so in the metric system, I'm 183 centimeters tall. Well, in the imperial system, I would express that I'm 6 feet tall. So let's take a look at the imperial system. They use inches and feet, okay? So 1 inch is equal to 2.54 centimeters. And 1 foot is equal to 30.48 centimeters. All right, so look at this, 1 foot. They say 1 foot. 2 foot? No. 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet. I am 6 feet. Okay, so the singular is foot for 1, but the plural is feet. All right. So they're going to show their height like this. And how do we read this? Well, this is 5 feet. The first number is feet. 5 feet. They're going to put this 7 inches. Okay, so this person is 5 feet 7 inches. Now, if you look at mine, I'm 6 feet 0 inches, okay? But this is the inch place. So 5 feet 7 inches. And they write it like this, okay? Let's look at a few more examples of the imperial system. All right, so here's the first example. The Empire State Building rises to 1,250 feet. The Empire State Building rises to 1,250 feet. The next example, my mom is 5 feet 2 inches tall. My mom is 5 feet 2 inches tall. The last example, the basketball player is 7 feet 2 inches tall. The basketball player is 7 feet 2 inches tall. All right, so now we know how to express height in the metric system and the imperial system, okay? Again, probably in Korea, we're just going to use the metric system. But if you're talking to an American, they might only understand the imperial system, okay? So you should know how to express your height in both ways. So again, I'm 183 centimeters tall, or my height is 183 centimeters, but I could also express that I'm 6 feet tall. All right, that's height, and see you next time. Hello everyone, in this video we are going to talk about a very sensitive topic, weight, or how much you weigh, all right? Again, there's two systems. There's the metric system using kilograms, and there's the imperial system that they will use in the USA using pounds. But first, let's look at the metric system using kilograms. Okay, so there's two questions again, the most common questions to ask someone about their weight. So let's look at the first question. The first question, how much do you weigh? How much do you weigh? Now notice I don't put weight, okay? Weigh is a verb and weight is a noun. This question we have to use weigh. How much do you weigh? And your answer, I weigh 75 kilograms. Okay, that's my weight. I weigh 75 kilograms. Now listen, I say 75 kilograms. Kilograms. Don't forget the S at the end. Kilograms. I weigh 75 kilograms. Let's look at this answer. I weigh 75 kilograms. Okay, you see this X? That means it's wrong. Okay, never say I weigh. This is wrong. It's I weigh. I weigh. I weigh 75 kilograms. Okay, so this is wrong. Do not say this. Let's move on to the next question. What's your weight? Okay, now it's using the noun form. What's your weight? My weight is 75 kilograms. Okay, again, my weigh is 75 kilograms. X again, don't use that. What's your weight? My weight is 75 kilograms. Don't use this. Okay, it's a little bit confusing, especially the weigh and the weight. Takes a lot of practice. Okay, I'm going to say these again really fast, so listen carefully. How much do you weigh? I weigh 75 kilograms. How much do you weigh? I weigh 75 kilograms. What's your weight? My weight is 75 kilograms. What's your weight? My weight is 75 kilograms. Okay, let's look at a few example sentences. All right, the first example sentence, I gained 15 kilograms over the summer. I gained 15 kilograms over the summer. The next one, I'm fat. I weigh 100 kilograms. I'm fat. I weigh 100 kilograms. And the last one, I need to lose 40 kilograms. I need to lose 40 kilograms. Okay, let's talk about the imperial system now. So remember, the metric system uses kilograms and grams. The imperial system, it's going to use ounces and pounds. Okay, so let's take a look. Here's my question again. How much do you weigh? And before I said I weigh 75 kilograms. Well, in the imperial system, I weigh 165 pounds. This means pounds. Okay, so let's take a look at the two systems. So again, we use in the metric grams, they're going to use ounce. So 1 ounce is about 28 grams, okay? And 1 pound is about 0.45 kilograms, okay? So these are not exact numbers, it's just around, okay? Now, how to write 1 pound? This is 1 pound, okay? This is not a 1, this is actually an L, LB, LB, 1 LB. That means 1 pound. Now, pound starts with P. So why do they write LB? Well, LB is actually from Old Latin. It comes from a Latin term, libra pondo, libra pondo. But we don't worry about the Latin term. That's very old. But still, these days we use LB. That just means pound. So 1 pound. 2, okay, this is single, 1. Now we got 2 pounds. We usually write the S, LBS. 1 pound, 2 pounds. For the ounces, 1 OZ, okay, 1 OZ, 1 ounce. 1 ounce, 2 ounce, OZ. It's always OZ. Sometimes you're going to see 1 FLOZ. Now the FL means fluid. Fluid is like a liquid, like water. Fluid, ounce. And you're always going to see this on stuff like perfume or cologne. If you check your perfume or cologne at home, I'm sure you're going to see this. You're not going to see the 1. It's going to be a bigger number, but you're going to see the FLOZ. All right, so that's the imperial system. It's an older system. It's a little more complicated and confusing. All right, but my weight in the imperial system is 165 pounds. Let's take a look at a few more examples of how to express weight in the imperial system. All right, the first example, a baby weighs 9 pounds at birth. A baby weighs 9 pounds at birth. The next example. The fattest cat in the world weighs 40 pounds. The fattest cat in the world weighs 40 pounds. The last example. His weight is 100 pounds. His weight is 100 pounds. How much do you weigh? Okay, that's a very serious and private question. Okay, so if you don't want to answer that question, maybe you should say no comment. But anyway, we learned how to express weight in the metric system. I weigh 75 kilograms. And the imperial system. I weigh 165 pounds. Of course, the metric system is easier than the imperial system to know and study, but you should be familiar with both systems. All right, so that's it, and I'll see you next video. Oh, it's sure hot in this studio. It sounds like a good time to talk about temperature. So that's what we're going to do in this video. We're going to talk about how to express temperature in English. Now you should know there's two systems. There's the American system. They use Fahrenheit. And of course there's the system we use in Korea and I use in Canada, Celsius. Okay, we're going to talk about the Fahrenheit system later, but first let's focus on Celsius. So look at the board, and I'm going to start with this question. What's the temperature? What's the temperature outside? You should begin your answer with it's. Okay, what's the temperature? It's. And I have many ways to express the temperature. Let's start up here. So what's the temperature? It's. This symbol means plus. Okay, plus. This means it is above 0 degrees. Okay, it's warm. It's plus 20 degrees. Okay, this symbol always means degrees. Celsius. 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 Okay, it's very difficult to say. Celsius. Celsius is spelled with a capital C, a big C. Be careful here. Many people write a C. This is an S. Okay. So what's the temperature? It's plus 20 degrees Celsius. Okay. That's a good way to express the temperature. Now, the plus, some people say plus, but you don't have to say plus. Okay. You can just say, what's the temperature? It's 20 degrees Celsius. It means the same thing. Let's move down here. The next one. What's the temperature? It's 20 degrees centigrade. Centigrade, what is that? Well, Celsius and centigrade, these are the same temperatures, okay? Just centigrade is the old English style, okay? So actually, I don't want you to say centigrade. I want you to only use Celsius. But I'm teaching you because you might hear centigrade. Some older people might say centigrade. Okay, so you hear centigrade, but you speak only Celsius. All right, let's move to the next one. What's the temperature? It's 20 degrees C. It's 20 degrees C. Okay, some people are going to shorten Celsius to just C. It's 20 degrees C. And actually, more common, we can shorten that more and cut that. And this is the most common way to express the temperature. What's the temperature? It's 20 degrees. Okay, so when people say it's 20 degrees, I know it's Celsius and I know it's plus. Okay, this one, what's the temperature? It's 20 above, 20 above. Okay, so 0 degrees and 20 above, 20 degrees above 0. So what's the temperature? It's 20 above. This, they're all the same temperature, okay? 0 degrees, freezing, we're getting cold. Let's go down here. What's the temperature? It's 20 below. Okay, so this is above 0, and this is below 0 degrees. So 0 going down cold, it's 20 below. Very cold. Let's move to the last one. What's the temperature? This symbol is minus. This is plus. This is minus. Minus is very scary because it's freezing. It's cold. It's minus 20 degrees Celsius. If you told me that it's minus 20 degrees Celsius outside, I do not want to go outside. That's very cold. So what's the temperature? It's 20 degrees. What's the temperature? It's minus 20 degrees. Okay, those are the best ways to express it. All right, so I hope you understand how to express Celsius. Let's look at a few more examples. All right, the first example. The temperature outside is 15 degrees Celsius. The temperature outside is 15 degrees Celsius. The next example. Water freezes at 0 degrees C. Water freezes at 0 degrees C. And the last example. It's cold outside. It's about 3 degrees below 0. It's cold outside. It's about 3 degrees below 0. All right, now we're going to talk about what they use in America, in the USA. They don't use Celsius, they use Fahrenheit, okay? So same question, what's the temperature? What's the temperature outside? It's 68 degrees, that's the same, F. Instead of C, they're going to use an F, and that's 68 degrees. This is the spelling. Oh, it's very difficult to spell, even for me. Fahrenheit, okay? We pronounce that Fahrenheit. So 20 degrees Celsius is the same as 68 degrees Fahrenheit, okay? And you should also know the freezing temperature, 0 degrees Celsius is the same as 32 degrees Fahrenheit. All right, so if you go to the USA and you're watching TV, all the weather, everything, they're always using Fahrenheit, and it can be very confusing. So I would say try to remember this so you can kind of guess how hot it is. All right, let's look at a few examples of Fahrenheit. The first example, a human's body temperature is usually 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit. A human's body temperature is usually 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit. The second example. Room temperature is about 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Room temperature is about 70 degrees Fahrenheit. And the last example. Water freezes at 32 degrees. Water freezes at 32 degrees. All right, so there you go. There's the Celsius system and the Fahrenheit system. They're very, very different, and they can be very confusing. All right, so if you're going to the USA, you should try to learn the Fahrenheit system. Anyway, I hope you understood what I was trying to teach you today. That's it. See you next time. Hello everyone. In this video, I'm going to talk about Roman numerals. So Roman numerals are letters that mean numbers. Roman numerals are not so common, but you can see them every day, okay? So especially on a clock or a watch, they often use Roman numerals. On book volumes and chapters of books, they use Roman numerals a lot of the time. The Olympics usually express the year in Roman numerals. Okay, so you will see Roman numerals, so you should know at least the first 10. Okay, now let's take a look here. I wrote the first 10, and you can see the first one, I. Now, I is written like this, and this means 1. And the second one is I, 2. The third one, I, 3. So 1, 2, and 3, those are the easiest ones, okay? After that, it gets a little more difficult. So 1, 2, 3, and the next one is 4. And it looks like this, IV. Now, what is V? Well, quickly, let's go to 5, and you can see V is 5. All right, V is 5. So let's go back. V, we know this is 5, and I. So I is 1. So I is 1 before 5, and that's 4. Okay, so one number before 5 is 4, and then 5. Let's go to the next side, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now, if you notice, I wrote them a little bit different. And let's go down here first. Now, you can write the Roman numeral 2 styles. One style is with a line at the top and the bottom. And another style, there's no line, okay? This and this mean the same thing. So this is 1, and this is 1. You can see that again with 5. So you can write it with the lines at the top and the V, or no lines, just V. Again, they mean the same thing. So this side, I wrote the lines. This side, I didn't write the lines. It doesn't matter. All right, so let's continue. This was 4, this was 5, 6. Now 6, V and I. So V we know is 5, I we know is 1, so 5 and 1 is 6. So you notice IV, 1 before 5, 4, VI, 6, VII, 7, VIII, 8. So 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, and then it gets complicated again. IX is 9. Okay, so X is 10. Okay, so like 4, 1 before 5 is 4. One number before 10 is 9. IX, that means 9. And of course, 10 is X. All right, let's move on to some bigger Roman numerals. Now, I told you X is 10. Now, X and I, so 10 and 1, that's 11. XII, that's 12. All right. So up until 12 are the most common Roman numerals because those are the ones on the clock, 1 to 12. So you should really know 1 to 12, okay? Now the next ones are not so common, okay? You rarely see them. But let's continue anyways. So after 12, we're going to jump to 20, and 20 is XX. So 10, 10. 10, 10 means 20. XXV, we know V is 5. XXV, 25. Okay, let's jump more. XX is 20. XXX, 30. And then the next one, XL. XL is 40. Well, what is L? L is 50. So X is 10. Again, 10 before 50. So 10 before 50 is 40. So this means 40. 10 before 50. L is 50. LI, 51. 51. XC is 90. Well, what is C? C is 100. So X is 10 before 100. So 10 before 100 is 90. And of course, C, 100. Okay, So again, these ones are not so common, so you don't have to worry about this so much. But anyway, let's continue to some bigger Roman numerals. Okay, so here are some bigger Roman numerals. Now we know C is 100. Let's go to this one, CD. CD is 400. Well, what is D? D is 500. So CD means 100 before 500. So that is 400. 500. M. M is the last letter we use in Roman numerals. M is 1000. Okay. MD. Well, D is 500. M is 1000. So 1500. MD. And the last one here, really big number, MDCCC. Okay, so 1,000, 500, and 100, 200, 300. The total here is 1,800. Okay, so that's Roman numerals. Let's do a little more practice. Okay, let's do a little practice together. I know it's difficult. So let's take a look at these letters. LXV, what is that, LXV? Well, we know L is 50. Oh, but it's followed by X. So 50 and X is 10. So 50 plus 10 is 60. And V, what is V? V is 5. So 50 plus 10 is 60. Plus V is 5. So this is going to be 65. All right, the next one. XXIX. Well, we know X is 10, and XX, 10, 10, 20, and 1. 21, X. Oh, this is confusing. First, we have to look at these. Okay, what is this number? IX. Well, IX is 9. 1 before X is 9. So XX is 20 and 9. So 29. CV. Well, C, what's C? That's 100. And what's V? That's 5. So 100 plus 5. CV. 105. Next one, CCD. CCD. Well, C is 100. And CC, that's 200. And what was D? D was 500. So CCD, that's 200 before 500. 200 before 500, that must be 300. Okay, but CCD, I tricked you. CCD is impossible. 300 can only be CCC. All right. CCD, that is impossible. That is wrong. You can only write 300 as CCD or CCC. You cannot write it CCD. All right, the last one. MMXII. M, 1000. M, 1000. 2 M's, 2000. X, 10. II, 12. So this is going to be 2000. We know that. X, II, that's 12. Oops, put them together. That is a year, 2012. It is written MMXII. All right, so that's Roman numerals. Again, you only need to know probably 1 to 12. Those are the most common. Probably you'll never have to worry about these Roman numerals in your life, okay? But this is just for fun, so you know. All right, that's it. See you next time. Hello everyone, in this video we are going to talk about how to express your phone number, all right? So here's the question. What's your phone number? What's your phone number? Very important question. And the first number I wrote here is very big, okay? It has many parts. So let's look at the first part. The first part here is called your country code, okay? So the country code of Korea is 82. So if someone is calling from another country, they have to put your country code 82. In Canada and USA, the country code is 1. The next is the area code. Now in Korea, I don't think there's an area code 57, but the Seoul has an area code of 02, and I think Busan, the area code of Busan is 51. So if you're calling to a specific city, you should put the area code, all right? And then the number. So to express numbers, you just say the number. So this is 825725362121. Okay, very simple to express a number. Let's look at a mobile phone number. This is 017. I don't want you to call real phone numbers. So this is just example phone numbers. So we would express 017. 017. Now if you remember 0, we can also express as O. So 017 or 017. Both are okay. And again, you have to be very careful with O because O sounds like 5 in Korean. All right, so if someone says O, don't write down 5, write down 0. Okay, so 017-3442-4666. Okay, that's the phone number. 017-3442-4666. Okay. Now, there's an easier way that a native speaker would express this number. If you look here, there are 2 4s, okay? So a native speaker, well, they might say 3442, that's fine. But another way, 3, and we would say double 4, because there's 2 4s, that's double. So 3, double 4, 2. Okay, so that's another way to express that number. And if you look over here, 4666, that's fine to express the number that way. But if you see 3 6s, that's triple. So you could say 4,666. Okay, so what's your phone number? 017-3442-4666. 017-3442-4666. Okay, that's another way to express that number. Let's move on to the last one. The last one is a nightmare because it has 5 and O. Many 5s and O to get confused. Don't get confused. So this number 017 5050 0550, okay? 017 50 50 0550. All right, so if you don't want to be confused, you could say 017 50 50 0550. So again, you can say O or 0. All right, so that's how to express a phone number. Let's do a little test, a little listening test right now. I want you to listen to some phone numbers. Okay, so there's 4 numbers here I'm going to ask you. The first one, listen carefully. 017 5634 7454. 017 5634 7454. Okay, should look like this. Number 2. 017 1657 4565. 017 1657 4565. Okay, it should look like this. Number 3, 017 5005 0050. 017 5005 0050. Okay, it should look like this. And the last number, 017 2233 5551. 017 2233 5551. Okay, that one was difficult. It should look like this. Okay, so that's how you express phone numbers. Okay, again, if you want to know someone's phone number, you just ask the question, what's your phone number? And if someone asks you for your phone number, you just answer, it's, and then you say the numbers. All right, so that's it for phone numbers. Before I go, I'd like to tell you my phone number, so you can call me any time of the day or night to ask me English questions. So my phone number is 01047. Hello everyone, in this video I'm going to talk about numbers, more specifically things like apartment numbers, bus numbers, and flight numbers. Okay, we express these numbers differently in English. Let's take a look. So the first is apartment, your apartment number. So this could be your apartment number or house number or villa number. Bus number, taxi number, subway number, flight number. Okay, so these kinds of things, we express the numbers differently. Let's take a look. The first one, okay, it's just two numbers. We always want to look at the last two numbers. So we would say apartment number 12. That one is easy. Apartment number 12. Let's move on to the next one. All right, so we want to look at the last two numbers. The last two numbers is 21. Okay, so we would express this as 121. All right, so this could be apartment number 121. It could be bus number 121. It could be flight number 121. Now, it's also possible to say 121, okay? Bus number 121, that's okay. But you should learn just to say 121, okay? That's very fast and more common. The next one, okay, let's look at the last two numbers, 12, 12. So we would express apartment number 1212, bus number 1212. You can also say number 1212, but 1212 is more common. The next number, okay. The last two are 00, so we can't say 0. We're going to just say it all. We're going to say this as, for example, bus number 1200. Okay, bus number 1200. The next one, the last two numbers, 56. So let's say flight number 456. Flight number 456. Again, you could also say flight number 456. That's okay. The next one, the last two, 67. So let's say bus number 4567. Bus number 4567. Or you could also say 4567. The next, the last two numbers are 07. So we could also say, instead of 0, more commonly, we're going to say 07. So if I said apartment number 4007. 4007. Okay, and the last number, let's say bus number 52, bus number 1652. Okay, takes a lot of practice to learn how to express these numbers. Let's take a little quick test right now and see how you can do. All right, there's only 4 questions here. Number 1, I live in apartment 632. I live in apartment 632. Number 2, we need to take bus number 3333. We need to take bus number 3333. Number 3, my flight number is 1709. My flight number is 1709. And number 4, the last one. Let's meet at the subway station number 465. Let's meet at the subway station number 465. Okay, I hope you did well on the small little test. Again, it takes a lot of practice to be familiar saying these kind of numbers, all right? There's so many different ways to say these numbers. So I hope you learned something in this video. Anyway, I'll see you next video. Hello everyone. In this video, I'm going to talk about how to express ratios in English. It's quite easy. Let's take a look. I have 2 examples here. The first example is about my party. I had a party. These are my guests, 100 guests. 75 of my guests were men, 25 of my guests were women. So what's the ratio? Well, here it is. So how would I express the ratio? Well, the simple way is just to say 3:1. 3:1. The colon here, we always say 2. 3:1. But let's make a complete and full sentence. So I would say the ratio of men to women at my party was 3:1. The ratio of men to women at my party was 3:1. All right, let's move on to the next example, talking about buttons. I got 3 red buttons, 2 blue buttons, 6 black buttons. Okay, what's the ratio of buttons? Okay, we're going to use 3 numbers, and simply you would say 3:2:2:6. That's the ratio of buttons. 3:2:2:6. Okay, easy. Let's take a look at a few more examples. All right, let's look at the first ratio example. The ratio of boys to girls in China is 110 to 100. The ratio of boys to girls in China is 110 to 100. The next example. There are 2 apples and 3 oranges. The ratio is 2:3. There are 2 apples and 3 oranges. The ratio is 2:3. And the last example. The ratio of children, teenagers, and adults is 7:3:1. The ratio of children, teenagers, and adults is 7:3:1. Okay, so I hope you have a better understanding of how to express ratios in English. Before we end this video, I just want to talk about expressing scores, okay, in a game. So here is a soccer game between Korea and Japan, and Korea wins. They have 2 goals, and Japan only has 1 goal. So what's the score? You would just say the same, 2-1. 2-1. All right? That's easy. So that's how you would express a score. All right, so that's it for our ratios, and see you next video. Hello again. In this video, we're going to learn how to express decimal numbers in English. And I'll tell you, it's quite easy. Let's look. Now here is the decimal point. Don't call it period. Don't call it dot. It's a point. It's called the decimal point. So we would express this number as 1.1. Easy. The next number. Okay, we could actually express this number 2 ways. 1.12, or 1.12. Okay. The next number, 400.1. Easy. The next number starts with a 0. Again, there's 2 ways to express this. You could say 0.02. Or another common way, because it starts with a 0, we just start with the point. So some people say 0.02. Okay? Now remember, 0 can also be called O. So you could say 0.02. The next number here. Okay, we have more numbers. So 6.033 or 6.033. Okay. Okay, let's move down to the last 2 numbers here. We have 10.1 and 10.9. Now 10.1 is very close to 10. Okay. So if we change 10.1, just change it to only 10, that's called round down. Okay. Round down. So the closer, 10.1 is very close to 10. So we take away the 0.1 and just have 10. Round down. 10.9 is close, very close to 11. So we change 10.9 to 11. That situation is called round up. Okay. So changing 10.9 to 11. Round up, 10.1 to 10, round down. All right? So I hope you understand how to use the decimal point, and I hope you understand round up and round down. Let's take a look at a few examples. All right, the first example, there are 2.2 grams of fat in this food. There are 2.2 grams of fat in this food. The next example, I got 99.9 out of 100 points on the test. I got 99.9 out of 100 points on the test. And the last example, my brother is 150.5 centimeters tall. My brother is 150.5 centimeters tall. All right, I hope you have a better understanding of how to use the decimal point. Before we go, I'm going to talk about the other points that we might see in English. Now up here, we have a point here, but we don't say point, okay? Here it's going to be dot, okay? We use dot for the internet, okay? So if you're using an email, it's .com or www.gogoteacher.com. Okay, so on the internet, we always say dot. So Robin at gogoteacher.com. Now here is a sentence, and we have another point, okay? In the sentence, this is called a period, okay? This is a dot, this is a period. Okay, so we call that a period. And looking at money, okay, we're going to study money in another video, but quickly, if we were reading this money, we wouldn't say dot and we wouldn't say point. Actually, in money, we say $1 and 21 cents. So in money, don't say $1.21. It's very strange. This is $1 and 21 cents. All right, and also, in Korean you say jom, but in English, this point is called a mole, okay? So you have dot, period, and mole. They all have different names. Be careful, don't say the wrong name. All right, I hope this video helps you. See you next time. Okay, in this video, we are going to talk about how to express percentages in English. And I'm going to tell you it is very, very easy. So this is going to be a short video. Let's take a look. Okay, so here are some example numbers. And this is called the percent sign. Okay, so that's called the percent sign. And we read the first number as 1%. Okay, very easy, 1%. The next number, 100%. 100%. Let's put a decimal point there. So this is 1.1%. 1.1%. The next number, 101%. Okay. And the last example, 62% of 12 is equal to 7.44. 62% of 12 is equal 7.44. All right. So that's how you express percent. Let's look at a few example sentences. All right, the first example, I got 65% on my test. I got 65% on my test. The next example, I lost 2% of my body fat. I lost 2% of my body fat. And the last example, I agree 100%. I agree 100%. Okay, so you saw some examples of how to use percent. I'm sure you're already a master on how to use percent. It's very easy. Until next video, see you. Hello everyone, in this video we are going to talk about expressing American money, okay? So if you travel to America or other countries, you need to know how to express American money or dollars or cents, okay? Now let's take a look at the kinds of money they have. They have, of course, coins and bills. First, let's talk about the coins. Now they have 4 coins, all right? And this is how much the coins are worth. So let's talk about how to express this in English first. So how much is this? And how much is this? Well, this and this, they're the same amount, okay? This is 1 cent, and this is also 1 cent, okay? That's the smallest amount of American money, 1 cent, all right? So their coin, they have a 1 cent coin, and the 1 cent coin is called a penny, okay? The 1 cent coin, a penny. let's move on. This is 5 cents. Again, this and this, same amount of money, 5 cents, 5 cents, 5 cents. They have a 5-cent coin. The 5-cent coin is called a nickel. A nickel, okay? The next coin, this is 10 cents. Again, 10 cents, 10 cents. We can write it both ways. They have a 10-cent coin. It's called a dime. A dime, all right? And the last coin is 25 cents. 25 cents, 25 cents. And they call the 25-cent coin a quarter. A quarter, all right? Now, to get to $1, you need 100 cents. Okay, 100 cents makes $1. So if you have 4 quarters, you have $1. If you have 10 dimes, that's the same as $1. If you have 20 nickels, that's the same as $1. And how many 1-cent pennies do you need? How many pennies? Well, you need 100 pennies to make $1. Okay? Let's move on to the bills. Okay, so they use 6 main bills. Okay, the $1 bill, the $5 bill, the $10 bill, the $20 bill, the $50 bill, and the $100 bill. Again, the bills, that's the paper money. They have 6 main ones. All right, so that is the coins, that is the bills. Let's do some practice on how to express the money. Okay, so to express American money, let's look at these numbers first. Okay, we'll start off easy. Now, of course, this is $1, $1, and we should use dollar, $1. But let's move on to 10. $10. $10. You can hear this S now. Okay, you have to be very careful with the plural S. It's very important. So we have $1, but $2, $3, $10. Okay, make sure you have the S. It's so important. All right, never say $10. Okay, that sounds very strange and stupid. Okay, it's $10. $10. Make sure you have that S. So $10, $100, $1,000, $10,000, $100,000, $1 million. So one more time, $1, $10, $100, $1,000, $10,000, $100,000, $1 million. Okay, let's move on to some more difficult use of American money. All right, so these examples are a little more difficult, but it helps us understand how to express American money. All right, let's look at the first number. Of course, this is $6. $6. And the second one is the same. Okay, don't be confused by this. This is $6. Actually, this means $6 and there's no cents. So you could write $6 like this, or you could write $6 like this. It means the same. All right, let's move on. Now we have cents. Now it gets difficult. Listen carefully. So I'm going to read this number as $6.31. Okay, don't say point, don't say dot. We're going to use and. $6.31. All right. Now, there's another way to express this money, a quicker way. So as I said, $6.31. But the quicker way, an American might say just $6.31. How much is it? $6.31. Okay, So you got to be careful. There's actually two ways, $6.31 or the quick way, $6.31. All right, let's look at the next one. How much is it? $9.99. $9.99. And of course, the quick way, $9.99. $9.99. All right, let's move on. $22.50. $22.50. And the quick way, $22.50. $22.50. All right, bigger number here. $117.32. $117.32. Or the quick way, $117.32. All right, and the last amount, very big number. There's no quick way for this number. All right, it's a lot of money. $1,230,687.16. $1,230,687.16. Okay, that's how we express American money. Let's see how you will do on the test. Okay, so we're gonna try a quick test. Take out a pen and paper, and I'm gonna say American money, and you should write down what you hear. All right, question number 1, $7. $7. Okay, it should look like this. Question 2, $120. $120. Okay, looks like this. Question 3, $75,000. $75,000. Okay, like this. Question 4, $134,300. $134,300. Should look like this. Question 5, $1,900,000. $1,900,000. Question 6, 34 cents. 34 cents. Okay, looks like this. Question 7, $23.67. $23.67. Okay, looks like this. Question 8, $547.50. $547.50. Okay, like this. Question 9, $12,800.34. $12,800.34. Okay, it looks like this. Question 10, $1,111,111.11. $1,111,111.11. Wow, big number, very difficult. How did you do on the test? I hope you did well. I know it's difficult to listen to American money, but you must know it, okay? It's very important to hear the right amount of money. All right, we have this question again. Okay, we did this with the Korean money and how to express it in Korean money. We're going to do it again, but we're going to express in American money, okay? So how much is it? And it's about, what's the American money price. Same items. Let's look at the pen. How much is a pen? Well, a pen is about $1. Okay, so it's about $1. And the second one, soju again. I'm going to Family Mart. I buy the bottle of soju. How much is it? Well, it's about $1.25. It's about $1.25. Or it's about $1.25. Okay, the Galaxy Note. Yeah, very expensive mobile phone. How much is it? Well, it's about $800 to $900. Okay, it's about $800 or $900. The Kia Morning, the car, how much is it? Well, it's about $14,000. It's about $14,000. And the Gangnam apartment, how much is it? Okay, very expensive. The Gangnam apartment, maybe that's around $1 million. Okay, very expensive, a lot of money. It's about $1 million. All right, I hope you have a good understanding of American money and how to express it in English. Be careful not to make a mistake with American money. You don't want to make anyone angry. All right, that's it for this video. See you next time. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about basic calendar expressions. Okay, so it's a very easy video. You probably already know a lot of these expressions. Of course, this is a calendar, okay, and we need to know the expressions about the calendar. So on the board, I have the main ones here. So the first one, of course, is one day. And instead of one day, we could just say a day. So on your calendar, that is just one day, a day. Next, we have 7 days makes a week. Okay, so 1 week, and of course, a month. Okay, so a month, a little bit difficult to pronounce. A month. A month. Your tongue has to come out a little bit. A month. A month. So a day, a week, a month, and of course the full calendar, 12 months, that is a year. Okay? So a day, a week, a month, and a year. Those are the easy ones. Let's get on to bigger time. The next one here is a decade. Okay, what is a decade? Well, a decade is 10 years. Okay, 10 years is a decade. So you might buy a car every decade. Okay, every 10 years. After a decade, we have a century. A century is 100 years. Okay, and of course, we live in the 21st century. After the century, we have a millennium. Oh, very difficult to spell. A millennium. A millennium is 1,000 years. Okay, very long time. 1,000 years we would call a millennium. Okay, after a millennium, we have something called an eon. Okay, so notice we're starting with E, so we have to use an eon. How long is an eon? Well, there is no exact time of an eon. An eon just means a very, very long time. Okay, so example, the dinosaurs, they lived on the planet eons ago. Okay, so it just means a very, very long time. So this is not exact. Okay, so probably, of course, the first 4 are the easiest and they're the most important. The decade, century, millennium, and eon. Okay, you're not going to hear those too much. Okay, just I'm teaching them so you know. But you should know the first 4. Okay, so let's take a look at a few examples. Okay, here are a few examples. The first one, there are 24 hours in a day. There are 24 hours in a day. Next example, there are 7 days in a week. There are 7 days in a week. The next example, there are about 4 weeks in a month. There are about 4 weeks in a month. Okay, the next one, there are 365 days in a year. There are 365 days in a year. All right, next one. There are 10 years in a decade. There are 10 years in a decade. And the next one. There are 100 years in a century. There are 100 years in a century. And the last one. There are 1,000 years in a millennium. There are 1,000 years in a millennium. Okay, so I hope you have a better understanding from the examples. So a day, a week, a month, a year. Those 4 are the most important for the calendar. And then the last group here, not so common, a decade, a century. You should know millennium, and of course an eon. An eon, very long time. It could be millions of years. All right, so I hope you understand. That's it for this video. Hello everyone, in this video we are going to talk about the days of the week. Okay, now the days of the week, you must know, you must remember them. We're going to talk about the pronunciation, the spelling, and the short form. Okay, so let's get started. Here they are. Of course, there's only 7 days of the week to remember. The first one here, Monday. Okay, so listen carefully how I pronounce it. Monday, Monday. The next one, Tuesday, Tuesday. The next one, okay, this one's a little difficult. Wednesday, Wednesday. Okay, what's the problem? Now, Wednesday has a D, but when we say Wednesday, we don't say the D sound. We don't say Wednesday, okay? It's Wednesday. So this is Wednesday. Wednesday. Okay? The next one, Thursday. Thursday. Okay, it has a TH. Your tongue has to come out. Thursday. 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 All right? Next one, Friday. Friday. We have an F. Your teeth should touch your lip. Friday, Friday. Okay? Saturday, Saturday. And the last one, Sunday. Sunday. Okay? Let's do them again very quick. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Okay, but I hope you can do them really fast. Okay, so like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Okay, you should practice until you can do it that way. All right, let's look at the spelling now. Now the spelling, okay, now they're very difficult to remember how to spell, but please know the correct way of how to spell. So the first one, Monday. Now the first letter is always big. It's always a capital letter, the big letter. You must always put the capital. So Monday, Tuesday, capital T, capital W, capital T, capital F, and these two have the capital S, the big S, okay? You always have to make that capital. And the spelling, yeah, as I said, a little bit difficult to remember. Okay, you'd have to do some self-study and remember how to spell. The short form, Monday. These are the official short form of the days of the week. Again, you need the capital letters and the period at the end. Okay, so MON period, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Okay, this is not very short, okay, but you need that. That's considered the official short form. Friday, Saturday, sun. All right, so that's the pronunciation, spelling, and short form. But before we move on, I want to talk about one more thing. These days of the week, Monday to Friday, those are called the weekdays. Okay, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Weekdays. Okay, those are the working days, the weekdays. And of course, Saturday and Sunday, that's the weekend. Okay, so weekdays, weekend. Remember that also. Okay, let's move on to a few examples. Okay, we're going to talk about 3 important questions talking about the day. The questions are talking about today, tomorrow, and yesterday. Let's take a look at the questions. Okay, now the first one is very important. What day is today? What day is today? Now, some people, they will say, which day is today? Okay, that's a little strange. More common is using what. What day is today? So your answer, it's. Okay, your answer should always begin with it's. What day is today? It's Monday. Okay. Now, some people don't use it's. What day is today? Monday. Okay. That's okay, but better is using the it's. It's Monday. Okay, that's grammatically correct. That's a full sentence. It's Monday. All right. Let's look at the next one. What day is tomorrow? Okay, so tomorrow in the future. What day is tomorrow? Again, it's Tuesday. Okay, what day is tomorrow? It's Tuesday. Now, it is also possible, because it's future, we can say, what day will be tomorrow? It will be Tuesday. Okay, what day will be tomorrow? It will be Tuesday. But actually, that's okay, but this is more common. What day is tomorrow? It's easier. What day is tomorrow? It's Tuesday. All right. The last one here. What day was yesterday? Okay, yesterday, in the past. What day was yesterday? Okay, we're changing the be verb is to was, past tense. What day was yesterday? It was Sunday. It was Sunday. What day was yesterday? It was Sunday. Okay, so again, let's review. What day is today? It's Monday. What day is tomorrow? It's Tuesday. What day was yesterday? It was Sunday. Okay, this is the best way to ask and answer these questions. All right, let's move on. Okay, we're going to look at 3 more questions talking about how to express days of the week. Now, these questions are not talking about what day is today or tomorrow or yesterday. These questions are asking about some event. Okay, something is going to happen on a day. Okay, and when something is going to happen on a day, before we say the day, we should always use the preposition on. Okay, we need that preposition on. So the first question, when is our date? When is our meeting? Okay, I have to meet you. When is our date? Okay, and you should answer with on Friday. Okay, we are going to meet on Friday. You need that preposition. This is our event, our meeting. When? On Friday. Next question. Which days do we have English class? Okay, which days do we have English class? Now this is asking days. Which days do we have English class? Well, on Mondays. Okay, on Mondays. So the event is English class. When? On Mondays. And the last question. When is my homework due? When is my homework due? When do I need to give my homework? That's the event on Wednesday. Okay, on Wednesday. Okay, so when asking questions about what day is today, tomorrow, and yesterday, you use it's. But when you're asking about some event, okay, something is going to happen on a day, you have to use the preposition on. All right, let's move on. Okay, we're at the end of the video, but before we go, I want to talk about some common spelling mistakes that my students do. Let's take a look. Okay, so here are some days of the week, but the spelling is wrong. And the first one is Tuesday. Okay, a lot of my students write Tuesday. I don't know what day Tuesday is. I think they're confused between Tuesday and Thursday. And somehow they're mixing Tuesday and Thursday for Tuesday. Okay, don't write Tuesday. There is never a Tuesday. Be careful. Next one, Wednesday. Okay, so Wednesday has a D in the spelling. There's a D, but of course we don't say Wednesday. We say Wednesday. So lots of students spell it as they hear it. Okay, you got to be careful. There is a D. So this Wednesday, sorry, this is wrong. No, don't do this. The next one, Saturday. Looks good, Saturday, but be careful because this is a U, not an E. Saturday, so don't spell it with the E. The last two, Monday and Sunday. Monday, what's wrong? Well, the spelling is okay, but there's too much space here, okay? A lot of my students separate the day. Tuesday, Wednesday, they put too much space, okay? It's one word. It should be very close. Be careful, not too much space. And the last one, Sunday, what's wrong? Well, as I told you, it always starts with a capital letter. So if you write it with a small s, that's wrong, okay? All right, so don't make these spelling mistakes. Those are the days of the week. You have to remember all 7, the pronunciation and the spelling. Take some self-study, but I know you can do it. All right, that's it for this video. See you next time. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about months of the year. Okay, I know the months of the year are very difficult to pronounce and spell. There's 12 of them, so also very difficult to remember. Okay, but in this video, we are going to focus on pronunciation, spelling, and the short form of the month. So let's take a look at the first one, January. January, okay, be sure to pronounce that correctly. January, January. And for the spelling, remember, we need a capital J, a big J. We always need this for each month, the capital letter. Okay, so January, and the short form, Jan, with a period. This is called a period. So Jan, capital letter, period. The next month is probably the most difficult month for my students to pronounce and spell. Okay, they're always confused with this. Okay, now let's focus on the F. This is an F sound. Your teeth should touch your lip. And this is a B sound. B, b, b. Okay, so we should think of this as fe, brew, airy. February. 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 Okay, it's very difficult. February. February. So it takes a lot of practice. Also the spelling. Okay, my students are often confused with the spelling and the R's. February. And the short form, F-E-B, period. The next 4, a little bit easier, okay? March, April, May, and June, okay? And the short form, capital, remember the capital, M-A-R period, A-P-R period. May is special. There is no short form. May is just always May. So you should never have a period here. Never have the same. May. Only May. June, J-U-N, period. Okay, so the first 6, one more time. January, February, March, April, May, June. Okay, let's take a look at the last 6 months, starting with July. Okay, so don't be confused with June, July. Again, capital letters here, J-U-L, period. The next one, August, August. This is aw. A-U is aw. August. Okay, and the short form, A-U-G, period. September, 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 S-E-P, period. October, 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 O-C-T, period. November, November, November. Okay, this is a V. V. November, November. And the last month, December, December. Okay, so let's go through the last 6 again. July, July, August, August, September, September, October, October, November, November, December, December. That's all the 12 months, okay? So let's move on. Okay, we're at the end of the video, but before I go, I want to talk about some mistakes again. Please be careful with your spelling. Let's take a look at these 3. These 3 are very common. As you can see, no, don't spell these words like this. Now, the first one, we can guess this month is February, but the students are confused with the V and the B. They're writing February. Also, they're missing a U. Okay, so there's lots of mistakes with spelling February. Be careful. Don't do this. The next one is April. April, but they're writing a V. I don't know why they're writing a V, but they're writing a V. This should be a P. So don't write April. April. And the last one, I can understand the mistake. December. December. Okay, I understand because this is actually a C. It makes an S sound, December, but you got to be careful. You need the C. December, all right? So anyway, with the S, don't write like that, okay? So you got to be very careful with the spelling of the months, all right? So that's the months of the year. I hope you understand. There's 12 of them. I know it takes a lot of practice to pronounce and to spell, but you need to do a lot of self-study to master them, okay? I want you to be perfect with them. Okay, that's it for this video. See you next time. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about how to express the year in English. Okay, it's a little bit difficult, but I know after this video you will understand and you'll be able to do it very well. Let's take a look. So on the board, I wrote some years. Okay, so you just have to listen and follow me. The first year up here is the year I was born. Yes, I'm quite old. So how would we express this year in English? We're going to look at the first part, 19, and the last part, 75. So we're going to divide that into 1975. 1975. Never, 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 never say 1975. No. The way to express this year, 1975. Let's look at the next one. This is 1975. This is 1999. Okay? 1975, 1999. The next one, okay. This is a little different because there's 3 zeros. So for this year, we only say 2000. Okay, there's one way to say it, 2000. The next one, okay. Now, the next one, there's actually 2 ways to express it in English. One way is 2001. Another way is 2001. Okay, 2001 or 2001. Okay, remember, zeros we can call O, 2001. The next one, 2012 or 2012. Again, there's 2 ways. 2012, 2012. Next one, similar. 2013, 2013. And the last one in the future, 2020 or 2020. Okay, so from here, going all the 2000s, there's 2 ways to express it. So sometimes that's confusing. So let's go through the list again. 1975, 1999, 2000, 2001 or 2001, 2012 or 2012, 2013, 2013, 2020 or 2020. All right, so that's how we express years in English. Let's do some more practice. Okay, so let's take a look at a few questions so we can understand how to use year in a sentence. Question 1 here. What year is it now? What year is it now? Because it's now, we want to start our sentence with it's. What year is it now? It's 2012 or 2012. Okay, what year is it now? It's 2012. Again, you should use it's, but of course it's okay just to say the year, but I prefer a full sentence. It's 2012. Let's look at the next question. What year were you born? What year were you born? Again, you came out of your mother as a baby. What year were you born? Okay, with the years, you want to use the preposition in. Okay, now with days, we use the preposition on. With months, we use the preposition in. And with years, we must use the preposition in. So what year were you born? In 1975. Okay, that's the year I was born, in 1975. The last question, very important to Korea. When is the Pyeongchang Olympics? Okay, coming soon. When is the Pyeongchang Olympics? In. Okay, again, in is our preposition. In 2018 or in 2018. All right. So those are a few examples of how to use it in a sentence. I hope you understand these examples. Using years is very, very easy. Okay, they're easy to express. Just remember to use the preposition in. Okay, that's it for years, and I'll see you next video. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about how to express the date in English. And that can be very difficult because you have to know your months, you have to know your ordinal numbers, you have to know how to express your years. So this is a very advanced video, but it's a good video to learn. So I'm going to start with this question. What's the date today? Now, don't confuse this question with what's the day today, because the day is only asking about Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, so on. This question is what's the date, okay? So it's very different than day. So there's 2 styles here of how to express the date. One style is British style, and one style is American style or Canadian style. We use this. Okay, so what's the date today? And it's the same date. They put the 14th March 2013. Okay, so how would they express that? What's the date today? It's the 14th of March 2013 or 2013. Okay, short form 14/3/13. Now they use day, month, year. Okay, but I know in Korea you use the opposite: year, month, day. But the British style is opposite. All right, now here is the American style, and the style I want to show you because I'm Canadian. I use this also. What's the date today? March 14th, 2013. March 14th, 2013. 3/14/13. That's how you express it. Short style. Okay. Now both ways are okay. Doesn't matter. But this is how you would express a date. Put your month, capital letter, put your ordinal number, this is 14th, a comma, and the year. Okay, and you would read it as March 14th, 2013. All right, so that's how you express the date. Let's do some more practice. Okay, here are some examples to help us understand how to express the dates. First, let's look at this question. When is payday? Now, payday is a very important day. That's when you get your money from your job. When is payday? So I'm going to begin my answer with it's. It is. It's. When is payday? Okay, and you can see when I'm expressing the date, I'm always going to use the preposition on. The preposition on, okay? So when is payday? It's on Monday. That's very simple. It's on the 16th. Okay, it's on the 16th of this month. Now, if you're just going to focus on the date here, 16th, we always need a the 16th. All right, the next one, we're going to combine these. We're going to put these two together. When is payday? It's on Monday, the 16th. Okay, so we have on Monday, that's okay. On the 16th, that's okay. On Monday, the 16th, that's okay too. Okay, all of them are okay, but this one, there's no confusion. This is very detailed. All right, let's look at the last two. Now, when is payday? It's on June 16th. Okay, you want to focus on the month sometimes. It's on June 16th. And let's put all of these together. When is payday? It's on Monday, June 16th. Okay, if you want to be very detailed and make sure there's no confusion, you're going to say the day, the month, and the date here. Okay, when is payday? It's on Monday, June 16th. Okay, so there are many ways to express the same thing. Okay, it depends on the situation, but you have to be familiar with all these ways, because which one is the best way? Well, there is no best way here. It depends on the person. Everyone's going to say it a little bit different. All right, let's move on to some questions. First question here. When were you born? Okay, when were you born? Again, you came out of your mother as a baby. When were you born? This is a very detailed answer. Okay, so this is when I was born on March 20th, 1975. Okay, so I'm going to put the capital on March 20th, comma, 1975. That's how I would write and say that date. Let's move on to the next question. When is your birthday? Okay, they're very similar questions. When were you born? When is your birthday? Okay, so when is your birthday? Doesn't care really about the year. It's more about the month and the date. Okay, so when is your birthday? On March 20th. On March 20th. That's the date of my birthday. Next one. When is Valentine's Day? A very good and happy day. When is Valentine's Day? On February 14th. On February 14th. The last question, when will you go to Spain? When will you go to Spain? You're asking your friend, when will you go to Spain? And maybe she answers very quickly, oh, on the 19th. On the 19th. All right. So I hope you have a better understanding of how to express the date in English. It takes a lot of self-study and practice, but I know you can understand if you really, really try. That's it for this video. See you next time. Hi everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about the seasons. Okay, it's very easy because there's only 4 seasons, all right? And you probably already know them. Here they are. And the first one is spring. Spring. And spring is when the flowers come out, okay? The next season, summer. Summer. Summer is hot. Summer is a good time to go to the beach. Summer is my favorite season. I like hot weather. All right, the next season, autumn. Autumn. Okay, this has an aw. Autumn. Autumn. So instead of autumn, an easier way is just to say fall. You can say autumn or fall. Both are okay. They mean the same thing. So of course, in autumn, the leaves on the trees fall. And the last season, winter. Okay, winter. Winter, of course, is very cold and you build snowmen in winter. I don't like winter very much. Okay, so those are the 4 seasons. Let's do some extra practice. Okay, for our practice, I have 3 quick questions. Let's look at the first question. What season is now? What season is right now? Okay, because it's now, we have to begin with it's. Okay, it is. It's summer. Okay, I made this video now. For me, it's summer. Okay, when you're watching this video, maybe it's another season. All right, what season is now? It's summer. Remember, right now, we always use it's. Okay, the next questions. When is Halloween? Okay, so what season is Halloween? Well, we have to use the preposition in. Okay, when is Halloween? In autumn. Okay, in autumn or in fall. Okay, so remember, with the seasons, we need the preposition in. When is Halloween? In autumn. In fall. And the last question, when is Christmas? Okay, what season? Of course, in winter. When is Christmas? It's in winter. Okay, so that's the seasons. Remember, when we're talking about now, we need it's. We're talking about the season now. And other seasons, we need the preposition in. Okay? That's seasons. I hope you understand. See you next time. Hello everyone. Welcome to this time expressions video. In this video, we are going to talk about how to express the time of day. Okay, it's very simple. And you would talk about the time of day to express your routine, what you do in the different times of day. Let's take a look at the board. I have a question. When do you? And let's make a question. When do you wake up? Okay. When do you wake up? And you want to express the time of day. Very easy. In the morning. When do you wake up? In the morning. Make sure you have the. Don't say in morning. In the morning. When do you wake up? In the morning. When do you take a shower? In the morning. When do you go to work? In the morning. Okay? Let's look at the next one. In the afternoon. When do you take a nap? Okay, you take a quick sleep. When do you take a nap? In the afternoon. Okay, I like to take a nap. In the afternoon. When do you go home after work? When do you go home? In the evening. When do you eat dinner? In the evening. When do you watch TV? In the evening. Okay? So these are very easy ways to express the different times of day. Make sure you have in the. All right, let's look at the next ones. They're using at. Okay? So this first one is using at night. In the evening, at night. Very similar, but in the evening is usually talking about early evening, okay? Around 6 p.m. to 10 p.m., okay? That's the evening time, relaxing time. At night is probably after 10 p.m., you know, you're going into 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., very late time, okay? That's usually when we say at night. All right? So when do you, well, if I said, when do you go home from work? And you said, in the evening, okay, I know it's early. But if you said, if I asked, when do you go home from work? And you said, at night, I would think, oh, very late, maybe after 10 p.m. All right. You have to be very careful walking on the street at night. All right, the next two are very exact times. Okay, at noon, at midnight. Noon is only 12 p.m. That is noon. So when do you have lunch? You can say at noon. All right. Midnight is only 12 a.m. Okay, very late. When do you go to bed? At midnight. Okay, very, very late. Only 12 p.m., only 12 a.m. They're very exact times. All right, so these are different ways to express the times of day. Let's take a look at a few examples. Okay, let's look at these examples. The first one, I exercise in the morning. I exercise in the morning. The next one, my lunchtime is at noon. My lunchtime is at noon. The next one, I like to go swimming in the afternoon. I like to go swimming in the afternoon. And the next one, I eat dinner in the evening. I eat dinner in the evening. And the next one, I eat ramyeon at midnight. I eat ramyeon at midnight. And the last example, be careful walking alone at night. Be careful walking alone at night. Okay, I hope you understand how to express the different times of day in English. I'm going to ask you a question now. When do you study English? Okay, what time of day do you study English? When do you study English? I suggest the best time to study English is in the morning, okay? In the afternoon is not so good. A lot of my students are always very tired in the afternoon. In the evening is okay, but never at night. That's too late, all right? So I hope you understand these time expressions. See you next video. Hello everyone, welcome to this time expressions video. In this video, we're going to talk about how to use ago, later, next, and last. Okay, these are very useful expressions to use when talking about time. But first, let's review our vocabulary. And this is the vocabulary we need to know for this video. Second, and I have 1 second. Okay, 1 second. We could also, instead of 1 second, we could say a second. So 1 and a mean the same, just 1 second. Okay, 1 minute, a minute. Okay, how many seconds in 1 minute? Well, 60 seconds in 1 minute. And the next is hour. Now, hour is special because we're going to use an. Okay, because hour starts with a vowel sound. Okay, on hour. Okay, we always use on with hour. And of course, there's 60 minutes in 1 hour, on hour. Next is a day, 1 day. Of course, how many hours in a day? 24 hours. A week, how many days in a week? 7 days in a week, 1 week. 1 month, a month. Okay, and the last one, 1 year, a year. Okay, so that's the vocabulary. I hope you understand. Before we move on, I'm going to change this. Okay, this is 1. Well, now let's put 2. Now everything changes. 2 second? No, we have to plural it. 2 seconds. 2 minute, 2 minutes. 2 hour? No, 2 hours. 2 day, 2 days. 2 week, 2 weeks. 2 months, 2 years. Seconds, minutes, hours, days, weeks, months, years. So if you're using 2, 3, 4, every number except 1, okay? Make sure you use the plural. All right, let's move on. Okay, now we know the vocabulary. Let's get into the first 2 expressions, ago and later. Very easy to use. Ago is talking about the past, before, and later is talking about the future, after, okay? So I have a question here. When did you call me? Okay, when did you call me? Okay, this is talking about the past. So someone asks, when did you call me? Okay, you just put the vocabulary here. 1 second ago. Okay, that's very soon. That's too soon. When did you call me? 1 second ago. That's too soon. 1 minute ago. That's possible. 1 hour ago. 1 day ago. 1 week ago. 1 month ago. 1 year ago. You can use any of these here. Okay. So remember, if you said 5, for example, 5. When did you call me? 5 minutes ago. 5 minutes ago. Okay, remember we have this S because it's now 5. 5 minutes ago. All right, so we're going to use ago because it's a past question. When did you call me? 5 minutes ago. When did you come home? 1 hour ago. All right, let's change the question. Let's change it here to the future. When will you call me? Okay, in the future, when will you call me? Let's use the future expression. 1 second later, well, that's too soon. Second is very short time. Okay, when will you call me? 1 minute later, 1 hour later, 1 day later, 1 week later, 1 month later, 1 year later, very long time, okay? And also remember, if we're going to use a plural, 5, 6, 7, 8, we need the S. When will you call me? 5 hours later. All right. So ago and later, very useful expressions to use for talking about the past and the future. Let's move on to the next 2 expressions. Okay, so we're going to look at these 2, last and next. Also very useful time expressions. Now, I changed the question a little bit. Okay, so past tense. When did you get married? And for the future, when will you get married? Let's take a look. When did you get married? Last second? No. Okay, we can't use second with this expression. Next second? No. Last minute? No, we can't use minute. And actually, we can't use hour and we can't use day. We can only use these expressions, okay? So for these ones, you want to use ago and later only. Now these ones, you can use ago and later and last and next, okay? So again, you can't use these with last and next. So let's take a look. When did you get married? Last week, last month, last year. Very easy. When will you get married? next week, next month, next year. Okay, so that's how you use last and next. Very easy. Let's take a look at some examples. All right, let's look at some example sentences. Listen carefully. 2 weeks ago, I met a girl. 2 weeks ago, I met a girl. Last week, we went on a date. Last week, we went on a date. 10 minutes ago, I asked her to marry me. 10 minutes ago, I asked her to marry me. 2 hours later, we will go home. 2 hours later, we will go home. Next week, we will meet her parents. Next week, we will meet her parents. 2 months later, we will get married. 2 months later, we will get married. Okay, I hope you have a good understanding of how to use the time expressions ago and later and last and next. They're very useful to quickly express time, all right? So you should study those, self-study. I know you can learn them. I know you can use them. So I hope this video helped you. See you next time. Hello everyone, welcome to this time expressions video. In this video, we're going to talk about time expressions for the past, present, and future. Now, in the previous video, the before video, we already studied ago, later, last, and next. Those ones are common. And here are a few more, okay? Now, there's a lot of time expressions, and I can't teach them all, but I tried to choose the most common. All right, so let's take a look. The first is past, things that happened before. And the first one, very common, last night. Very easy to use. Last night I ate pizza. Last night I drank a beer. Last night I went to bed early. All right, so very easy to use to talk about yesterday night. Now the next three, in the past, a long time ago, and long ago. Okay, these are things that happened before, but a very long time has passed. So for example, in the past, Korea had a war. Okay, so that was long ago. A long time ago was the Joseon dynasty. Okay, long ago was the Joseon dynasty. All of these are good expressions to talk about something long ago. Okay, let's move on to the present. Now, right now. Right now, I'm teaching in this video. Also, we could use this one, as we speak. As we speak means the same as now. As we speak, I am teaching this video. Nowadays, these days, recently. All of these mean the same thing. So something has happened around this time. Now, be careful with nowadays. Nowadays is one word. A lot of my students say nowadays. Nowadays is wrong. Don't say nowadays. You have to say nowa. There's an A there. Nowadays. Nowadays. These days. Recently. So nowadays the weather is very hot, or these days the economy is bad. All right. So all of them very similar. All right, let's go to the future. Soon. A lot of my students like to say coming soon, coming soon. Now, we usually use coming soon for movies that are coming soon. But just when we're talking with our friends, we don't usually say coming soon. We say soon. My friend is coming soon. That's okay. But I'm getting married soon, or I'm going to eat dinner soon, okay? I'm going to use it like that. Don't use coming soon too much. Tonight, I'm going to have a good dinner. Tonight, I'm going to go to bed early. Tomorrow night, okay? Tomorrow night, I have to meet my friends. Tomorrow night, I'm going to exercise. all right? And the last two, in the future, far in the future, all right? So we're talking about a long time. So in the future, I don't know when. In the future, I will get married. Far in the future, maybe 20 years later, I will retire. I will quit my job, all right? So I'm sorry I had to go a little bit quick through these expressions. These are good time expressions to express past, present, and future. Let's take a look at a few examples right now. Okay, I wrote 3 sentences here to help you understand how to use the time expressions past, present, and future. Let's take a look at the first one. In the past, okay? We should try and always use our time expression at the beginning of the sentence. So in the past, that's my time expression. After our time expression, we should use a comma. In the past, comma. So in the past, Korea was poor. In the past, Korea was poor. All right? The economy was not good. Let's look at the next sentence. Nowadays, comma. So nowadays, these days, recently, Korea is developing. Okay, nowadays, Korea is developing. Again, I have a comma. And let's go to the future. In the future, Korea will be rich. In the future, Korea will be rich. In the future, far in the future, soon, maybe soon. Soon, Korea will be rich. Okay? So again, use the time expressions in the beginning, followed by a comma there. Okay? So let's look at some more examples. Example 1. Last night, I had a job interview. Today, I got a phone call. I was hired. Tonight, I will celebrate at a good restaurant. Okay, example number 2. In the past, children were very polite. Nowadays, children are rude. In the future, I hope children are polite again. Right, next example. Recently, I have been sick. As we speak, my stomach hurts. Soon, I may need to go to the hospital. All right, the last example. A long time ago, I got married. These days, I have 2 teenage boys. Far in the future, I will have grandchildren. Okay, so those were some good examples of how to use the time expressions of past, present, and future. Now, as I taught you, you should try and use the time expressions at the beginning of the sentence, but in some cases, it is okay to use them at the end. All right, that's not a bad thing. Anyway, I hope you understand. I know there's a lot to learn in this video. I hope to see you again soon. Hello everyone, welcome to this time expressions video. In this video, we are going to talk about indefinite adverbs of frequency. Okay, what are indefinite adverbs of frequency? Well, indefinite means the time is not exact, not detailed, and adverbs of frequency are words that describe how often we do something. Okay? So to help you understand, let's look at the list of adverbs of frequency. These are the most common. All right, so how often you do something. Let's go through the list. Of course, the top one is always. That means you always do something. Almost always, very close. Frequently, okay, you do it a lot. Usually, often, sometimes, okay? Sometimes is the middle. So sometimes you do something, sometimes you don't. Occasionally, seldom, rarely, okay? You don't do something very much. Almost never. And the last one, never. You never do something. Okay, so let's look at our question. This is the important question we want to answer. How often? How often do you? So how often do you do something? So let's make an example question. How often do you drink water? Okay, how often do you drink water? So someone asks you that question. How often do you drink water? Okay, so first you should think about which one of these describes how often you drink water. So there's actually 3 ways to answer this question. Now, I'm going to choose always. So the first way to answer, how often do you drink water? I would say always. Okay, very simple. You just say the adverb of frequency. How often do you drink water? Always. Okay, that's the easiest way. The second way, how often do you drink water? Okay, you would use a complete sentence, a full sentence. I always drink water. How often do you drink water? I always drink water. All right, and the last way, which is probably the most common way, is this one here. How often do you drink water? I always do. Okay, I always do. This is a good sentence to use. All right, let's change the question. How often do you drink soju? Okay, how often do you drink soju? Some of you are always, some of you are never. I'm going to choose sometimes. So I'm going to say, I sometimes do. How often do you drink soju? I sometimes do. All right. Now, the adverbs of frequency are usually in the middle of the sentence. Okay. But you see these ones here with the star, these ones are in the middle, but also we could use them at the beginning of the sentence. So how often do you drink soju? Sometimes I do. I sometimes do. Both ways are okay, all right? So these are the adverbs of frequency. I know it takes a lot of practice to remember them and use them properly. So we're going to look at a few more examples right now to help you understand them. Okay, let's look at some example sentences. The first one. Occasionally, I play tennis. Occasionally, I play tennis. I frequently swim at the beach. I frequently swim at the beach. Sometimes I go fishing. Sometimes I go fishing. I always have a headache. I always have a headache. My wife usually comes home late. My wife usually comes home late. She almost never studies. She almost never studies. We hardly ever hold hands. We hardly ever hold hands. They often fight. They often fight. All right, so those were some good examples of how to use indefinite adverbs of frequency. Now, they're very useful to know, so you should study them. Now, I couldn't talk about everything in this video, so you need some extra self-study. Learn them, use them. They're very useful to express how often you do something. All right, so that's it for this video. See you next video. Hello everyone, welcome to this time expression video. In this video, we are going to learn how to use definite adverbs of frequency. What does that mean? Well, definite means an exact time, an exact amount. And the adverbs of frequency, okay, those are words to describe how often we do something. All right, so let's take a look. This is the question we want to answer. So someone asks, how often do you do something? So let's do an example. I will ask, how often do you take a shower? How often do you take a shower? Okay, so we have to answer. Now let's start with once. Once means one time, but we don't say one time. We use the word once. So how often do you take a shower? Once, and then I would choose one of these, okay? Once a minute, okay, that's a lot of showers. Once an hour, that's still a lot of showers. Once a day, that sounds right. How often do you take a shower? Once a day, all right? Now, some of you, maybe you take a shower 2 times, but we don't say 2 times, we say twice, okay? So we use once, twice. How often do you take a shower? Twice a day, okay? And if you're a very dirty person, maybe twice a week, twice a month, or once a year. That's a very dirty person. Okay, so we have once, twice. I'll change the question. How often do you brush your teeth? How often do you brush your teeth? Well, I brush my teeth, let's see. Once a day? No, twice. No, I'll say 3 times. Okay, so we say once, twice, 3 times. I brush my teeth 3 times a day. 3 times a day. How often do you eat food? I eat food 3 times, 4 times, many times. Okay, I eat a lot of food. I eat breakfast, lunch, dinner, and some snacks. So many times a day. All right. Okay, so we're using a day a lot. Let's use one of these. How often do you go to school? Okay, so if I ask the question, how often do you go to school? Well, 3 times. If you go to school, maybe 5 times a week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So you would say 5 times a week. Okay. How often do you take a trip? Okay. How often do you take a trip? Well, maybe you would say once a year, maybe twice a year, okay? Maybe never, okay? Don't forget, never is also a choice. All right, so this is how we use the definite adverbs of frequency. Let's move on to some more. Okay, we're going to look at the expression every. Every is very common, very easy to use because you can say every morning, every afternoon, every evening, every minute, every hour, every day, every week, every month, every year. So let's make a new question. How often do you exercise? How often do you exercise? Well, some of you maybe every morning or every evening, every day, all right? How often do you check your phone for new messages? Okay, so how often do you check your phone for new messages? Some of you might say every minute. Every minute I check my phone. Or every hour. How often do you visit your grandparents? Okay, maybe your grandparents live very far. How often do you visit your grandparents? Well, every year, okay? So that's similar to once a year, every year, all right? So that's every, very easy to use, very common. So let's look at some more examples right now. The first example, I visit my parents once a month. I visit my parents once a month. The next example, 5 times a week I go jogging. 5 times a week I go jogging. The next example, every minute I check my mirror. Every minute I check my mirror. Every evening I watch TV. Every evening, I watch TV. And the last example, I like to meet my friends once a week. I like to meet my friends once a week. Okay, we just saw some great examples of how to use definite adverbs of frequency. They're very good to know, especially when someone is asking you a how often question. All right, you have to answer with an adverb of frequency. So you need to do a little more self-study. I couldn't talk about everything in this video, so please do a little more self-study and learn them very well. I know you can master them. That's it for this video. See you next time. Welcome to our basics series. These videos have real English for low-level beginners. Our teachers teach you words and expressions you should know. All of these videos are helpful to improve your English, so never give up. It's important to watch these videos and also do some self-study. Check any new words you don't understand in a dictionary and try to always repeat what the teacher says. These videos can be difficult to understand at first, but keep watching. You will get better, you will improve. Let's get started. Hello everyone, I'm Robin, and in this video I'm going to talk about different ways to express how to ask someone where the toilet is. Okay, now I don't like my students to use the word toilet, so I'm going to show you some other words to use instead of toilet. Let's take a look. So here is the question you might want to ask a stranger to find the toilet. Excuse me, where is the... Okay, let's try a new word. Restroom. Excuse me, where is the restroom? Restroom is the best thing to say. It's the most common, it's the most proper. You always want to say restroom. That's the best. Excuse me, where is the restroom? The next one, washroom. Excuse me, where is the washroom? Washroom is also common and it's okay. I like that one too. Bathroom. Excuse me, where is the bathroom? Now the bathroom, we usually say the bathroom in someone's house. So we are visiting someone's house and we would ask them, excuse me, where is the bathroom? Some people do say it out in public, excuse me, where's the bathroom? Okay, so restroom, washroom, and bathroom. These top three are the best. They're the most common, and I want you to use these three. All right, let's talk about toilet. Excuse me, where's the toilet? We don't like to say toilet in English because toilet is a dirty word. It's a bad word. So toilet is used a lot in Asia, but actually if you're going to North America or Europe, they usually don't say the word toilet directly, okay? So you might see it on a sign, but when asking someone, you should use the top three. Same with lavatory. Lavatory, you might see that on a sign. It means the same, but usually people don't say, where is the lavatory, okay? You can say that, but again, these three are the best. The last one, the WC. In Europe, you might see that on a sign, but you never want to say that. Where is the WC? Of course, WC means water closet, but in English, please don't say WC. So again, restroom, washroom, bathroom. Those are the best. Use those. Toilet, lavatory, WC, don't say those, but you might see them on a sign. All right? So next time you need to ask someone, please use these. That's it, and see you next time. Hello everyone, my name is Robin, and in this video, I'm going to talk about the different parts of Western names. Okay, so Western names, of course, are a little bit different style than Korean names. So we're going to talk about that. There are two main parts to my name, Robin and Shaw. Okay, so let's look at Robin. Robin is called my given name. It is given to me. And actually, my brother, my older brother, he's 6 years older, he thought of my name, Robin, and my mother liked that, so she gave it to me when I was born. Robin, so it's a given name, given to me. We also call Robin my first name. That's my first name. Why is it called first name? Because it's first. Okay, so someone asks me, what's your given name? Robin. What's your first name? Robin. Okay, given name and first name. Let's go to the next part, Shaw. Okay, so Robin Shaw. Shaw is my family name. Everyone in my family uses Shaw. Me, my brother, my parents, we are Shaw. That's called your family name. It's also called my last name. Why? First name, last name. And we can also use surname. All right. So someone asks me, what's your family name? Shaw. What's your last name? Shaw. What's your surname? Shaw. Okay. They're all the same. Robin Shaw. Now, there's actually another part to my name right here. And this is a private name. So most Westerners have actually 3 parts to their name, but they only use 2 parts. Now, this part here is called the middle name, all right? And my middle name is James, but I don't like to use James, so I only use Robin Shaw. So why do we have a middle name? Well, it's kind of an honorific name. It could be used as an honorific name, which means my mother gave me the name James to honor someone, to respect someone. And actually, she wants to honor her brother, my uncle. His name is James, so she gave me the middle name James to honor him. Okay, so that's the middle name. Now, like I said, it's kind of private. And most foreigners don't like to use their middle name. They only like to use their first name and their last name, and they kind of hide or don't say their middle name. So actually, my middle name is here, but I'm going to erase it because I don't want anyone to call me James or Robin James, all right? I just only want Robin Shaw. Don't worry about my middle name. And maybe you shouldn't ask another foreigner about their middle name. And if you know their middle name, don't say their middle name, okay? Unless they tell you to, okay? It's kind of private. Just focus on first name, last name. All right, let's look at the Korean name. Kim Chol-soo. His given name, Chol-soo. His first name, well, we can't say Kim, so we have to do it in Western style here. We can make his first name Chol-soo. Family name, Kim. Last name, Kim. No, last name, Kim. Okay, if you can use first name and last name, you have to write it this style. So family name and surname, Kim. All right. So again, just the first name and the last name is a little confusing because actually this is last and this is first. But Western style, we say last name here. All right, so don't be confused with first name and last name. Anyway, that is the Korean style. That is the Western style, the different parts of the names. I hope you understand, and I'll see you next video. Hello everyone, my name is Robin, and in this video, I'm going to teach you different ways to say you need to go, okay? So maybe you are at a party or a meeting and you have to go. So these are the expressions you should use. Let's take a look. And we'll start with this one. This is the most formal, I've got to. So you're going to say I've got to, and you have to choose a verb. Now these are the most common verbs to use. Go, run, take off, leave. They all mean the same. Go. So you can say, I've got to go. That's okay. I've got to run. Okay, remember, run doesn't mean run. It just means go. I've got to take off. I've got to take off. I've got to leave. I've got to leave. Sorry, I've got to leave. Okay? All of these are possible. The next one, you can see this is I've got to. This is just I got to. This is okay too. I got to go. I got to run. I got to take off. I got to leave. The next one is got to, but of course, when we say it very fast, it's going to sound like gotta, gotta, got to, gotta. I gotta go. I gotta run. I gotta take off. I gotta leave. Okay? So this one is probably the most common and the easiest one to use. I gotta. Now the next three is, they're stronger. They really mean you have to go. So I need to go. I need to run. I need to take off. I need to leave. I have to go. I have to run. I have to take off. I have to leave. I must. Very strong. I must go. I must run. I must take off. I must leave. Okay? So you can see it's very flexible. You can use any of these expressions with any of these verbs. All right? They all mean the same thing. You have to go. Now remember, I suggest this one. I gotta go. That's the easiest, the quickest way. I gotta go. All right? So the next time you have to leave some appointment or meeting, use one of these. All right? I hope you understand. See you next video. Moriappa. Hello everyone, I'm Robin, and in this video we're going to learn how to express head sickness or head injury. Something's wrong with your head, all right, and you want to express that in English. So let's take a look at my examples here of how we can express some problem with our head. Now the first one is easy. My head hurts. My head hurts. Okay, so if you have some head problem, you just say, my head hurts. The next one, I have a headache. Oh, I have a headache. I have a headache. Now, headache, you got to be careful here. Some of my students say H, headache. Don't do that. Okay, it is only headache. Headache, ache, headache. I have a headache, okay? The next one, I have a migraine. Migraine. Now, a migraine is just a type of headache, okay? But it's a very, very strong and powerful headache. So people call it a migraine. Oh, I have a headache. Oh, I have a migraine. Okay, it's a very strong headache. The next one, I have a concussion. A concussion is a very serious problem. If you fall and you hit your head and your brain is hurt, okay, that's called a concussion, okay? Maybe you're not feeling very well. A lot of people who play sports, they also get a concussion. They hit their head very strong and their brain has some problems, okay? That's a concussion. I have a concussion. The last one, I feel dizzy. I feel dizzy. Okay, so dizzy, the room is moving around, you feel dizzy. Okay, and maybe you want to throw up, you feel dizzy. All right, let's go through them again. My head hurts. I have a headache. I have a migraine. I have a concussion. I feel dizzy. Okay, so these are the basic ways to express problems with your head, sicknesses or injury. All right, that's it for this video. See you next time. Hi students, I'm Robin, and in this video I'm going to teach you how to express 5 basic emotions in English. Alright, so you want to tell someone how you feel. What do you say? Well, you should always begin your sentence with I'm. I'm, and then you express the emotion. So let's take a look at the top two, happy and glad. So you would say, I'm happy. I'm glad. Okay, they mean the same thing. Of course, happy is more common than glad, but a lot of people use glad. I'm glad. I'm happy. The next, angry, upset, and mad. They all mean the same thing, so you would say, I'm angry. I'm upset. I'm mad. I'm angry. I'm upset. I'm mad. Now, mad is very common to mean angry, and a lot of people use that. I'm mad. The next, sad. I'm sad. I'm sad. Oh, I'm very sad. I'm upset. I'm upset. Okay, you can see upset and upset. It's used for angry. It's also used for sad. Okay, so upset can mean both things. It depends on the situation and how the person says it. Okay, so if someone says, I'm upset, you know they're angry. And if someone says, I'm upset, you know they're sad. I'm depressed. I'm depressed. Okay, depressed means very sad. You're very sad. I'm depressed. All right. Scared and terrified. Now, you are very scared of something. A lot of people are scared of horror movies. They say, I'm scared. I'm scared. Okay. Terrified means very scared. You could say, I'm terrified. I'm terrified of spiders. All right. And the last two, I'm surprised and I'm shocked. I'm surprised, okay? Maybe someone gives you a gift, you didn't expect it. Oh, I'm surprised. Or you're shocked. Maybe you see your boyfriend with another girl, you're very shocked. Okay? So that's how we express the basic emotions in English. I hope you learn them and I hope you can use them. That's it. See you next time. Hello everyone, I'm Robin, and in this video I'm going to talk about words and expressions of encouragement, okay? Now, what does encouragement mean, or to encourage? That means you have a friend who has a very big test and they're studying and you want to encourage them, okay? You have to tell them happy and positive words so they can do their best. All right, that's encouragement. You encourage them. Now, these are the most common expressions, and you probably already know most of them. The first one, good luck, of course. This is the most common one. It works in every situation. Good luck, okay? That's a good expression of encouragement. The next one is more specific. You could say, good luck on your test. Good luck on your test. Good luck on your job interview next week. Good luck on your marriage, okay? You can do it. You can do it. I believe in you. You can do it. Do your best, okay? These are also common expressions of encouragement you can use to your friend. You can do it. Do your best. And the last one, keep up the good work. Now, keep up the good work is a little bit different. Keep up the good work means that person is already doing a good job and you want them to continue doing a good job. So in the office, the boss usually says this to a hardworking employee. Keep up the good work. Keep doing a good job. All right? So these are the most common ways to encourage someone to do their best. Let's look at some example sentences. All right, let's look at the first example. Good luck on your first day of class. Good luck on your first day of class. The next example. I'm sure you can pass your test. You can do it. I'm sure you can pass your test. You can do it. The next example. I know you can get a promotion at work. Do your best. I know you can get a promotion at work. Do your best. And the last example. Wow, in every subject you got A+. Keep up the good work. Wow, in every subject you got A+. Keep up the good work. Those example sentences showed you exactly how and when to use words of encouragement. All right, now I'm going to tell you a little story about when I first came to Korea, and I heard many Koreans saying the expression fighting, but with Korean pronunciation, it sounds more like fighting. I was very confused at what this meant. Okay, it took me a long time to understand that this was a word of encouragement, okay, that they would say to their friend, because the word fighting is a very negative word about fighting. So I didn't realize that it was a word of encouragement. Now I do. Now I know if you want to encourage someone, you say fighting. But in English, we can't use that word. It's a Konglish term. So you have to use the examples I showed you today. All right. So if you say fighting to someone who speaks English, a native speaker, they will not understand and they will be confused. All right, that's it, and see you next time. Hello everyone, I'm Robin, and in this video, I'm going to teach you how to express how well you speak another language. Now, some of you may speak another language very well, or some of you may speak another language not too well. Anyway, these expressions are good to use. Let's take a look. These are the expressions, and each expression has a blank line. All right, this is where you want to put another language. For example, English, Japanese, Chinese, French, German, Spanish, any language. So the first expression, I don't speak, okay? I don't speak Chinese. I don't speak Chinese. So if you don't speak the language, that's what you say. I don't speak. I don't speak Chinese. Now, some of my students say, I'm not English. I'm not English. That's strange. You don't want to say that. You want to say, I don't speak English. All right? The next one. I know a few words of Japanese. I know a few words of Japanese. I don't know the language of Japanese, but I know a few words. Okay, maybe 5 to 10 words. I know a few words of Japanese. The next one. I can get by in French. I can get by in French. The get by means survive. Okay, I'm not fluent in French. I don't know all of the French language, but I can get by. I can survive from day to day. So, for example, if I go to the restaurant, I can order food, things like that. I can get by in French. The next one. My Spanish is a bit rusty. My Spanish is a bit rusty. Now, a bit rusty, what does that mean? Well, that means I do speak Spanish, or I learned Spanish, but I haven't used it for a long time, maybe years. I haven't spoken any Spanish for years. So my level in Spanish has gone down a little bit because I didn't use it, okay? So I'm going to say my Spanish is a bit rusty. I need to practice a little bit more, and then I can go back to normal. The next one. I speak German well. I speak German well. Okay, you're not fluent, but you're well. You speak it very well. And the last one. I'm fluent, okay? You are perfect in that language. I'm fluent in English. I'm perfect at speaking English. So you want to use the word fluent and in. Fluent in. I'm fluent in English. Maybe you're fluent in Korean. All right? So these are the expressions you want to use to express how well you speak another language. They're all common and they're all very useful. That's it for this video. See you next time. Hi, I'm Robin, and in this video, we're going to look at some easy expressions to express that you're sorry. All right, let's take a look. Now, the first one is very common. You must know it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, the second one, of course, you want to express that you're more sorry. So you say, I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. The next one, I'm terribly sorry. Okay, so you want to use this if you're really, really sorry. I'm terribly sorry. I'm terribly sorry. The next two, excuse me and pardon me. Okay, excuse me and pardon me. These are expressions used when you want to get someone's attention. Excuse me, sir, or pardon me, sir. But these are also used to mean sorry. Okay, so if you're walking in the department store and you accidentally hit someone, you can say, oh, excuse me, or oh, pardon me. That means sorry too. And the last one, I apologize. Okay, this one is the formal one. Okay, this one is the strongest one, the most sincere one. I apologize. All right, let's move on to some other expressions. All right, after you say I'm sorry, you want to use one of these expressions. Now let's take a look. You can say, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Okay, you did something wrong and you want to tell them, you say, it's my fault. Okay, or you can say, it's all my fault. So some people say it's my fault and some people say it's all my fault. This one's a little bit stronger. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Okay, and maybe you want to make a promise. You say, I'm sorry, it won't happen again. I'm sorry, it won't happen again. I won't do that again. Okay, I'm sorry, it won't happen again. Or, sorry, I'll be more careful next time. I'm sorry, I'll be more careful next time. All right, so these are excellent expressions to use when you're sorry. That's it for this video. See you next time. Hi everyone, I'm Robin, and what? There's some problem? There's something on my face? On this side? Yes, there's something on my face. Thanks for telling me. Many times I'm teaching an English class and there's something on my face, but my students don't tell me. You know, very often I have chalk or some dust or dirt on my face. I go to the class. Sometimes I teach the class for 1 or 2 hours, and after the class, I go to the washroom and I see there's something on my face, and I wonder why I'm teaching a class of 20 students and none of them told me that I have something on my face. Okay, it's very strange. Are they shy or embarrassed, or they don't want to embarrass me? I don't know, but I wish they told me one of these expressions. If your teacher or a friend or even a stranger has something on their face, and you should tell them, all right? You should use this expression. You have something on your face. Very easy. You have something on your face. Maybe they have something in their hair. You have something in your hair. This is all you say. You have something on your face. You have something in your hair. And then that person knows they should check a mirror, check their face, or check their hair. All right, let's move on to some more examples. Here's another example of an embarrassing thing that might happen to someone. Their zipper is down. Of course, the zipper is in front of your pants and it can be down. You should zip it up. Anyway, sometimes I might go out, my zipper is down. Nobody tells me. Okay, now why don't they tell me? I don't know. But you should tell me, or any other foreigner in English, that their zipper is down. Okay? These are the expressions you want to use. The first one, your fly is down. Now, it's called a zipper, but we use the slang fly. Fly, zipper, they mean the same thing. So you could just say, your fly is down. Your fly is down. Oh, and then I would understand I have to pull up my fly, my zipper. You could also say XYZ. XYZ. If you said XYZ to me, I know I should pull up my zipper. Why? XYZ. This means examine your zipper. Okay. Examine your zipper. XYZ. You tell that to me. Oh, okay, I know there's some problem with my zipper. Anyway, we talked a lot about embarrassing problems in this video. If you see someone, especially your teacher, with something on their face or in their hair, or their fly is open, be sure to use one of these expressions. That's it, and I'll see you next time. Hi everyone, I'm Robin, and in this video we are going to talk about the weather. How to ask about the weather and how to answer about the weather. All right, let's look at our first question. How's the weather? Okay, some people ask, how's the weather? But you could also ask, how's the weather today? It's the same question. How's the weather? How's the weather today? All right, both are okay. Now let's take a look at the answers. How's the weather? Well, we always want to begin our answer with it's. Okay, how's the weather? It's hot today. It's hot today. Okay, now a lot of people add today. It's hot today. But you don't need to say today, okay? You could just say it's hot, okay? How's the weather? It's hot. How's the weather? It's hot today, okay? Both answers are okay. Let's move down. It's hot. It's warm, okay? It's cool. It's cool. Cool is not cold. Cool is nice, okay? That's a nice temperature. It's cool. It's chilly, okay? Chilly is starting to get cold. Ooh, chilly, it's chilly. It's cold, okay? And the last one, it's freezing, okay? It's very, very cold. It's freezing, all right? How's the weather? It's hot. It's hot today. It's warm. It's warm today. It's cool. It's cool today. It's chilly. It's chilly today. It's cold. It's cold today. It's freezing. It's freezing today. Okay, let's move on to the next set. Here's the next set. Okay, we have the same question. How's the weather? How's the weather today? And your answer, it's. And we're not going to talk about hot or cold. We're going to talk about what it looks like outside. What's happening outside, okay? So the first one, it's sunny today. It's sunny today, okay? So there's lots of sunshine. The sun is out. It's sunny today. So remember, you can say it's sunny today, but you can also just say it's sunny, okay? Both ways are okay. It's cloudy today. It's cloudy, okay? There's lots of clouds in the sky. No sun, okay? It's cloudy today. It's windy today. It's windy. There's a lot of wind blowing on your face. It's windy today. It's rainy. It's rainy today. Okay, lots of rain. And the last one, it's snowy. It's snowy today. So it's snowing outside. Maybe it's in the winter time, okay? It's snowy today. So one more time. It's sunny. It's sunny today. It's cloudy. It's cloudy today. It's windy. It's windy today. It's rainy. It's rainy today. And it's snowy. It's snowy today. All right? So these are excellent ways to express the weather. Remember the question, how's the weather? And remember how to answer. All right? That's it. See you next time. Hello everyone, I'm Robin, and in this video, I'm going to talk about some expressions you can use when you want someone to repeat what they are saying, okay? So maybe you're talking in English to a foreigner and you don't understand them and you want them to say something again, all right? These are the expressions you're going to use. The first two, huh? What? Okay, these are rude and impolite. You only want to use these with your friends. Only with your friends, not someone important or a stranger, all right? So when you're talking to your friend and you don't understand what they say and you want them to repeat, say it again. You can say, huh? What? All right, now the next group, they're more polite, all right? Pardon me. Pardon me, okay? You want someone to repeat? Pardon me. I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. Pardon me. I beg your pardon. Excuse me. Similar to pardon me. Excuse me. Okay, and they will repeat what they said. What did you say? Okay, very simple, very direct. What did you say? Okay, and that person will repeat. They will say it again, what they said. All right, this is the first set. Let's move on to some more expressions. Okay, the next set is a little more difficult, but these are all common, okay? When you're speaking in English to an English speaker, they will understand these and they will say again what they're talking about. Let's take a look at the first one. What was that? Okay, again, you don't understand what someone is talking about and you want them to say it again. You just say, what was that? What was that? What was that? Okay, and they will understand you and they will say it again. I'm sorry, I missed that. I'm sorry, I missed that. Okay, I missed that. I didn't hear it very well. I missed it. Say it again. I'm sorry, I missed that. I didn't get that. I didn't get that. Okay, I didn't understand that. I didn't hear that. I didn't get that. Okay, say it again. Could you repeat that? Could you repeat that? Could you repeat that? Okay, very direct and easy way to ask someone to repeat themselves. Could you repeat that? Last two are, again, a little more rude and only use them with your friends, okay? Say again and come again, okay? Both of these, again, rude, only with your friends. But if you say again, come again, okay, that means for your friend to repeat themselves, all right? So these are the expressions you use. All of them are common. If you want someone to repeat themselves or say something again because you didn't hear them the first time. All right, that's it for this video. See you next time. Hello everyone, I'm Robin, and in this video, we're going to talk about how to ask someone about their weekend. Of course, the weekend means Saturday and Sunday. So we're going to learn how to ask your friend or coworker, all right? Now, the first question here is the most common question. How was your weekend? How was your weekend? How was your weekend? Okay, so the how. Was it good or bad? How was your weekend? And you want to answer with it. It was. How was? It was okay. It was okay. It was great. It was terrible. It was so-so. It was boring. Okay, so you want to answer, how was your weekend? Your feeling about the weekend. How was your weekend? It was okay. Now you want to ask them about their weekend. How was yours? How was yours? Okay, the yours means your weekend. How was your weekend? It was okay. How was yours? Okay, now you could say, how was yours? But you could also just say, how was your weekend? That's okay too, but this is probably more common. How was yours? Okay, now here are some more questions you might ask to know more about their weekend. Where did you go? Okay, you can ask them, where did you go? Same question, did you go anywhere? Okay, where did you go? Did you go anywhere? Okay, on the weekend. What did you do? What did you do? On the weekend, what did you do? Or, did you do anything? did you do anything? Did you do anything on the weekend? Okay, so these questions are the same, asking about where that person went or what that person did. All right, let's move on. The first question, how was your weekend, was asking someone about their feeling about the weekend. Was it a good weekend? Was it a bad weekend? And then after they answered, then you would ask some questions like, what did you do? Where did you go? Now, this next question is more direct, okay? What did you do on the weekend? What did you do on the weekend? So you're going to ask right away, what did you do? All right? Now, to answer, there's three possible ways to answer this. What did you do on the weekend? The first way is if you traveled somewhere, you went somewhere, okay? So what did you do on the weekend? I went to Busan, okay? You want to say went to. I went to Busan. I went to the park. I went to the coex, okay? Now the next two ways are using verbs, action words, okay? Now this style is using the ing. I went hiking. I went fishing. I went skiing, okay? And the last way here, you've got to use the verb, the action word, past tense, okay? So I stayed at home. I washed the dishes, okay? I studied, all right? So these are three different ways to answer this question. What did you do on the weekend? Let's take a look at some example dialogues. Let's look at the first dialogue. Hey Bill, how was your weekend? It was great. What did you do? I went to a concert. How was yours? It was okay. The next dialogue. Hi Sam, what did you do on the weekend? Nothing much. How about you? I just stayed home. The next dialogue. Hey Susan, how was your weekend? It was great. I took a trip. Where did you go? I went to Jeju Island with my boyfriend. And the next dialogue. Hello Jack, how was your weekend? It was a bit boring. Did you go anywhere? No, I just stayed home and rested. And the last dialogue. Hello Rob, what did you do on the weekend? I went fishing. Cool. Now we know the two most common questions to ask someone about their weekend, okay? How was your weekend? How was your weekend? Okay, you ask that to someone to know if they had a good weekend or bad weekend. And what did you do on the weekend? What did you do on the weekend? You want to know exactly what they did or if they took a trip. Both of these questions, very common. Don't be afraid to use them. That's it for this video, and I'll see you next time. Where did I put my keys? I forgot. That's what we're going to talk about in this video. Different ways to express that you forgot something. All right, let's take a look at the board. The top two here are the most common ways and the easiest ways to express that you forgot something. You say, I forgot, or I can't remember. I can't remember, okay? So they mean the same thing. The next three, this one, and this one, they're a little more difficult because they are idioms. And with idioms, it can be confusing because the words in the idiom expression sometimes doesn't match the meaning, okay? Well, I'll explain that. I'll make them clear. Just remember that these all mean the same thing, that you forgot something. So the first idiom, it slipped my mind. It slipped my mind. Don't worry about what the word slipped means. Just this is an idiom that means I forgot. It slipped my mind. The next idiom, I can't think of it. I can't think of it offhand. Again, it's an idiom, so don't worry what the meaning of offhand, what does that mean? It's an idiom. You just say, I can't think of it offhand. Again, that means I forgot. I can't think of it offhand. And the last one, the last idiom, I can't think of it off the top of my head. I can't think of it off the top of my head. It's an idiom, so don't worry what off the top of my head means. It just means I forgot. I can't think of it off the top of my head. All right, so these are the ways to express that you forgot something. Let's take a look at some example dialogues. Okay, let's look at the first dialogue. Where are your shoes? I can't remember. I forgot. The next dialogue. What's your phone number? It slipped my mind. Okay, tell me when you remember. The next dialogue. How old is your son? I can't think of it offhand. Oh, you're a terrible father. And the last dialogue. When is your vacation time? I can't think of it off the top of my head. Okay, tell me when you remember. So those are the common expressions to express that you forgot something. I know the idioms are a little bit difficult. They take a lot of practice to remember and use. All right, but don't be scared of those. Anyway, I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, that's it for this video. See you next time. Hello everyone, my name is Robin, and in this video I'm going to teach you a very important question to ask a foreigner about how much alcohol they can drink. All right, so here is the question, and the question asks, how much soju can you drink? Okay, you want to know how much alcohol they can drink. How much soju can you drink? Now, I'm asking about soju, but you can change the question to beer, wine, makgeolli, okay? How much beer can you drink? It's the same question and the same answer. So how much soju can you drink? You want to use I can. How much soju can you? I can drink. I can drink. I can drink. Well, how much can you drink? Well, you should say, if we're talking about soju, soju usually uses the small cups, okay? So how much soju can you drink? I can drink 1 cup. The glass, usually we don't use glass for soju. We use the cup for soju. The glass is for beer. So if I asked how much beer can you drink, I can drink 1 glass. Okay. Now bottle, that's okay for soju or beer. They both use bottles. So how much soju can you drink? I can drink 1 bottle. All right. So again, you want to use a cup for the small cups of soju, glass for beer glass, also a wine glass, and the bottle can be used for anything. That's 1. Now let's drink a little more. How much soju can you drink? I can drink 2 cups. Okay. Now this is 1. We're going to 2. 2 cups. Notice we have the S now. We have to make it plural. There's 2. How much soju can you drink? I can drink 2 cups. How much beer can you drink? I can drink 2 glasses. How much beer can you drink? I can drink 2 bottles. Okay, so if you're going more than 1, like 2, 3, 4, you have to use cups, glasses, bottles. Okay, don't say 2 bottle. I can drink 2 bottle. That sounds very strange. You make sure you have that S. I can drink 2 bottles. All right. Maybe you don't drink alcohol. You don't like alcohol. You never drink soju. You never drink beer or anything. This is what you want to say. How much soju can you drink? I never drink soju. I never drink beer. I never drink wine. Okay, or also you could say, I don't like to drink soju. Okay, you tell the person, I never drink it. All right. All right, so remember 1 cup, 2 cups, to plural. I don't know how much soju you drink. A lot of students ask me how much soju I can drink. When I first came to Korea, I could drink about 2 bottles of soju, but these days I don't drink so much soju. So maybe I can drink about 1 bottle of soju. But recently I never drink soju. Anyway, that's a good question to ask a foreigner about how much they can drink. I hope you learned it and I hope you use it, okay? That's it, and see you next time. Hi, I'm Robin, and in this video we're going to talk about a very important question to ask someone: what's your religion? Now, you have to be very careful asking this question because it is a personal question, okay? So some people are uncomfortable talking about their religion, so make sure you're very friendly with that person and you know that person very well. All right, what's your religion? Now, when someone asks you, what's your religion, you should always begin your sentence with I'm, okay? And there's different things you can be. Let's take a look. Now, the religious people, you can be Christian and Catholic. Both of these very common in Korea. So what's your religion? I'm Christian. I'm Christian. Or I'm Catholic. I'm Catholic. Okay, so these people, of course, go to church and believe in God. The next category here is agnostic. Okay, it's very strange pronunciation. Agnostic. There's an A here, but it sounds like egg, like EGG. Agnostic. Agnostic. And what does agnostic mean? Well, agnostic means if you are agnostic, you don't believe in the regular religions. You're not Catholic. You're not Christian. Okay, so you probably don't go to church. And do you believe in God? Well, some people believe in God and some people don't. Okay, so if you're agnostic, you're kind of unsure. You're not really sure if there's a God or not. But certainly you don't like religion. All right. Now, I put Buddhist here if you're Buddhist. So what's your religion? I'm Buddhist. Of course, Buddhist people are very spiritual, and they would fall in the agnostic category. Yeah, just spiritual people. They feel there is something special in the universe. Maybe there is a God or some force controlling things. And the I don't know people. Okay, the middle people. Maybe there's a God, maybe there's something, I don't know. Okay, so we would put all these kind of people in the agnostic category. The last category, atheist. What's your religion? I'm atheist. Okay, atheist. And you can see nothing. Atheists don't believe in God. They don't believe in church. They don't believe in anything. There is nothing special or spiritual in the universe. Okay, there's nothing. All right, that's an atheist. All right, so let's take a look at the pronunciation one more time. What's your religion? I'm Christian. I'm Catholic. I'm agnostic. I'm agnostic. I'm Buddhist. I'm Buddhist. I'm an atheist. I'm an atheist. Okay? So those are the different types of ways you can answer that question. Very useful if someone asks you that question. And again, be careful who you ask that question to. Okay? It is very personal and maybe they don't want to talk about that. Well, that's it for this video. See you next time. Hello again, students. I'm Robin. In this video, we're going to talk about expressing worry or concern to your friend. Okay, so maybe you meet your friend and your friend looks very sad, or he or she is bothered by something. Okay, their face is just so unhappy. All right, they're like, so you're very worried or concerned. So you want to ask them if everything is okay. So these are the questions you're going to ask to check if they're, if they're all right. Let's take a look. So of course, the first one is the most common one. How are you? Okay. Or how are you doing? Okay. So you want to express a little bit of worry. How are you? How are you doing? How do you feel? How do you feel? How do you feel today? Or how are you feeling? Okay, don't confuse these two. How do you feel? How are you feeling? How are you feeling? How do you feel? How are you feeling? Is everything okay? This is a good one. This is one I usually use. Is everything okay? Is everything okay? Very simple. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong with you? Okay. Are you all right? Are you all right? Are you okay? Okay, so these are the questions you want to ask your friend if they look very upset. You're worried about them. You ask these questions. Okay, let's move on to how we answer these questions. All right, we're going to look at the answers, okay? Now, if someone asks you, is everything okay? How are you? Are you all right? All right, how should you answer? Well, of course, you can answer positive or negative. Let's go through this. Now, you can begin your sentence with I'm. For example, I'm fine. I'm fine. Or you can begin your sentence with I feel. I feel fine. Okay, both are okay. I'm fine. I feel fine. So these are the positive ones. I'm fine. I'm okay. How are you? I'm okay. Is everything okay? I'm okay. I feel okay. I'm good. I'm good. I'm great. I feel great. I feel great. Don't worry. All right? I'm not bad. I'm not bad. I feel so-so. Okay? Today is a bad day. I feel so-so. I'm not good. I'm not good. I'm very sick today. I'm not good. I'm upset. I'm upset with my girlfriend. I'm upset with you. Okay? Or I feel upset. Again, I'm terrible. Oh, I feel sick. I'm terrible today. Or I feel terrible. I feel depressed. Okay, so depressed means very sad. I feel depressed. I'm not happy. Okay, so if someone is concerned about your feeling, they will ask about your feeling, or you can ask them about their feeling. These are good examples of possible answers. Of course, there's more answers than this, but these are the main ones. Remember, you can begin with I'm or I feel. All right, that's it, and I hope you cheer up your sad or depressed friend. See you next time. Hello everyone, I'm Robin. We're going to talk about a lot of things in this video. First, we're going to talk about how to ask someone if they understand you. Then we're going to talk about expressing that you don't understand someone. And lastly, we're going to talk about expressing that you do understand someone. Now, first, we're going to talk about these questions. These are the questions you would ask someone if they understand you, okay? Don't worry about the answers yet. We're going to talk about the answers later. Just focus on the questions. All right, so question 1 here. Do you understand? Do you understand? Of course, this is the most common question and the easiest to use in any situation. With your friends or a business meeting, this works everywhere. Do you understand? Let's move on to the second one. Do you know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying? Okay, this is used a lot in Black culture, but you can also use it too. Do you know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying? Now, very similar. Do you know what I mean? Okay, so you can say, do you know what I'm saying? Or you can also ask, Do you know what I mean? Okay, same question, but one uses I'm. Do you know what I'm saying? Do you know what I mean? Okay, be careful expressing those two questions. The next one, are you following me? Are you following me? Okay, so following is when someone is walking behind you, following you. But in this case, as a question, are you following me? You can ask someone, and it means the same as, do you understand? Are you following me? Do you understand what I'm saying? All right, the next one, have you got it? Have you got it? Again, all of these mean the same. Do you understand? Have you got it? And a lot of people will cut the have you to just got it. Now, this is only used for spoken English. Never write that. Got it. So you're talking to someone and you want to know if they understand you. You just ask, got it? Okay. So these are the questions. Let's move on to some answers. In this next part, we're going to learn how to express yourself if you don't understand what someone is saying. Okay, so maybe you're talking to someone and they're telling you some story or they're speaking in English, blah, 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 blah. You don't understand anything and they ask you, do you understand? Okay, this is what you want to say. Now, the first two are the most common ones, but they are a little bit rude. Okay, so I don't want my students to say, huh? Do you understand? Huh? Okay, it's rude. Or what? What? Okay, so as I said, even native speakers, it's very common to use these, but they're a little bit rude. So only with your friends, okay? Never in a very serious or formal situation. All right, let's move to this one. I don't understand. This is the easiest one to use because it works everywhere. It's very nice. I don't understand. Do you understand? I don't understand. The next one is a question. You can ask them. You know, if they ask you, do you understand? Do you know what I'm saying? You can ask, what do you mean? Okay, what do you mean? What are you trying to say? Okay, so asking the question also means you don't understand. The next one, I'm not following you. Are you following me? I'm not following you. Okay, so remember the question, are you following me? Do you understand? I'm not following you. I don't understand. And the last one, I don't get it. Okay, very common, only for spoken English. Someone's telling a story. I don't get it. Okay, I don't understand. Do you get it? I don't get it. All right, so these are what you want to use when you don't understand someone. Let's move on. In this last part, we're going to learn the expressions to say when you do understand. Okay, so when someone is telling a story or talking to you and they ask you, do you understand? And you understand. Okay, this is what you're going to say. Now, the top one is the most common one and the best one. It works in every situation. Casual, formal, wherever you are. Do you understand? I understand. Okay. The next one, I see. This is one I often use. It just means I understand. Just a short form. I see. I see. Okay, that means I understand. I get it. I got it. All right. Earlier we learned the question was got it. Okay. Now if someone says got it, you should say I got it. But some people, they don't ask got it, they ask get it. Okay, so it's a little confusing. Some people ask get it, some people ask got it. It's the same question. So if they ask get it, I get it. Got it, I got it. Okay, and the last one, gotcha. Gotcha. Okay, this is very common. It's only spoken. Okay, you would never write gotcha. Now, gotcha means I got you. I got you, which means I understand you. So we don't say I got you. We just say gotcha. Do you understand? Gotcha. All right. So this is how to express when you do understand someone. Let's look at the examples. Okay, let's look at the first example dialogue. Do you understand? Sure, I understand. Let's look at the next dialogue. Do you know what I'm saying? Sorry, what do you mean? The next example dialogue. Are you following me? Sorry, I'm not following you. Okay, listen to me again. And the next dialogue. Have you got it? I got it. And next. Got it? Got it. And the last one. Are you with me? Gotcha. Did you understand those expressions? Well, I hope you did. All right, these expressions are very common, very useful. Study them and use them. All right, you got it? That's it for this video, and I'll see you next time. Hi students, in this video I'm going to teach you about 3 rude questions Koreans always ask in English. All right, now I know you're very curious about foreigners when you meet the foreigner and you want to ask them a lot of questions, but just remember some of those questions are rude. Now let's take a look at the first rude question. How old are you? How old are you? Now, I know this is a very important question in Korean culture. It's very important to know how old the other person is. But in Western culture, we don't care about age. So when someone is asking us about our age, we're like, why does that matter? Okay, that's my privacy. Okay, so Koreans tend to ask this question too soon to a stranger. If you really want to ask, don't ask this. This is too direct. This is a more polite way to ask the question. May I ask? May I ask how old you are? May I ask how old you are? This is a more polite way, but again, the person might also consider this rude. Just be careful when you're meeting the foreigner. Don't ask this question too soon. If you really need to ask, use this expression. Don't use this. All right, let's move on to the next rude question. Are you married? That's our next rude question. Now, when you meet the foreigner and you're strangers and you ask, are you married? Some foreigners don't like that question. Okay, it's a little bit too soon to ask such a personal question. For me, I'm okay if a Korean asks me, are you married? And I just answer, no. Okay, no problem. But they ask the question, are you married? I say no. They ask another question, why not? Okay, this is very, very rude. Are you married? No. Why not? Okay, why not? That's my personal business. I don't want to tell you. Okay, don't ask why not. That is too rude. Also, are you married might be a little bit too direct. A more polite way to ask a stranger, may I ask if you're married? May I ask if you're married? This is a better way, more polite. May I ask if you're married? And if they say no, don't ask why not. All right, that's too rude. Let's move on to the last question. Here's the last rude question I want to talk about. Do you have any children? Now, that question is not so rude. Most people are okay to answer that question. But again, if you ask a couple, do you have any children? And they say no, well, this question is rude. Why not? Okay, do you have any children? No. Why not? That is very rude. Probably most people don't want to tell a stranger the reasons why they have no children. That's their personal, private business. So again, never ask why not. That's too rude. Now, some people might consider this question rude coming from a stranger, we just met. So again, this is always the polite way. May I ask if you have any children? May I ask if you have any children? All right, it's very polite. Okay, so we learned about a lot of rude questions that Koreans sometimes ask foreigners. Why am I teaching you this? Well, I meet a lot of strangers on the street or at work, and they're always asking me questions. That's okay. But some of them ask me these rude questions, and after meeting them, I just feel angry or I don't feel good, okay? So try to ask more polite questions. Never ask the why not questions. And I hope you learned something from this video. See you next time. Hello everyone, my name is Robin, and in this video I'm going to talk about two expressions that describe how people use or control money. One is positive and one is negative. All right, so these two adjectives, the first one we're going to talk about is stingy, okay? Now, let's focus on the pronunciation first. Stingy. A lot of my students mistakenly say stingy. Okay, you got to be very careful. It is pronounced stingy. And what does stingy mean? Well, someone who is stingy, they don't like to spend money. They don't like to share money, okay? They are very greedy. They are not generous. They are exactly like Scrooge. You may have heard or know about Scrooge. He is a very stingy guy. He does not want to share any of his money. All right, so to help us understand stingy a little bit better, let's look at a few example sentences. Okay, so the first example for stingy: he doesn't want to give his son bus money. He is stingy. All right, so yeah, this father doesn't want to give his son any bus money. Okay, that's a very stingy guy. Let's look at the next example. I was so thirsty, but my sister wouldn't buy me water. She's stingy. Okay, again, my sister, oh, very bad. I'm so thirsty, but she wouldn't buy me even water. Yeah, she's very stingy. Okay, so we just saw some examples of stingy. I hope you are not stingy. It's a very negative word to call someone, but there is a positive word, and that's our next word. That word is frugal. Listen to the pronunciation, frugal. Okay, so a person who is frugal, they don't like to waste money. All right. They like to save money or keep their money and control their money very well. So for example, someone goes to the market to buy some items or some things. They're probably going to buy the cheaper items, okay? They don't like to waste money on brand names or expensive items, okay? So people who like to spend less money for things to save money, they are frugal. All right, so let's take a look at a few examples to understand frugal. Okay, let's look at the first example for frugal. My father usually takes the bus to work instead of driving. He is frugal. So yeah, the father takes the bus instead of driving. So he's probably saving money on the oil price. He's a very frugal guy. Let's look at the next example. My sister always uses coupons when she buys something at the store. She is frugal. Okay, so she's always using coupons to save money. She's very frugal. All right, so those were the examples of frugal. Okay, so again, stingy is negative. So if you say to someone, oh, you are stingy, okay, it's a very negative thing. That person doesn't want to share their money. They just want to keep their money. But on the other hand, if you say to someone, oh, you are quite frugal, okay, that's kind of a compliment, meaning they are good at controlling their money and not wasting money. All right, so that's it, and see you next time. Hello everyone, my name is Robin, and in this video I'm going to talk about adjectives to describe someone's body shape related to their weight, okay, whether someone is very big, fat, or thin and small, okay. Now, some of these words are positive, very nice things to say, and some of these words are negative, very bad things to say about someone's body shape. Let's take a look. Now, first, I'm going to focus on the smaller adjectives describing smaller bodies, and I'm going to make a sentence. He is, she is, okay? These are words to describe, so I'm going to say he is, she is. So let's start with this one. He is average. He is average. And of course, average just means normal. Whatever's normal for your society, that is average. He is average, she is average. Now we're getting smaller. Slender and thin, okay? These are very positive. She is slender. She is thin, okay? That's a nice body shape. Very nice weight, nice body. She is slender. She is thin. The next one, skinny. Okay, this is getting a little bit negative. Some people, it's positive, but it's a little bit negative, okay, to call someone skinny. She is skinny might be a good thing for the woman. She's very happy. But for a man, he is skinny. Maybe that's not so good for a man. He is skinny, okay? That's too thin. That's too thin. Getting smaller here, bony. He is bony. Bony is definitely a negative word. Bony. We can see too many bones, okay? We look at their body and we can see bones. So we would, oh, he is bony, okay? He should gain weight or he should eat more food. The last one is the worst one. This is actually a mental sickness, okay? If I said she is anorexic, anorexic is a very negative thing. So people who are anorexic, because of their mental sickness, they eat and then they go to the toilet to throw up. All right, so anorexic people are very bony. They look very sick. They look very unhealthy. They're underweight. They're too small, okay? That's anorexic. All right, so again, average, slender, thin. These are positive. These are okay. Skinny can be positive, negative. Bony, anorexic. Too small, too thin. These are negative. Let's move on to the larger sizes. Okay, here are the large adjectives. Now we're going to start from average. Again, average is the same, normal. And let's get a little bigger. Now the next two, chubby and plump. All right, chubby and plump are actually positive ways to say someone is a little fat, just a little fat. Like a baby might be plump, or your cute girlfriend is chubby, or a little boy is chubby. Okay, so it's a very positive way to say just a little bit of fat. Okay, plump or chubby. He or she is heavy. Okay, starting to get negative. He is heavy. Oh, he's a heavy guy. She's a heavy woman. Getting up. Overweight. That is certainly negative. He is overweight. She is overweight. And then we get to fat. She is fat. Okay, nobody wants to be called fat, but you would say he is fat. Okay, maybe that's a very rude or impolite thing to say to someone. You are fat. And the top one here, obese. Okay, obese. Obese is the technical term for fat. Okay, now he is obese. She is obese. Again, that just means fat. But if you call someone obese, that's the fattest you can get. Okay, he is obese. So of course, in America, they have many people who are obese. If you go there, you can see a lot of big people, a lot of overweight, fat, and obese people. All right, so here are many adjectives to describe the body shape in relation to weight. Some of them are positive, a lot of them are negative. be careful. Anyway, that's it for this video. See you next time. Hello everyone, my name is Robin, and in this video I'm going to talk about a very dirty word to obite. Okay, well, remember obite is Konglish, so we don't want to use obite. So what should we say in English? Well, these are the words we should use, all right? So I have a sentence. I'm sick. I'm sick. Oh, I need to vomit. Vomit is the formal way to say, your food comes out of your mouth. Vomit. So if you're at the doctor, you should use vomit. I need to vomit. Now, vomit is a verb. I need to vomit. And it can also be a noun. Oh, there's vomit on the floor. The next one is the most common one. Throw up. Okay, this is the one you want to use most of the time. I'm sick. I need to throw up. All right. I drank some soju last night. I need to throw up. Okay. This one is only a verb. I need to throw up. That's how you want to use it. The last two, there's slang. Now, there's hundreds of slang to mean the same as vomit. I can't teach them all, but these two are the most common. So you'll probably hear these ones. And both of these can be used as nouns or verbs. So I'm sick, I need to puke. I need to puke. And I need to barf. I need to barf. All of these words mean the same thing. The food is coming out because you're sick. All right? And remember, throw up is the best one to use. It's the most common and the easiest one to use. I need to throw up. Well, that's how you express how to throw up. Let's take a look at a few more examples. All right, let's take a look at these examples. The first one, stop the car. I need to vomit. Stop the car. I need to vomit. The next one, I drank too much soju. I need to throw up. I drank too much soju. I need to throw up. And the next one, the baby barfed all over my new jacket. The baby barfed all over my new jacket. And the last one, I had to clean up dog puke in the kitchen. I had to clean up dog puke in the kitchen. Okay, so these are dirty words, but you gotta know them. Now, there are two things that make me throw up. All right, now the first thing that usually makes me throw up are oysters, all right, seafood. So I have a lot of experience. I go out to eat some seafood and I eat some oysters and I get really sick and I throw up. And certainly the other thing to make me throw up is soju, okay? I don't drink soju very well, so I go out to drink and I drink some soju. The next day, I have a terrible hangover. I have a headache and I feel sick. I usually need to throw up the soju. All right. So that's vomit, throw up, puke, and barf. Make sure you know them. They're all common. That's it, and I'll see you next time. Hi, I'm Robin, and in this video, I'm going to talk about a very serious word, bullying. And what does that mean? Well, basically, bullying means a student or young person or a group of students bother another student or child, okay? It's a very serious issue here in Korea. Let's take a look. Now, up here, I have a bully. This is a noun. What is a bully? The bully is the bad kid, okay? The bad student. Why is he bad? Because he bothers other children, other students. How does he bother? He hits them, he steals their money, he's a bully. And in my example sentence, he's a big bully, okay? A big bully means he's a big guy who bothers probably smaller children, smaller students. He's a big bully. The verb form, to bully. He, the bully, bullies many students. He bullies many students. So as a verb, what does it mean? Well, it means to bother. And I have two other words here, tease and harass. Now, tease means to jokingly bother other children. So it's possible the bully is just teasing, kind of jokingly, not too strong, just little teasing is like bothering them about their clothing or things like that. Harass is very strong and very bad. Now, to harass someone means to physically harass, hit them, or verbally harass, say bad things, you're ugly, I hate you, okay? That's harassment. So to bully can also mean tease and harass, okay? So he bullies many students. He's bothering many students. All right, so remember, a bully, the bad guy, the bad student, the bad child, what does he do? He bullies, okay? He bothers the other children, hits them, takes their money, makes their life very bad. All right, let's take a look at some example sentences. So the first example sentence, in Korea, many students commit suicide because they are bullied too much. In Korea, many students commit suicide because they are bullied too much. The bullies were expelled from school. The bullies were expelled from school. Many teens are victims of cyberbullying. Many teens are victims of cyberbullying. The bully teased the girl too much and she cried. The bully teased the girl too much and she cried. The bully harassed the boy every day. The bully harassed the boy every day. Okay, I hope you have a good understanding of how to use bully as a noun and a verb. All right, it's a common word. You must know it. I'm going to tell you a little story now about when I was in middle school. I was bullied by one kid. He was a black kid. His name was Alan Bishop. And I never did anything bad to him, but for some reason, he didn't like me. So every day at school, he bullied me. He was a terrible bully. He always bothered me. Now, he never harassed me physically. He never hit me, but certainly there was a lot of verbal harassment every day. He always said terrible things to me. So that continued for about 1 year. So I still remember Alan Bishop, and I still don't like him. Anyway, that's it for this video. See you next time. Hello everyone, I'm Robin, and in this video I'm going to talk about phobias, okay? So what are phobias? Well, phobias are a really big fear of something, all right? Now, it's not a small fear. For example, snakes. Maybe everyone is scared of snakes, but a phobia is a little stronger. Well, actually a lot stronger, all right? It is a great fear. Like really, if I talk about snakes, just talking about it makes that person scared and stressful, okay? So the phobia should be used when you have a really big fear of something, not just a small fear. All right, now let's take a look at the board. I have a question here. Someone asks, do you have a phobia? Do you have a phobia? So again, this is not asking if you're scared of something. It's asking about a phobia. You're really scared of something. And you can answer, I have, and you put the phobia name. Now, the phobia names are not easy, okay? They're long and complicated. So there's actually thousands and thousands of phobias. They have official names, okay? So people are scared of the color green, people are scared of thunder and lightning, people are scared of injections. They all have official names. I don't remember them. Actually, no one can remember them. But I'm going to tell you the ones that are common that most people do remember. Okay? So, do you have a phobia? I have arachnophobia. Arachnophobia. What is that? Well, we see phobia, so we know it's a great fear. Arachnophobia. Well, arachno is actually a Latin word coming from arachnid, which means spider. Okay? So arachnophobia is a very big fear of spiders. So I have arachnophobia. And again, not a little fear of spiders. This is a really, you are terrified of spiders. And I met one person with arachnophobia when I was in elementary school. He was a friend of mine. And I used to have a plastic spider. It was plastic, not alive. And I would bring it to school, and he could not even enter the classroom. All right. He was just too scared of a plastic spider. Okay. He just had a very strong phobia. And actually, one day we tried to get him to touch the plastic spider with gloves. And we put gloves on him. He still couldn't touch that plastic spider. All right. He had a very strong phobia. All right, let's look at the next one. Acrophobia. This is very common. Acrophobia is a fear of heights, high places, okay? So if you're very high and you're just very, very scared to look down, you probably have acrophobia. The next one, claustrophobia. Claustrophobia is a fear of small or tight places, okay? This is not good to have in Korea because if you're on the bus or subway or the elevator, everyone is together very close in a small space. So if you have claustrophobia, you have a lot of stress, and that situation is really, really a nightmare. You're probably crying and run away, okay? The last one, xenophobia. Xeno means alien or foreigner, okay? Someone from outside. So in Korea, a lot of Koreans have xenophobia, which means they're scared of the foreigner, like me. So if I'm walking on the street and I see someone and I say, "Hello, how are you?" And they're very scared. That's xenophobia. They don't know what to do or say with the foreigner. All right? So these are some common ones. I'm going to say them one more time. Arachnophobia, acrophobia, claustrophobia, xenophobia. Okay, so these ones, probably most native speakers know the name. But as I said, there's thousands, and I don't remember every name of every phobia. So let's go back to our question. Do you have a phobia? You can say, I have arachnophobia, if you can remember it, or I have acrophobia, I have claustrophobia, I have xenophobia. Now, maybe you have a phobia of big spaces, okay? You're scared to go outside in big spaces, but you don't know the official name, so it's okay just to say, I have a fear of big spaces. If you don't remember arachnophobia, you can say, I have a fear of spiders. That's okay too. All right, so that's phobia. I hope you don't have any phobias, but if you meet someone who has a phobia, you should understand that the phobia is a very, very big fear of something, and it's not easy to get rid of the phobia. Well, that's it, and I'll see you next time. This is Robin, and I'm going to talk about corruption. And I'm also going to talk about a lot of vocabulary that is different types of corruption. So the word we should know first is corruption. What is corruption? Well, corruption is dishonest behavior or dishonest things by the government or a company, okay? So corruption is very bad when the government or a company who's trying to cheat people out of money, okay? It is illegal, it is bad, and it is a poison on society if there's a corrupt society, all right? Another word we should know is collusion. Now, collusion means two very important people, maybe two CEOs, are secretly talking and planning how to cheat people out of money. So they're trying to control the market. This is illegal. This is wrong. It's collusion. Again, two people secretly talking. All right, so these are the main vocabularies we should know. Let's move on to some methods of corruption. Price fixing is another form of corruption. What is price fixing? Well, that's when many companies in a market, they get together and they talk and they want to decide the price that everyone will charge, okay? They don't want to compete because that brings down the price or cost of something. So they get together, they talk, they fix a price. They decide what price will everyone charge and everyone will make money. Now, this is price fixing, and it is wrong, it is bad, and it is illegal, okay? Let's take a look at my example. There is a lot of collusion among gas stations to fix the price of gas. Okay, there's a lot of collusion. There's the word collusion again. So collusion, remember, that means they get together secretly to decide how to cheat the customer. It's a very bad word, collusion. So the gas station owners are getting together to talk, that's collusion, to fix the price of gas. Okay, so they're going to decide what the price of gas is for all the companies to control the market share. All right, so that's price fixing, another form of corruption. Let's look at some more. Here are two words that describe the most common type of corruption. Kickback, bribe. Okay, what's a kickback? What's a bribe? Well, this is secret money. Okay, so this is one person giving money or expensive gifts to another person. That person has power and they help him, okay, because they got money. Okay, so again, I'm giving money or gifts to someone. He has power and he helps me to do something. That is a bribe and it is illegal. And unfortunately, it is very common in companies and even the government. Let's take a look at this example sentence. A building contractor, someone making buildings, gave a kickback or bribe, you could use either, gave a bribe to the government official. All right, so he's a building contractor, he's making buildings, and he gave the bribe, probably a lot of money, to the government official. Why? Well, this government official will help him with his business, okay? So he gave some money, and now he gets some help. That's a bribe or a kickback. Let's move on to some more vocabulary. Here is embezzlement. This is a very serious crime when someone embezzles from a company, okay? What does it mean? Well, to embezzle means you're stealing money from the company. Now, not small money, but usually really big money, like thousands of dollars or millions of dollars. The employee is stealing from the company. And of course, sometimes a CEO will steal from the company. Okay, that's a very serious crime and they will go to jail. Let's take a look at this example sentence. The employee embezzled $10,000 from the store. Okay, so he embezzled, he stole it from the store. Very serious corruption. Let's look at some more vocabulary. The last form of corruption I want to talk about is fraud. Okay, fraud is when you lie, especially for the company books, and they have to write down the numbers and the money, all the bookkeeping, and they lie, okay? They change the numbers. They lie. That is fraud. That's a serious crime. All right, let's take a look. Fraud. He committed fraud to the tax office, okay? So the government tax office, they're very serious about getting their taxes, and he gave some information, but he lied. Okay, maybe he didn't tell them how much money he's making. He lied. That is fraud. That is a crime, and that is also corruption. All right, let's take a look at some example sentences to help us understand how to use this vocabulary. The first one, 5 perfume brands with 95% of the market share were found guilty of price fixing. 5 perfume brands with 95% of the market share were found guilty of price fixing. The next example. Mr. Smith gave him a bribe, so he gave the company contract to Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith gave him a bribe, so he gave the company contract to Mr. Smith. The next example. The rich man bribed the policeman to stay out of jail. The rich man bribed the policeman to stay out of jail. The next example. Doctors get many kickbacks from pharmaceutical companies. Doctors get many kickbacks from pharmaceutical companies. The next example. The CEO embezzled $1 million from the company. The CEO embezzled $1 million from the company. And the last example. He went to jail for 2 years for tax fraud. He went to jail for 2 years for tax fraud. So those were some example sentences. I hope you can understand how to use these words better. I know it's difficult vocabulary. It takes a lot of self-study to properly know them and how to use them. So this video is a good guide or introduction to these words. Before I go, I'm just going to quickly review them. Corruption is the main word. So corruption is any dishonest behavior by the government or a company to cheat the people. All of this is corruption. Collusion, 2 companies or many companies getting together to talk and discuss secretly how to cheat people. That's collusion. Price fixing, controlling the price of something. Okay, they're not doing any sort of competition, just controlling the price. Kickback, bribe, that's the secret money. I give you money and you help me to improve my business, something like that. Embezzlement, stealing money from the company. Okay, usually big money. And fraud, you lie about money or numbers in the bookkeeping. Okay, that's fraud. All right, these words, you're going to see them every day in the newspaper. All right, in any country, there's a lot of corruption everywhere. It is a sickness, a poison, a disease on society. So I hope in the future there's less corruption. Anyway, that's it for this video. See you next time. I'm Robin, and in this video, I'm going to talk about the word clumsy, the slang word klutz, and the idiom all thumbs. All 3 of these expressions mean the same thing. They're talking about an awkward person. Someone who has a lot of accidents, or someone who's always breaking things. Okay, it can describe a man or a woman. Let's take a look at my example. He or she, he always has accidents. He always has accidents, like spilling drinks, things like that. And breaks things. He always has accidents and breaks things. He is, all right, here we go. The first word, clumsy. That's what we want to use to describe someone who always has accidents and breaks things. He is clumsy. She is clumsy. Here's the slang word. He is a klutz. She is a klutz. A klutz. Okay, they mean the same thing. And the last one is an idiom. He is all thumbs. All thumbs. Okay, that's your thumb. So if you're all thumbs, every finger is a thumb, so it's very easy to have an accident. Okay, so these are the three expressions we want to use to describe this kind of awkward person. Let's take a look at some example sentences. Okay, let's look at the first example. He always accidentally sits on his glasses. He's so clumsy. He always accidentally sits on his glasses. He's so clumsy. The next one. She always pours too much coffee into my cup. She's so clumsy. She always pours too much coffee into my cup. She's so clumsy. And the next one. I'm a klutz when I dance. I hit everyone around me. I'm a klutz when I dance. I hit everyone around me. The nurse was a klutz. She gave the patient the wrong medicine. The nurse was a klutz. She gave the patient the wrong medicine. All right, and the next. He can't play the piano at all. He's all thumbs. He can't play the piano at all. He's all thumbs. I tried to fix the toilet, but I'm all thumbs. I just broke it more. I tried to fix the toilet, but I'm all thumbs. I just broke it more. Those were some good examples of how to use clumsy, a klutz, and all thumbs. Remember, they mean the same thing. You're describing a very awkward person. Now, before we go, I'm going to tell you the story of my cousin Jerry. Now, Jerry and I are the same age, so as children, we used to play together. And I'm going to tell you that Jerry was the perfect klutz. He was a very clumsy kid. He always broke things, and he always had accidents. And his glasses, like his eyeglasses, he must have broke them every day. You know, his mother put tape here and tape here. His glasses always looked broken and terrible. Also, his shirt, very dirty. He had a lot of food stains or drink stains when he ate food. You know, ketchup and mustard always fell all over him. Anyway, as I said, he's a klutz. He used to come over to my house to play with me, and he always wanted to play with my toys. And of course, he always broke my toys, and I hated him. I really hated Jerry, and every time he came over. So I used to complain to my mom, you know, I don't want Jerry to touch my toys, but, you know, my mom said, you know, you have to share with Jerry. So eventually, when Jerry came over, I just hid my toys, and we would watch TV or play something else. Well, anyway, that's the story of Jerry, the perfect klutz. I hope you understand these expressions. See you next time. Hello everyone, I'm Robin, and I'm just kidding, I'm not drunk. But in this video, we're going to talk about many words to describe different states of being drunk. I mean, talking about being a little bit drunk, being drunk, and being a lot drunk. All right, let's take a look at the board. So it doesn't matter what kind of alcohol you're drinking, soju, makgeolli, beer, wine, cocktails, vodka, tequila, you're going to start to feel the effects of alcohol. So I'm going to describe my friend, he. You can also describe women, she. So my friend, he was tipsy, okay? So my friend had a beer. He was tipsy. What does tipsy mean? Well, tipsy means just a little bit drunk. I don't want to say drunk, but you're starting to feel the alcohol, just a little bit. So we call that state tipsy. So if someone asks you, are you drunk? You could say, no, I'm just tipsy. Okay, I'm starting to feel drunk, but not drunk yet. Same with the second word, buzzed. So if you drink 2 beers, 3 beers, maybe you're starting to feel happy, you're starting to feel the alcohol, but you're not drunk. Okay, you're not drunk yet. You're buzzed. So my friend, he was buzzed, or you can say, I am buzzed. Okay? So after tipsy and buzzed, we get to drunk. You're drunk. All right, so you're starting to act foolishly, or you're talking more, or maybe you just sleep. Okay, you're drunk. After drunk, we get to really, really drunk, very drunk. And these are the words you want to use. They're very common. Everyone knows them. And they all basically mean the same thing. You're very, very drunk. So the next one, he was pissed. My friend drank 2 bottles of soju. He was pissed. Okay, so very drunk. He drank 3 bottles of soju. He was wasted. Really, really drunk. Smashed. He was smashed. Again, wasted, smashed, hammered, all being very drunk. He was wasted. He was smashed. He was hammered. And the last one, a little bit of a bad word. He was shit-faced. Okay. Really, really, really drunk. He had 4 or 5 bottles of soju. He was shit-faced. Okay. Again, you could use it. He, she, my mother, my father, I was shit-faced. Doesn't matter. You want to describe someone as very, very drunk. For me personally, if I drink maybe 2 or 3 bottles of beer, I get buzzed. Maybe 5 or 6 bottles of beer, I will get drunk. Certainly 1 bottle of soju, I'm drunk. If I drink 2 bottles of soju, maybe pissed. Yeah, 3 bottles of soju, I'm certainly in this area, smashed, hammered. And 4 bottles of soju, I am shit-faced. I am crazy drunk. All right, so these are great words to describe your friend or yourself and the different states of being drunk. All right, that's it for this video. See you next time. Hi everyone, I'm Robin, and in this video I'm going to talk about the difference between pass out and blackout. Okay, a lot of my students confuse both of these expressions, so I hope this video will clear up all confusion. Both of these expressions are mainly used to describe when we go out drinking alcohol with our friends. Okay, so the first expression, pass out, what does that mean? Well, we say pass out when we fall asleep. Okay, we fall asleep suddenly, probably because our body has some sort of problem or shock. Okay, we can also use the expression to faint. Okay, that means to fall asleep suddenly. So when we're drinking a lot, okay, we can pass out because our body took too much alcohol. But you don't always have to use it just with drinking. You know, if someone hits you on the head very hard, you can pass out. Or maybe you're very sick, you have something wrong with your stomach and your body has a shock, you can pass out. Okay, so pass out is kind of fall asleep because your body has some sort of problem or shock. And again, we can also use the term to faint. Blackout is very different. Okay, so pass out, fall asleep. Blackout means you have no memory. So if you are drinking a lot of alcohol and the next day your friend asks you, what happened last night? And I can't remember. I blacked out. Okay, so blacked out means you have no memory. You were awake, just you can't remember. So let's take a look at my 2 example sentences. They're almost the same. I drank so much, I passed out. Okay, I drank so much alcohol, I passed out. That means I fell asleep. I drank so much, I blacked out. Okay, so this person didn't fall asleep, just they have no memory of what happened after they went drinking. All right, so that's the difference between pass out and blackout. I hope you understand. that's it for this video. Hello everyone, my name is Robin, and in this video I'm going to talk about 3 words that are often mispronounced and misspelled, okay? The words are quit, quiet, quite. Okay, you can see they have similar spelling, and of course the sound is very similar, but these words, the meanings are very different, so we have to be careful in how we pronounce them and of course how we spell them. So before we talk about pronunciation, let's just review the meanings of each word. The first one, quit. So quit, of course, means stop. You stop something. So for example, I quit my job, or I quit smoking, okay? You stop working, or you stop smoking. The second one, quiet. Now quiet, of course, be quiet. Don't make any noise. Shh, quiet. And the last one, quite. Now, quite is the confusing one. Now, this word is used for emphasizing another word. It's an emphasis word, and it usually means very, okay? So, in a sentence like, she's quite pretty, okay? It's emphasizing pretty, so it means she's pretty. She's very pretty. Or another sentence, he's quite tall. It's emphasizing tall, so he's very tall. Okay, so that's quite. Let's go back to the pronunciation. The first one. The QU makes a qu, like a KW sound. Qu, and of course it, quit. The second one, qu. And IET is iet. Another similar word is diet. Okay, this is quiet. Diet, quiet. All right. And the last one, ite, like sight, quite. So again, quit, quiet, quite. Quit, quiet, quite. Okay, so you have to be very careful with the pronunciation of these words and the spelling, okay? A lot of my students confuse the spelling, especially these 2 words, okay? Be sure this is quiet and quite. All right, that's it. I hope you learned how to properly pronounce these words and you can say them correctly. Okay, see you next video. Hello everyone, I'm Robin, and in this video we are going to talk about 3 words that are difficult to pronounce, and often my students mispronounce these words, okay? So by the end of this video, I hope you can pronounce these words correctly. Now first, let's just review the words and their meanings, okay? So the first word is receipt, and what is a receipt? Of course, when you go shopping to buy something, you have to spend money, and then the clerk will give you a receipt. So the receipt is a record of what you bought. All right. The second word is mortgage. Now, maybe you want to buy a house, but you have no money. Okay. So you go to the bank and you ask the bank for a loan. And the bank says, yes, here's a loan, and now you can buy a house. So the bank loan to buy a house, that is called a mortgage. All right. If you got a bank loan to buy a car, that's not a mortgage. Okay, that's just a bank loan. So the mortgage is specifically a bank loan to buy a house. Okay. And the last word we're going to talk about is debt. Very, very bad word. Okay. If you are in debt, it's a very bad thing because you owe money. You owe money to your friends, and maybe you have to pay many bills, but you don't have money. Okay, debt is a very bad situation. You owe money. All right, so that's quickly the meanings of the words. Now let's focus on the pronunciation, okay, which is more difficult. So look at the first word here. I'm going to say it. Receipt. Receipt. Now, one of these letters definitely I'm not pronouncing receipt. Receipt. I hope you can't hear this P because I am not saying the P. All right, that P is silent, okay? We do not pronounce the P. So it's receipt. Receipt. Never, 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 never say receipt or something like that. That is definitely wrong. Receipt. Receipt. You have to be confident. Receipt. The second word, listen carefully. Mortgage. 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 Which letters I don't pronounce? Well, this E, if I said mortgage, the E is necessary for the A, the long A, mortgage. So this is important, mortgage. But this T is not important, okay? Mortgage. Mortgage. Never, never say mortgage. That is definitely wrong. It is always mortgage. Mortgage. All right. And the last word, oh my God, this one, my students make so many mistakes pronouncing this word. It's very difficult. Listen carefully. Debt. Debt. Okay, which letter I don't pronounce? Debt. This B. Never say debit or something like that. It is debt. D-E-T. Debt. Debt. Be very careful with this one. Debt. All right, so those are the three words. I hope I improved your pronunciation of these words. I will just review them again very quickly so you know. Receipt, receipt, mortgage, mortgage, debt. Debt. Okay? So be careful using them. See you next time. Hi, I'm Robin, and in this video we are going to talk about the pronunciation of OO or double O. As you know, many English words use OO, but the sound, the pronunciation of these words, very different. Okay, let's take a look. Okay, I have many words here, and I know it's a little bit difficult, but you have to listen carefully. Now let's look at the first row. Okay, all of these words have the same sound of OO. So let's listen. Room, moon, food. Room, moon, food. Okay, so this OO has a very strong OO sound. Room, moon, food. Let's go to the next line. Okay, so my three words here. Book, cook, good. Book, cook, good. Book, book. So this OO, book, cook, good. Ooh. Okay, very different. Room, book. Let's go to the next line. All right, this word, pour. Pour has different pronunciations in different places in the world. Okay, so the British pronunciation and the American pronunciation, very different. I'm going to teach you the American pronunciation. So in the American pronunciation, this is pour. Pour, door, floor. Pour, door, floor. Okay? Let's look at the next line. A lot of my students have problems pronouncing these words. Okay? I know they're a little bit difficult, a little bit strange. My students often say blood. That is wrong. Okay, this is blood. Blood, flood. Blood, flood. So it's a very strong blood, flood, okay? And the last line, okay, this says double O, but the double O, they are pronounced separate, okay? They are not pronounced together. So this word is cooperate, coordinate, cooperate, coordinate, okay? So this is a little bit strange. Okay, let's review very quickly. Room, moon, food, book, cook, good, pour, door, floor, blood, flood, and cooperate, coordinate. Okay, so you can see many ways to pronounce the OO or the double O. Takes a lot of practice. Be careful pronouncing these words, okay? You have to do a little self-study. That's it. See you next time. Hello everyone, my name is Robin, and in this video we are going to talk about the pronunciation of some words, okay? They are French words, but we also use these words in English, okay? So when we say them in English, we still say them with French pronunciation, okay? So they're a little bit strange. Let's take a look. These are the words I want to talk about. Now, as I said, they're French words. So we use them in English, but we try to keep the French pronunciation. So they all end with ET, 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 ET. Now in French, when we're speaking French, ET has an A sound, A. So let's look at the first word. Now we would pronounce this ballet, ballet, ballet. And of course, ballet is a type of dancing, okay? Very thin women do ballet dancing, but this is ballet. The next word, again, a French word we use in English, bouquet, bouquet. And what is bouquet? Of course, bouquet is a group of flowers. We call that a bouquet of flowers when you have many flowers. You give a bouquet of flowers to your girlfriend or wife, okay? That's called a bouquet, bouquet. This has a K sound, bouquet. The next word, cabaret, cabaret. And of course, in Korea, there are cabarets, but the original meaning of cabaret is an entertaining show, okay? An entertaining show with music and dancing. That's a cabaret. But again, it comes from a French word. We use it in English, cabaret. The next word, valet. Valet, of course, there's valet parking. You go to a restaurant, a nice restaurant, and some usually young man will take your car keys and park your car. That's valet parking. And of course, everyone knows this car company, Chevrolet. Chevrolet. Okay, again, Chevrolet. And the last one, very difficult to pronounce. This is a buffet. Buffet. And of course, a buffet is when you go to the restaurant and you can choose among many different kinds of food. Okay, you just put the different kinds of food on your plate. You choose yourself. That's a buffet. Okay, so one more time. Ballet, bouquet, cabaret, valet, Chevrolet, buffet. Okay, so again, these are French words we use in English. So be careful, this is an A sound. All right, so I hope you understand these words, and I hope you know how to pronounce them correctly. That's it for this video. See you next time. Hi, I'm Robin, and in this pronunciation video, we're going to talk about the difference between they are and there are, okay? A lot of my students mispronounce and misuse both of these, so I know this video will help you make sure you say they are, there are properly. Let's take a look at they are first, okay? So I'm just going to read the sentences, and I want you to repeat after me. And I'm going to read it slow at first, and then I'm going to start to read it fast, okay? So let's begin. They are nice. They are nice. They are quiet. They are quiet. They are coming. They are coming. They are here. They are here. They are rich. They are rich. Okay? So again, faster. They are nice. They are nice. They are quiet. They are quiet. They are coming. They are coming. They are here. They are here. They are rich. They are rich. Okay, make sure you know they are. Let's move on to there are. Okay, we studied they are, but the next part is there are. So remember, there's a big difference. They are, there are. Let's take a look. Again, repeat after me. There are many. There are many. There are 6. There are 6. There are some. There are some. There are cats. There are cats. There are bananas. There are bananas. A little bit faster. There are many. There are many. There are 6. There are 6. There are some. There are some. There are cats. There are cats. There are bananas. There are bananas. Okay, so I hope you know the difference between they are and there are. It's time for a test. Okay, it's time for a test. We're going to do it together. There are 6 questions here. Now, I'm going to say they are or there are. So you have to listen carefully and pick which one do I use. Okay, so let's look at number 1, hungry. So what do I say here? Listen carefully. They are hungry. They are hungry. Okay, so the first one should be they are. They are hungry. Number 2, there are people. There are people. Okay, so number 2, there are people. Number 3, there are 2 doctors. There are 2 doctors. Okay, that's there are 2 doctors. Number 4, there are happy kids. There are happy kids. There are happy kids. Number 5, they are crazy fans. They are crazy fans. They are crazy fans. Number 6, the last one. They are silly monkeys. They are silly monkeys. They are silly monkeys. Okay, I hope you did well on the test. Remember, there is a big difference between they are and there are. Make sure you know about this problem so you can fix it. And I hope you pronounce these expressions correctly the next time you use them. Anyway, that's it, and I'll see you next time. Hi, I'm Robin, and this is a very important pronunciation video because I'm going to teach you about 4 words that my students often mispronounce, and the words they say sound like bad words. So when they say these words, I'm a little bit confused. Why are they saying a bad word? Well, they're not trying to say a bad word, just their pronunciation. It sounds like a bad word. Now, the four words are city, coke, sheet, and beach. So as I said, a lot of my students mispronounce these words, so they sound like English bad words. So let's take a look at the first one. The first one is city, okay? City, city. You have to pronounce that, city. And a lot of my students say shitty. Okay, you don't want to say shitty. It's only city. Now, shitty in English is a bad word, okay? Shitty means something is not good. Something is terrible. For example, if you said, this restaurant is shitty, that means this restaurant is bad. It's terrible. So you have to be careful. You have to say city, city, like Seoul City, Busan City. Don't say shitty, okay? The foreigner, the English speaker is going to be confused. Why are you saying shitty? The next word, coke, coke, like Coca-Cola, coke. You want to say coke, but a lot of my students say cock. You never want to say cock. That's very bad, because cock is slang in English for the penis, okay? So you never want to say cock. It's very embarrassing to whoever you're speaking to if you say cock. You only want to say coke, coke. The next word is sheet, like a sheet of paper, sheet, sheet. And a lot of my students, shit, shit. Of course, shit is a bad word. You don't want to say shit. If you said shit, the person listening, why are you saying shit? Are you angry? You want to say sheet, sheet. The next word is beach. Okay, you want to go to the beach to enjoy your vacation. A lot of my students, it sounds like bitch. Bitch, of course, bitch is a bad word to describe a kind of a bad woman. She's a bitch. Okay, so you got to be very careful. Beach, bitch. All right, so one more time. City, coke, sheet, beach. You don't want to say these words. These are bad words, okay? This video is very important. I hope you practice saying these words the proper way. I don't want you to say any word the bad way, okay? So that's it, and I'll see you next time. Hi, I'm Robin, and in this video, we are going to talk about the pronunciation of the word ache, okay? A lot of my students mispronounce this word. This word has CH in it, so a lot of my students say H, okay? That's wrong. That CH has to have a strong K sound. Ache, ache. What is an ache? Well, an ache is a pain, okay? So if we have some pain on our body, we usually say we have an ache, ache. Let's take a look at the board. Now, here is one problem, a stomach ache, okay? You have maybe an ache in your stomach. You can say you have a stomach ache. Now, stomach is a word, another word that my students often mispronounce. Same problem. There's a CH, so they say stomach. Oh, please don't say stomach. Never say that. It is always stomach, stomach. Strong K sound here. Stomach. All right? And then we get to ache. Stomach ache. I have a stomach ache. Stomach ache. All right? Let's move on. Here's another ache. A back ache. Okay? I have a back ache. Ache. I have a back ache. The next one, very common. Oh, I have a headache. I have a headache. Headache. Let's look at these sentences. My heart aches. Okay, maybe I broke up with some girl. I can say, my heart aches. My heart aches. Or I have a pain all over my body. I can say, I'm aching all over. I'm aching all over. I have pain all over. All right, let's review one more time. Stomach ache, stomach ache. Back ache, back ache. Headache, headache. My heart aches, my heart aches. I'm aching all over. I'm aching all over. Okay? Be careful with the word ache. That's it for this video. See you next time. Hi, we're going to talk about the pronunciation difference between the two words his and he's. Of course, he's is a contraction for he is, and we say he's. Now, some people confuse the pronunciation of these words in a sentence, so I hope this video will clear up all problems. First, we're going to start with his. His. So let's take a look at the board. I have several sentences here. I'm going to read the sentences, and I want you to follow with me, okay? So the first one, his name's Peter. His name's Peter. His name's Peter. His car is red. His car is red. His car is red. His cat is sweet. His cat is sweet. His cat is sweet. His friends are good. His friends are good. His friends are good. His brother is nice. His brother is nice. His brother is nice. His wife is angry. His wife is angry. His wife is angry. All right, that's his. Let's move on to he's. Watch my mouth carefully. He's. 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 Okay, you can see my mouth kind of spreads apart into a smile. He's. Okay, and the other word we first learned was his, he's. Okay, let's take a look at the board again. He's Peter. He's Peter. He's Peter. He's driving a red car. He's driving a red car. He's driving a red car. He's a sweet cat. He's a sweet cat. He's a sweet cat. He's a good friend. He's a good friend. He's a good friend. He's a nice brother. He's a nice brother. He's a nice brother. He's angry. He's angry. He's angry. Okay? I hope you can hear the difference between his and he's. Let's try a test now. For this test, I want you to listen to me very carefully. Okay, I'm going to say 6 questions here, and I'm going to say he's or his. Okay, so you have to listen carefully. Do I say he's or his? Now, he's and his use different grammar. Okay, so you can probably guess the answer just from the grammar, but maybe I might use the wrong grammar. Okay, so listen carefully. So the first one, what do I say? That's his car. That's his car. Okay, so the first one, of course, is his. His family is large. His family is large. Okay, so I said his. He's a crazy man. He's a crazy man. Okay? He's. He's coming home. He's coming home. He's. He's a nice guy. He's a nice guy. Okay, what did I say here? I didn't say he's. Okay, he's is the correct grammar, but actually I used the wrong grammar and I said his. Okay, you should never say he's a nice guy. You should say he's a nice guy. But if you were listening carefully to me, you heard his. And the last one has 2 spaces. Listen carefully. He's lost his phone. He's lost his phone. Okay, what am I saying here? Well, I am saying he's, but not as a contraction for he is. It could also be a contraction for he has. Okay, so he's lost, what did I say here? His. Okay, he's lost his phone. That's the difference between his and he's. Be very careful. That's it for this video. See you next time. In this video, we're going to learn a very important idiom. I'm broke. And as you can see, I'm broke means I have no money. Okay, I'm broke. Very common idiom, very easy to learn idiom. Let's take a look. Here it is. I'm broke. All right, you have to be careful. You can only use broke. A lot of my students say broken. They say I'm broken, and sometimes they say I'm break or I'm going to break. These are wrong. Don't say I'm broken. Don't say I'm break. Okay, it's only I'm broke. I'm broke. I have no money. All right, another example. My brother is broke. My brother is broke. My brother has no money. And the last example. After I pay my bills, so my bills every month, I have to pay my phone bill, my cable TV bill, my power bill. So after I pay all my bills, I'm broke. I have no money. All right, so to help you understand, let's look at a few example dialogues. Okay, let's look at the first one. My friend says, "Hey Robin, can I borrow some money?" "Sorry, I'm broke." Second example. "Robin, let's take a trip to Busan this weekend." "Oh no, I can't. I'm broke." And the last example. My mom says, "Don't spend your money so fast." "Why not? You're going to be broke soon." Okay, I hope you understand very clear now what I'm broke means. It means I have no money. All right. Again, very easy to learn, very easy to use. I hope you have confidence using it now. So the next time someone asks to borrow some money from you and you don't want to lend money, you just say, I'm broke. All right. That's it. See you next time. Hello everyone, my name is Robin and I am not married, but I'm going to teach you 2 idioms that mean to get married. All right, now the first one is tie the knot or to tie the knot. Now to tie the knot means the same as to get married. All right, now remember it's an idiom, so don't think about the words in the idiom. Tie the knot, okay? You're just going to be confused. All you need to know is tie the knot is a common idiom and it means the same as to get married. All right, so let's take a look at just one example here. I will tie the knot next week. Okay, so again, it's an idiom. Don't focus on the words tie a knot. Don't focus on that. It is just an idiom that means to get married. So I will tie the knot next week is exactly the same as I will get married next week. All right, Let's look at a few more examples. Okay, let's look at the first example for tie the knot. To find happiness, you must tie the knot. Okay, so someone said that. To find happiness, you must get married. Let's look at the next example. Tammy and Steve are tying the knot at the church. Okay, so Tammy and Steve are getting married at the church. And the last example. After dating for 5 years, we finally decided to tie the knot. All right, everyone. I hope you have a good understanding of tie the knot. Let's move on to the second idiom. The second idiom is get hitched. Now, get hitched is not as common as tie the knot, but it is pretty common, so you should know it. So again, get hitched means get married, okay? They mean the same thing. So let's take a look at my example here. Steve got hitched last week. Okay, so instead of get hitched, I'm using the past tense got because it's last week. Get got. Steve got hitched last week. So we have the word hitched. It's an idiom. Don't think about the meaning of hitch. It has no meaning. Don't focus on the word. Just focus on what this means. And this means get married. All right. So Steve got married last week. All right. Let's look at a few more examples. Okay, let's look at the first example for get hitched. They just got hitched last Sunday. Okay, so they just got married last Sunday. The next example. Sally is getting hitched next week. Okay, so Sally is getting married next week. And the last example. I'm scared. I may never get hitched. Okay, so this person's scared. They may never get married. Okay, so we have a good understanding of tie the knot and get hitched. Again, they mean the same thing, to get married. I'm not sure when I will get hitched. Hopefully I'll tie the knot sometime soon. Anyway, that's it for this video. See you next time. Hello everyone, my name is Robin, and in this video I'm going to teach you a very special and fun expression to use, eye candy. Now, eye candy is a little bit common, okay, and it's very easy to learn, very easy to understand, very easy to use, and I'm sure you'll learn it very quick, okay? So what does eye candy mean? Well, simply, eye, of course, means your eye. And candy is some treat we usually give to children, something sweet and delicious. Now also you should give candy to your girlfriend on White Day. That is candy. So when we bring these two words together, eye and candy, eye candy, that means something is sweet and delicious for your eye, okay? Well, another way to explain that is you like to look at something, okay? You like to look at beautiful, attractive, and pretty things. Those things are eye candy. All right. Now, both things and people can be eye candy. Now, I'm going to explain here. I have two examples. The first example, your car is eye candy. Okay, so I'm telling someone your car is eye candy. That means their car is very attractive, very nice looking. Okay. When I look at it, I think, wow, it's very, very beautiful, very nice car. So I'm going to describe it as eye candy. Your car looks good. My eyes like it. The second example, she is eye candy. Okay, now this is a thing, but most of the time we describe people as eye candy. Now I'm a man, so I will probably describe women as eye candy. She is eye candy, so she is hot, she is sexy, she is very attractive. I like to look at her, all right? I want to look at her. She is eye candy. So usually Hollywood movies and TV shows, they get a lot of actors and actresses that are eye candy, okay? The men have lots of muscles, very handsome, so when you're watching the show, you're very interested in them. They are eye candy. Same with the women, very beautiful and sexy women. They are eye candy. So like Girls' Generation, okay, that's a very popular K-pop group. They are eye candy. The men like to watch them sing and dance. All right, to understand eye candy a little bit better, let's take a look at a few examples. All right, so the first one, Megan Fox was hired as eye candy for Transformers. Megan Fox was hired as eye candy for Transformers. I'm enjoying all of this eye candy at the beach. There are many girls wearing bikinis. I'm enjoying all of this eye candy at the beach. There are many girls wearing bikinis. I come to this bar because the bartenders are eye candy. I come to this bar because the bartenders are eye candy. Okay, so those were some simple examples of how to use eye candy. As I said before, very easy to use, very easy to understand, and a fun expression. All right. To me, in Korea, when I watch TV or movies, I like to see Kim Tae-hee. Okay, whenever I see her, I'm very attracted to her. I like to watch her. She is certainly eye candy for me. All right. So again, it's a very good expression. I hope you use it, and I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, my name is Robin, and in this video we are going to talk about a very common, important, useful slang, sucks. Okay, you must know it. It is so common. You probably already heard it in American TV or movies. All right, now suck or sucks is not a bad word, but it is slang, and it is a little bit rude or impolite. So you should only use it with your friends, okay? Be careful using suck or sucks. Now, before we talk about the meaning of suck or sucks, let's look at the grammar. Now, the grammar is where most of my students make the mistake using it, okay? So you have to follow this. I suck, you suck, we suck, they suck, all right? She sucks, he sucks, it sucks, X sucks. What's X? Well, X is maybe someone's name, like Steve sucks, or some book, this book sucks, all right? So we have to follow this grammar. You know, it is a verb. These are the rules for using a verb. Never say, they sucks. Okay, some of my students, they sucks. That sounds very strange, okay? Don't do that. She suck, she suck. Oh, don't do that. That is terrible, okay? They suck, she sucks. Okay, be very clear and careful with the grammar, please. All right, let's look at the meaning of suck. There are two main meanings. The first one, you're not good at something, okay? You're not good at doing something. You're terrible. In my example here, I suck at math. I suck at math. So this means very simply, I'm terrible at math, okay? I suck at math. So after suck, you probably want at. This means I'm not good at this subject. I suck at math. So remember the grammar, I suck, I suck. The next one, he sucks at French. He sucks, okay? So he sucks at French, he sucks at French, okay? He's not good at French, okay? So you're not good at something, you suck. The other meaning, you don't like something, okay? You're very disappointed, you don't like something. This movie sucks, okay? This movie we would put under the X category. This movie sucks. This movie sucks. This movie is terrible. This sucks. It sucks. Okay? Many ways to express you don't like the movie. Homework sucks. Of course, homework sucks. I hate homework. I don't like homework. Homework sucks. All right, so that's the two meanings of sucks. All right, you got to be very careful using suck or sucks. follow the grammar. It's very good to use, very useful. Let's look at some examples right now. All right, here are the examples. The first one, you suck at playing basketball. You're terrible. You suck at playing basketball. You're terrible. The next example, this food sucks. Do you have some other food? This food sucks. Do you have some other food? The next example, my new iPhone sucks. It has too many problems. My new iPhone sucks. It has too many problems. The next example, your car sucks. It is dirty and old. Your car sucks. It is dirty and old. The next example, my job sucks. I will quit soon. My job sucks. I will quit soon. And the last example, this restaurant sucks. Let's go somewhere else. This restaurant sucks. Let's go somewhere else. Okay, so I hope you have an excellent understanding of how to use suck or sucks. Make sure you know the grammar, and I just want to talk about that again because so many of my students say it wrong. They want to express something as bad, so they say this suck. Oh, this suck. Okay, this is so wrong, and you sound silly. Okay, you sound stupid when you use wrong grammar with this slang. So you got to be careful. This has to be sucks. This sucks. This sucks. That S is so important. Okay, don't forget it. And you want to insult someone. You want to say a bad thing to someone, and you say, you sucks. Okay, if you said you sucks to me, I'm not angry. I'm laughing. Okay, because it's so funny because you're using wrong grammar. You sucks. That's funny. It has to be you suck. Okay, so if you want to say something bad to someone, you suck, and they're going to be very angry. If you say you sucks, they're laughing at your grammar. Okay, be careful with this grammar. It's a good slang word to use. You must know it. Okay, so good luck, and I hope you learned a lot in this video. Hello everyone, my name is Robin, and in this video we are going to talk about two very easy idioms. The first one is a piece of cake, and the second one is as easy as pie. Okay, so one uses the word cake and one uses the word pie. Now cake and pie are both very delicious food, but the idioms are not talking about food. Let's take a look at the first one. It's a piece of cake. It's a piece of cake. Okay, so that's an idiom. Again, idioms, the meaning and the words don't match. So the word here is cake, but the meaning is very different. It's not talking about cake. So what does this idiom mean? It's a piece of cake. Well, very easy. It's easy. Okay, so it's a piece of cake is the same as it's easy. Let's look at my second example sentence. Riding a bicycle is a piece of cake. Okay, so riding a bicycle is, again, a piece of cake is easy. Riding a bicycle is easy. Okay, so this first idiom is a piece of cake. It's very easy. Let's look at some more examples. The first example dialogue. Did you do your homework? Sure, it was a piece of cake. The second example dialogue. How did you do on the test? It was a piece of cake. I got A+. And the last dialogue. How's your new job? It's a piece of cake. Those examples were a piece of cake. Let's move on to the second idiom. All right. It's as easy as pie. So as easy as pie, we're not talking about cake anymore. We're talking about pie. We have to say as easy as pie, but has the same meaning. If you say it's as easy as pie, it's easy. Okay, it's very easy. Now, you can already see it uses the word easy. Why it says as pie, I don't know, but it's an idiom. It just means it's easy. Okay, so it's easy as pie. Riding a bicycle is as easy as pie. So again, as easy as pie, easy. Okay, don't forget to say the as easy as pie. All right, so let's look at some more examples. All right, the first dialogue. That math test was difficult. It was as easy as pie to me. The second dialogue. Did you finish your work? Yes, it was as easy as pie. And the last dialogue. Can you speak English? Yes, speaking English is as easy as pie. Those examples were as easy as pie. Okay, very easy. So again, the two idioms. It's a piece of cake. It's as easy as pie. They're idioms. Remember, they're not talking about cake. They're not talking about pie. These idioms both mean something is very easy. Again, they're very common. Okay, so you should know them, but also don't confuse them. Don't mix them up. Never say, it's a piece of pie. Okay, that's wrong. It's a piece of cake. And never say, it's as easy as cake. Oh, that sounds terrible. It's wrong. It's as easy as pie. Don't confuse them. All right? I hope you learn them. I hope you know them. And I hope you can use them. That's it. See you next time. Hello everyone, my name is Robin, and in this video we're going to talk about two slang using the word John. Okay, now before I talk about the slang John, I'm going to talk about the name John. Okay, it's a very common name around the world, John, and it usually comes from Jonathan. Jonathan is the full name, so when someone is born, they're given the name Jonathan, but that's very big. So most people will just say, hey, John, okay? So it's a very common name, but it is also slang that means something else. And let's take a look at the first slang. I have a sentence here. I need to go to the John, all right? Now, when it's a capital J, a big J, it is a name of a person. But this is a small j, okay? We know it's not the name of a person. And I need to go to the John. This is slang for a place. Okay, what place? I need to go to the John. Well, this John means the restroom or the washroom. I need to go to the John. Okay, very common slang that means I need to go to the restroom. All right. The second sentence, very similar. I am sitting on the John. Okay. Again, I'm not sitting on a person, John. This is slang. And this John means the toilet or the toilet seat, okay? I am sitting on the toilet seat. So, I need to go to the John and I am sitting on the John. Both of them, this slang is talking about the toilet, all right? Again, it's very common. You can hear it in America, around the world, and you should know it. Let's look at a few more examples of this slang term, John. All right, so the first example dialogue. Excuse me, where is the John? It's over there. Thank you. The second example dialogue. Where are you going? I need to use the John. And the last example dialogue. There's no toilet paper in the John. Here's some tissue. Thanks. All right, let's look at the second slang term for John. I have two example sentences here. This John is a person. Their name is not John. It's just slang to mean a type of person. So my two sentences, the first one, John is lonely, okay? And the second one, police caught many Johns, okay? This John is also a little bit bad. Like the previous slang, John is toilet. This John means, it's slang that means someone, a man, it's never a woman, a man who is on the street trying to buy sex from a sex worker, okay? So if the man is on the street trying to buy sex from a sex worker, we call him a John, okay? So as I said, a John is lonely. They're looking on the street. They're trying to get some female to have sex with them. And of course, that is illegal to try and get sex from a female on the street. So police caught many Johns. Okay, they caught many guys doing that. It's an illegal thing. So this is the second use of the slang term John. Let's take a look at a few examples of this one. All right, the first one. There are many Johns on the street tonight. There are many Johns on the street tonight. The next one. The John was arrested after trying to buy sex from two girls. The John was arrested after trying to buy sex from two girls. And the last example. All Johns have their real names published in the newspaper. All Johns have their real names published in the newspaper. So that's the two slang use of John. Again, if you need to go to the toilet, you just say, I need to go to the John, or you could ask, where is the John? All right. And the second meaning of John, the John slang, of course, is the guy who's looking to buy sex on the street. I hope you're not a John. Anyway, so those are the two slang terms using John. That's it for this video. See you next time. Hello everyone, my name is Robin, and in this video we are going to talk about a very common and popular slang, awesome. Okay, now awesome is slang. We shouldn't use it in any formal writing like essays or business emails, okay? It is slang. So it's a spoken word. Also, it's a very casual word, so we should use it just with our friends. What does awesome mean? Well, it's a very positive word to describe someone or something. Very positive. So someone or something is cool, great, impressive, wonderful, amazing, fantastic. All of these words put together, that is awesome. All right, very, very positive. So let's take a look at two examples here. He is awesome. He is awesome. All right, so you're describing someone as really, really cool and great. He is awesome. This movie is awesome. This movie is awesome, okay? So you really like the movie. It's really impressive, wonderful, great movie. This movie is awesome. All right? So that's how we use awesome, but there's a stronger expression using awesome, and that is using totally awesome, okay? So in this sentence, my trip was totally awesome. Totally is used to emphasize awesome. So very, very awesome. This is a very strong expression. Totally awesome. Okay? So if something is really, really, really amazing and great, you want to say totally awesome. So let's take a look at some examples now so you can understand awesome better. Let's look at the first example. This samgyeopsal is awesome. This samgyeopsal is awesome. And the next example. I'm getting married. That's awesome. I'm getting married. That's awesome. The next example. My teacher is totally awesome. He always plays games. My teacher is totally awesome. He always plays games. And the last example. This is awesome weather to go to the beach. This is awesome weather to go to the beach. I'm awesome. Oh, hey. Well, I hope you have a better understanding of how to use awesome, totally awesome. Be careful where you say these words. Remember, they should be said in just a casual situation. And of course, never write these words. Anyway, that's awesome. And I hope you liked this totally awesome video. Hi, I'm Robin, and in this video, I'm going to talk about the idiom, it's raining cats and dogs. All right. Now, this is example of a perfect idiom. Okay, it's a good example of an idiom. And remember, an idiom means the words in the expression or the sentence does not match the meaning of the sentence. Okay, so idioms are very difficult to understand sometimes. So let's look at this again. It's raining cats and dogs. So the words in the sentence does not match the meaning of the sentence. If you just looked at the words, it's raining cats and dogs, that means it's raining cats and dogs. Okay, so you got to be careful with idioms. Don't focus on the words. So it's raining cats and dogs. What does that mean? Well, that means, very simply, it's raining a lot. Okay, there's a lot of rain. So when someone says it's raining cats and dogs, of course, that does not mean it's raining cats and dogs. It just means it's raining a lot. Now, this is a very fun idiom to use, and it's very common. And there's one more thing I want to tell you about this idiom. Okay, so it's raining cats and dogs, as I said, is a really fun idiom to use when it's raining a lot. All right, but I'm going to teach you another joke we can use or say when someone says it's raining cats and dogs. Now, look at my dialogue. It's a little bit difficult to understand, so listen carefully. Person A says the idiom. It's raining cats and dogs. Now, person B says a joke. He replies, and this is a common reply as a joke, don't step in a poodle. Don't step in a poodle. Okay, now why is this funny? Well, it's a little bit difficult to understand because first you have to understand what a pun is. Now, a pun is a word with that can have two meanings. And the pun in this sentence is poodle. It has two meanings. Now, it's raining cats and dogs. That means it's raining a lot. So when it rains a lot on the ground or on the street, some water collects. Okay. Now, that is called a puddle. Okay. So when it's raining and there's some water, you can step in the water. That is called a puddle. Okay. So when it's raining, you don't want to step in the puddle, but he's telling a joke. It's raining cats and dogs. Don't step in a poodle. Okay, so he should say don't step in a puddle, the water, but as a joke, he says poodle. Don't step in a poodle. Now, why does he say that? Because it's raining cats and dogs. And the poodle is a type of dog. So if it's raining cats and dogs, don't step in the poodle. Okay, it's just a joke. Okay, anyway, the common idiom, it's raining cats and dogs. Feel free to use that. It's very common. Everyone knows it. Some people might add this joke. It's not so funny, but it's just a joke. All right, I hope you understand. See you next time. Hello everyone, I'm Robin, and in this video we're going to take a look at the idiom nature's call, or sometimes it's said as the call of nature. Okay, now this idiom means one thing, and that means if someone said that, they need to go to the toilet. They need to go to the restroom. All right, so they don't want to say directly, I need to go to the toilet. That might sound a little bit rude, okay? So they use this idiom to be more polite, and it's a little bit funny, okay? Nature's call, or the call of nature. Let's take a look at a couple of dialogues here. So maybe I'm at a party and I have to go to the restroom. So I stand up and someone asks me, where are you going? Okay. Again, I don't want to say I'm going to the toilet. That sounds a little rude. So I could just say nature's call, okay? And then that person would understand I'm going to the restroom, okay? Instead of nature's call, sometimes some people will say nature's calling, okay? That's okay too. Nature's call, nature's calling. All right, let's move on. My teacher asks, why are you late? Why are you late? I had to answer the call of nature, okay? This one looks a little more complicated, but they mean the same thing, okay? So why are you late? I had to go to the restroom. He doesn't want to say that, or she doesn't want to say that, so they say, I had to answer the call of nature, all right? And then the teacher would understand, oh, they're in the restroom. That's why they are late, all right? Let's take a look at a few more dialogues to understand it better. All right, let's look at the first dialogue. Did you sleep well? No, I kept waking up to nature's call. Did you sleep well? No, I kept waking up to nature's call. The next dialogue. Why did you leave the movie? I had to answer the call of nature. Why did you leave the movie? I had to answer the call of nature. And the next dialogue. Where are you going so fast? Nature's calling. Where are you going so fast? Nature's calling. And the last dialogue. Why are you starting your break early? Nature calls. Why are you starting your break early? Nature calls. So this is a great idiom to use when you don't want to say toilet or restroom, okay? It's polite and it's a little bit funny. You know, both men and women can use it. It's very common. When you say it, everyone will understand, okay? Nature's call, or some people say nature's calling, or the call of nature, all right? That's it for this video. See you next time. These videos are a great tool for you to improve your business English skills. All of the topics are a little advanced, but necessary to know. It's up to you to not only watch the videos, but to also review and self-study. If you don't know a word, check it in the dictionary. It's also important to repeat after the teacher. Repeating will help improve your intonation and pronunciation. It takes time and effort to improve your English, so it's important to watch and review our videos as much as possible. I know you will enjoy the series. Let's start. Hello everyone, my name is Robin, and in this video I'm going to talk about titles. Titles are very formal, so when we're talking to someone in the business world, we should use a title before their name. Now first I'm going to talk about titles for people we know or people we just met, and later I'm going to talk about titles for strangers. Let's take a look. Okay, I have 5 titles here, very common titles. Maybe you've already heard about them or know them. Let's take a look. The first one, MRS. MRS is pronounced Mrs. Mrs. And Mrs. is used only for married women, okay? So if her last name is Smith, I would call her Mrs. Smith. Okay, she's a married woman. The next one is Miss. Miss. And Miss is used for single women, not married. Okay, so Mrs. Smith, oh, I know she's married. Miss Smith, oh, she's single. Okay, again, both of them are only used for women. Mrs. and Miss are a little bit old style. Okay, so we don't use those too much anymore. What we use nowadays is this one, MS. The MS is pronounced Ms. Ms. And we only use Ms for women, but we don't know if they're married or single, okay? We're just using a title for women. So in the very formal situation and in business, this is what you should use. Ms. Ms. Smith, okay? Okay, so those are what we use for women. Over here we have Mr. And Mr, of course, is used for all men. Doesn't matter if they're married, single, every man is Mr. Okay, so again, if his last name is Smith, Mr. Smith. And the last one, doctor. Of course, doctor we use for doctors. Doesn't matter if it's a woman or a man, all doctors we should call doctors before their name. So like Dr. Smith. Okay, so those are the titles. Again, for business, you only need to know this one, Ms., and this one, Mr. Any man is Mr., and every woman should be Ms. Let's take a look at my name. Okay, of course I'm a man, so we should use Mr. But Mr., we should use it in a formal way. So I wrote 3 styles here. One of them is wrong. Okay, very wrong. Let's take a look. I have Mr. Robin Shaw, Mr. Robin, Mr. Shaw. Which one is wrong? Well, it is this one, Mr. Robin. Now, a lot of my students say, Mr. Robin, Mr. Robin, Mr. Robin. This is wrong. Okay, you got to be very careful. Robin is my first name, okay? And in a formal situation, don't just use the first name with Mr., okay? So this is wrong. You never want to say Mr. Robin. Mr. Robin Shaw, okay. My first name is here, but actually the Mr. Shaw, okay. This is a good way, very formal, Mr. Robin Shaw, or Mr. Shaw, okay. Use this style or this style, but never say this style. All right, let's take a look at an example. I invited 6 people to my party. I invited Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Ms. Jane Spark, Miss Kirkland, Mr. Scott, and Dr. Casting. I invited 6 people to my party. I invited Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Ms. Jane Spark, Miss Kirkland, Mr. Scott, and Dr. Casting. All right, now I'm going to talk about some titles or expressions to use when you're walking in public and you don't know someone, okay? You don't know their name, but you want to talk to them in a polite way, okay? Very formal way. And if you look here, you might say, excuse me. You want to get someone's attention. You say, excuse me. Okay, there's 4 main ways. This is for men. This is for women. So let's start with the men. So very simple. Excuse me, sir. Okay, very polite. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, mister. Excuse me, mister. This is the best one, but this one is also possible, okay, when you don't know their name. Excuse me, sir. Or may I help you, sir? Okay. The other 2 are for women. Now you can say, excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. This is usually for older women. Excuse me, ma'am. And excuse me, miss is for younger women. So probably under age 20. Okay, under age 20, we would probably say miss. So young women and even children females, women. Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, miss. May I help you, ma'am? May I help you, miss? Okay, so all of these, very polite, and you should use them. All right, so that's titles. Titles for people we know, titles for people we don't know. If you want to speak in a polite way, you should always use titles. It shows a lot of respect, okay? That's it for this video. See you next time. Hi, I'm Robin, and in this video, I'm going to teach you some verbs to describe upward movement. Okay, upward movement. What does that mean? Well, that means things are going up. For example, your sales, your profits, or your stock, maybe they're going up, and you want to express that in English. You want to use these verbs to describe the upward movement. All right, so the first one, go up. If you said sales are going up, of course, that's a good thing. Increase, profits are increasing, good thing. Gain, our stock has some gain, good. Climb, our sales are climbing, climb, climbing. You could also use that as an upward movement. And the last one here, strengthen, our stocks are strengthening. Our sales are strengthening. That means getting better. All right, let's move on to some more. The first group of verbs describing upward movement were great, but these ones are better. Why are these ones better? Because they're showing a higher and quicker upward movement. There you go. You're going up faster and higher really quick. So the first two, jump and leap, they mean the same thing. So if you say, my stock jumped or my stock leaped, yeah, your stock went up very quick, very high. Soar. Soar is a verb we use to describe the bird flying high in the sky. The bird soars. So if your profits soar, yeah, they're going up high to the sky. That's a good thing. Surge, very fast, going up, a surge. So our sales surged during the Christmas time, okay? Rocket, like a rocket, going straight up very fast. Our profits rocketed this year. Skyrocket, same as rocket, going up very fast to the sky. Our profits skyrocketed this year. And the last one, take off. Sales are really starting to take off, okay? Jump right up, go up, all right? So these are good verbs to describe a very quick and fast upward movement. Let's take a look at some examples. All right, let's look at the first example. Our sales are going up. Our sales are going up. And the next one. Our profits increased by 200% this quarter. Our profits increased by 200% this quarter. And the next one. My stock is gaining a lot. My stock is gaining a lot. And the next one. Our profits continue to climb with no end in sight. Our profits continue to climb with no end in sight. All right, the next one. This company is really starting to strengthen its profits. This company is really starting to strengthen its profits. And the next one. Sales jumped a lot since last year. Sales jumped a lot since last year. The next one. Our company's stock leaped 12% today. Our company's stock leaped 12% today. And the next one. The stock is soaring after the quarter results were released. The stock is soaring after the quarter results were released. And the next one. We always see a surge in sales over the Christmas holidays. We always see a surge in sales over the Christmas holidays. The next one. Since we released our new product, our profits have skyrocketed. Since we released our new product, our profits have skyrocketed. And the last one. When the advertising started, the sales took off. When the advertising started, the sales took off. You just saw some good examples, and in my examples, I used stocks, profits, and sales a lot. Now, these verbs don't have to be only used with profits and stocks and sales. They can be used with many other things to describe upward movement. So, for example, another example would be attendance. So if you have an exhibition, the attendance at this exhibition skyrocketed. Okay, it went up very fast. Or another example is just a restaurant. Okay, we've seen a lot of gain in customers at our restaurant this year. All right, so it can be used to describe money situations, but it can also be used to describe other situations too. All right, that's it for this video. See you next time. Hi everyone, I'm Robin, and in this video I'm going to teach you verbs to describe downward movement, okay? Now, downward movement is scary when you're talking about stock or profit or sales. Okay, let's take a look. These are the verbs you want to use for downward movement. The first one, go down. So if I say my profits in my company are going down, that's not good. The next one, decrease. Our profits are decreasing. Remember the opposite word, increase, going up, decrease. Increase, decrease. Sales are starting to slide. Sales are starting to slide. This is a common one. Now, slide means sales were okay, but they're starting to go down. Downward movement. They're starting to slide. Fall. Sales are falling. My stock is falling. Our profits are falling. Not good to hear. Lose ground. Our sales are losing ground. Okay, now this one's a little difficult. Lose ground means it's not stable. Something wrong. So if our sales are losing ground, okay, there's a problem with the sales going down, losing ground, and weaken. My stock is weakening. Remember, your stock could be strengthening going up, but in this case, downward movement, my stock is weakening going down. All right, let's move on. The next three verbs also describe a downward movement, but these verbs are scarier because they describe a very quick and big drop, all right? Something you don't want to hear when talking about stock, profit, or sales. Okay, here are the verbs. Again, a very quick and big sudden drop. The first one, crash, okay? If you say our sales crashed, that's terrible because your sales right down, very quick. Collapsed. Our profits collapsed this year. There's no money. Our profits collapsed, went right down. And the last one, plummet. Plummet. Very common to say plummet. My stock plummeted. My stock plummeted. Okay, that's a very terrible thing if your stock plummeted because the value of your stock dropped right down. All right? So these ones we would use for a very big and sudden drop. Let's take a look at some example sentences. All right, let's look at the first example. Profits decreased by 4% this quarter. Profits decreased by 4% this quarter. And the next example. Profits will slide if we do not improve the quality. Profits will slide if we do not improve the quality. And the next example. My company's stock has started to fall since the CEO died. My company's stock has started to fall since the CEO died. And the next example. We lost ground on profits since our rival came out with a new product. We lost ground on profits since our rival came out with a new product. And the next one. Our stock has weakened over the last few days. Our stock has weakened over the last few days. And the next example. Our stock crashed after the CEO was arrested. Our stock crashed after the CEO was arrested. And the next one. Sales have collapsed because our product has too many defects. Sales have collapsed because our product has too many defects. And the last one. Our profits will plummet if we don't introduce a new product soon. Our profits will plummet if we don't introduce a new product soon. Okay, we saw how we can use these verbs to describe downward movement. Now, this video focused on these verbs in a negative way. We're always talking about money. And of course, anytime money is going down, that's bad. That's negative. But these verbs can also be used in a positive way too. For example, if I said, cancer rates are going down, that's a good thing. Or if I said, crime is decreasing, that's a good thing too, okay? Just make sure you know you can use them in a negative way or a positive way. That's it for this video, and I'll see you next time. Hello, I'm Robin, and in this video, I'm going to teach you about using movement adjectives. These are adjectives that help us express upward movement and downward movement. Let's take a look. Here are my nouns. Increase, gain, climb. These are nouns to express upward movement. Decrease, decline, and drop. These are nouns to express downward movement. And here are our adjectives. Now, all of these adjectives can work with all of these words, okay? You can use slight with every word, you can use slow with every word, and all of these you can use with every word. They all match. Let's begin with slight. Now, the meaning of slight is very little, okay? So if you have a slight increase, very little increase, slight. Again, you could have a slight decrease, very little going down, very little. Slow, of course, slow means not fast, slow. You could have a slow gain or slow decline, very slow gain, slow decline. Gradual, okay, gradual means slow over time. So a gradual climb. Something is gradually climbing, or a gradual decline. Something is going down gradually, slowly. Steady. You could have a steady increase. Steady, very steady, straight, steady. Steady decrease, steady. Rapid. Rapid means very fast, okay? If you have something, a rapid climb, right up. A rapid climb, or a rapid drop, right down. And the last one, massive. Massive means big, large. So if you have a massive gain, very big gain, or a massive drop, very big drop, a massive decline, very big decline. Okay, so all of these adjectives can work with all of these nouns. Let's take a look at some examples. Let's look at the first example. My stock had a slight decrease in value this week. My stock had a slight decrease in value this week. And the next one. There has been a slow increase in sales this year. There has been a slow increase in sales this year. And the next one. Sales will gradually decline as the technology gets old. Sales will gradually decline as the technology gets old. And the next one. We can see a steady climb in profits. We can see a steady climb in profits. Our company is experiencing massive gains. Our company is experiencing massive gains. And the last one. Our profits will rapidly drop if we don't lay off some employees. Our profits will rapidly drop if we don't lay off some employees. Those were great examples of how to use movement adjectives in sentences. Now, before I go, I want to talk about something else. I don't want to confuse you. Let's take a look. All right, so we learned this today, a steady increase. Increase is the noun, steady is the adjective, a steady increase. All right, but now let's look at this sentence. It increases steadily. Okay, this is also okay for what's happening. Well, increase is a noun and it can also be used as a verb. All right, and steady is an adjective, but it can also be used as an adverb. All right, so here it's adjective noun, here it's verb adverb. All right, so just be aware that there are two ways to express that. In this video, we just focused on this way. All right, that's it. See you next time. Hi, I'm Robin, and in this video, we're going to talk about the difference between branch, chain, and franchise. Okay, so for some of my students, this is a little bit confusing, so I hope to clear up all the confusion. Now, the first word we're going to talk about is branch. Okay, you can call it a branch or a branch office. All right, so a company will have a headquarters, the central company, and a branch office is just an office. Okay, now a good example of branch office are banks. Okay, banks have a lot of branches. All right, they'll have the main bank, the central bank, and then they'll have different branches in the same city or another city. All right, now let's take a look at my example sentence. We set up a new branch or branch office in Hong Kong. We set up a new branch in Hong Kong. So maybe our business is in America and we set up a branch office in Hong Kong. So that branch office is just an office to help us do business in Hong Kong. It helps the headquarters. All right, that's branch. Let's move on to chain. Okay, so a chain is a store that has one owner. Okay, so there might be the parent company or the headquarters, and they have other stores around the world. Okay, those are chains, but the parent company, the headquarters, owns all the chains. Okay, a chain does not have a private owner or a private investor. Okay, all the stores are owned by the same company, one company. Let's take a look at Walmart. Now, Walmart is the biggest retail store in the world. They tried to come to Korea a few years ago, but they failed, so they're gone now. But they're still the largest in the world. Let's take a look at the example sentence. Walmart is the largest chain in the world. Okay, so we see chain, which means the Walmart headquarters, they own all the thousands of Walmarts in the world. All right, those Walmarts do not have a private investor or a private person buying and operating a Walmart. It just has one owner. Let's move on to franchise. All right, the last word we're going to look at is franchise. Now, you can contact a corporation and give them money, and you can open up one of their stores. Okay, that's a franchise. Again, it's different than a chain. For example, Starbucks. There's thousands of Starbucks around the world, but they're all owned by the corporation. But on the other hand, McDonald's. There's thousands of McDonald's around the world, but a lot of these McDonald's have private investors, all right? They contacted the corporation and they had a lot of money to invest and they opened up their own McDonald's. That's their franchise. All right, now I want to talk about Subway. Not the underground transportation system. That's a different Subway. This Subway is Subway restaurants, okay? They make Subway sandwiches, and they're very popular around the world, but not so popular in Korea, although there are some Subways in Korea. All right, Subway is the largest franchise in the world, okay? Subway is the largest franchise in the world. There's over 37,000 franchises of Subway, all right? So a lot of people, they invest and open up their own Subway franchise. Okay, so that's the difference between a branch, a chain, and a franchise, all right? I hope you learned a lot in this video. See you next time. Hello, I'm Robin, and in this video, we are going to talk about your income and your outgoings. Now, let's start with income first. Now, your income is the money coming in. How you make money. The money you make, that is your income, all right? And these are the different ways you can get an income. So let's see how they're expressed in English. Now, the first way is a salary. If you have a job, a full-time job, you get a salary. Now, salary is usually calculated per month or per year. Okay, so when you talk about your salary, for example, I make $2,000 a month or I make $40,000 a year. That's how we would express salary. The next one is wage. Now, a wage is usually for a part-time job. Okay, students work for a wage. For example, if they work at a fast food restaurant, maybe they get a small wage. This is calculated per hour or per day. So for example, I make $6 per hour. The next one is a commission. So if you work, especially in sales, maybe you get a commission. If you're working at a car dealership, you sell a car and you would get a percentage of the cost of that car. That's called a commission. So the more cars you sell, the more commission you get. Bonus. At the company, you work 1 year at the company, and some companies, not all companies, will give a bonus. Okay, so that's extra money if the company is doing well. Fees. Lawyers, doctors, they might charge fees. If you're using their service, you have to pay a fee, okay? So for example, a lawyer might have an hourly fee of like $400 or $500, okay? You pay them a fee, and that's how they make their money, from fees. Social Security. All right, this is money from the government. It can be called also welfare. So if you lost your job or you're handicapped and you need some money from the government, this is Social Security. That is also income. Pension, that is your retirement money. So after you retire, you can collect a pension. That's an income. And the last one, investments. So if you are investing in property or stock and you make money, that is also an income, all right? So this is the different ways you can get an income. Let's take a look at some example sentences. Okay, let's look at the first example. His yearly salary is $30,000. His yearly salary is $30,000. The next example. Her wage is $6 an hour at the fast food restaurant. Her wage is $6 an hour at the fast food restaurant. And the next one. For every camera I sell, I get 10% commission. For every camera I sell, I get 10% commission. And the next one. My company usually gives a year-end bonus. Last year, I received $5,000. My company usually gives a year-end bonus. Last year, I received $5,000. And the next one. I'm a lawyer. My hourly fee is $500. I'm a lawyer. My hourly fee is $500. And the next one. Our family lives off of Social Security. The government gives us about $900 a month. Our family lives off of Social Security. The government gives us about $900 a month. And the last example. When I retire from my company, I can collect a pension of about $2,000 a month. When I retire from my company, I can collect a pension of about $2,000 a month. Okay, so we talked about the different types of income, the money coming in. Now we're going to talk about outgoings. Outgoings, the money going out. How you spend the money. Let's take a look at the first one, living expenses. Now, living expenses means the things you have to spend or what you need to buy every day to survive. This is talking about food or clothing or even transportation, things like that, things you need to get every day. Those are living expenses. The next one, bills. Okay, so every month we have to pay bills. We have to pay the electricity bill, the water bill, things like that. Those are bills. Rent. If you're living in a house, the house is not yours, you're renting. Okay, you have to rent the house, so you have to spend money to rent the house every month. Mortgage. Now, if you want to buy a house, but you don't have enough money, you go to the bank, you ask for a loan, and they give you a loan, and you can buy a house. That loan is called a mortgage, all right? So rent, you don't own the house, you're just spending every month rent. Mortgage, you own the house, but still every month you have to pay the bank for the loan. So the mortgage is the bank loan to buy the house. Insurance, car insurance, health insurance, every kind of insurance. So every month you have to buy insurance. And of course, we have to pay tax. On all our income, we have to pay tax. So these are good examples of the outgoings. Let's look at some more example sentences. Okay, let's look at the examples. My monthly living expenses are around $800. My monthly living expenses are around $800. And the next one. All my monthly bills add up to about $1,200. All my monthly bills add up to about $1,200. And the next one. I pay $500 in rent. Next month, my rent will go up $100. I pay $500 in rent. Next month, my rent will go up $100. And the next one. Each month, I have to make a $1,000 mortgage payment. In 15 years, my house will be paid off. Each month, I have to make a $1,000 mortgage payment. In 15 years, my house will be paid off. And the next one. I pay about $400 a month in health insurance to cover my family. I pay about $400 a month in health insurance to cover my family. And the last one. My taxes are about 30% of my income. My taxes are about 30% of my income. Now you know different types of income and you know different types of outgoings. Okay, I did not teach all the different types of income and outgoings. I just taught the main ones, okay? The ones you must know. These are great financial terms. You should study them, you should know them, and you should use them. Anyway, that's it for this video. See you next time. Hello, I'm Robin, and in this video we're going to talk about some business expressions, asking about price, and also answering about price. All right. Now first, we're going to look at the questions on how to ask about price, and here they are. Now we're going to begin with how much first. So of course, the most basic question to ask about price is, how much is it? How much is it? So if you want to know the price or the cost of something, that's the easiest, most common way. How much is it? All right, now here are some more you might hear. They're all common. How much does it run? How much does it run? Or sometimes people say, how much does it run for? Okay, don't be confused by run. This is just talking about the cost. How much does it run? How much does it cost? Okay, again, very basic. How much does it cost? You want to know how much it costs, the price. How much does it sell for? How much does it sell for? How much will it cost me? How much will it cost me? Okay, and the last one, how much are you asking? How much are you asking? Now, all of these questions are the same. They're asking for the price or the cost of something. So the answer to all these questions, whoever you're talking to, would be the same answer. All right. Now, instead of how much, some people will say what. And you see this blue line. You never say what is it. It's always how much is it. But for these ones, people can use what. So you can say, what does it run? What does it cost? What does it sell for? What will it cost me? What are you asking? What is possible to? Okay, I prefer you to use how much, but you can also use what. And certainly you have to know both ways in case someone says what or how much. All right, let's move on to how to answer. Someone asks you, how much is something, and you have to answer. These are the best ways and the most common ways to answer. All right. Now I'm going to use $100 for every answer so you can understand they all mean the same thing. So the most common way is it's $100. How much is it? How much does it sell for? It's $100. Okay, now if it's not exactly $100, we're going to use about or around. Okay, so how much is it? It's about $100. It's around $100. Okay, and here are three more, not so common as the top two, but you're still going to hear them. It sells for $100. It sells for $100. It goes for $100. It's priced at $100. Okay, so all of these are the same thing, answering how much something costs. Okay, so the top two ways, that's the most common, but these ones are a little bit common. You will hear them, so you should know them. It sells for $100. It goes for $100. It's priced at $100. Okay, let's look at some example sentences. Okay, let's look at the first example dialogue. How much is it? It's about $2. How much is it? It's about $2. And the next one. Excuse me, what does this car sell for? This one sells for $9,000. Excuse me, what does this car sell for? This one sells for $9,000. And the next one. Do you want to buy a membership to the fitness center? How much does it run? It's about $100 a month. No thanks. Do you want to buy a membership to the fitness center? How much does it run? It's about $100 a month. No thanks. The next one. Honey, we should take a trip to Europe. How much will it cost us? Tickets go for $8,000. Okay, let's go in June. Honey, we should take a trip to Europe. How much will it cost us? Tickets go for $8,000. Okay, let's go in June. And the last example. What are you asking for this ring? This one is priced at $500. Oh, that's a little too expensive for me. What are you asking for this ring? This one is priced at $500. Oh, that's a little too expensive for me. So these are the most common ways and best ways to ask about price and answer about price. Okay, so you should study these expressions. They're very useful, very helpful. You must know them. That's it for this video, and I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, I'm Robin, and in this video we are going to talk about 6 vocabulary to use when you're leaving your job. Okay, some are common, some are not so common, but they're all useful. Let's take a look at the first 2, quit and give notice. Okay, now quit is the most common word or expression we want to use when leaving a job. You can say, I quit. Now, usually I quit means suddenly, like today, but it can be used to talk about the future, like I will quit next month, I will quit next year. And remember, if you use it in past tense, don't say quitted. You have to say, I quit my job last month. Okay, just use quit for past tense. All right, let's take a look at our example. This job is terrible. I quit. Okay, this job is terrible. I quit. This person is not happy with their job. He says, I quit. Maybe he says that to his boss. So in this sense, he's probably quitting today. He's at his job. He says, I quit. He probably goes home. Okay, he no longer does his job. The second one, give notice. Okay, give notice. When you give notice, this is more formal, more professional, and the polite way to quit. So in our sentence, today I gave my boss 2 weeks notice. Okay, so how long do you want to continue working at your job? 2 weeks notice. Some jobs you probably want to give 1 month notice, but anyway, he gives to his boss. Sometimes it's a paper, sometimes it's just verbally speaking, but you should give notice. That's the best way, the most polite way, the professional way to quit, to give notice. All right, let's take a look at the next 2. The first 2 vocabulary were about you wanting to leave a job. The next 2, maybe you don't want to leave your job, but you have to. The words are fired and laid off. Let's take a look at fired first. Now, fired, very negative, a very bad thing to hear if your boss tells you you're fired. Okay. Now, if you're fired, you're probably doing something wrong. You're a bad worker or something. And again, fired is quick. It's very quick. If your boss says you're fired, probably you should leave that job today. So go clean off your desk and go home. Get out. So your boss might say this, you're a terrible worker. You're a terrible worker. You're fired. You're fired. Again, go home. Get out. The next one, laid off. Now, laid off is not your fault. This is probably your fault. But laid off is probably the company fault, okay? The company has some financial problem, money problem, or there's not enough work for all the employees, okay? So when the company has a problem, they might have to lay off some employees. Let's take a look at the example. Company sales are down. Company sales are down. I was laid off. Okay, so probably this company has some money problems. And of course, large companies, when they lay off workers, they lay off thousands of workers. So you can see that in the newspaper, they will lay off like 3,000 workers or 5,000 workers because the company has a lot of problems. All right. In some cases, you might be rehired when the company has better conditions. Okay. So the company sales are down, you're laid off. Sales start to go up again, they will rehire some workers. But usually they don't rehire the old workers, they just hire new, younger, and cheaper workers. Anyway, both are bad. If you're fired or laid off, you probably don't want that. All right, let's look at the next two examples. Here are the last two vocabulary, resign and retire. Let's look at resign. Resign. Be careful with the pronunciation. It's resign. Resign. It's a verb, to resign. All right. Now, we already learned you can leave the company by quitting or give notice. And the last one here is to resign. Now, to resign is usually used with upper management, executives, CEOs, even politicians. They resign from a company. Now, resign can be positive or negative. So resign, if I'm a CEO and I want to resign from a company, all right, so probably I have another job at another company or I'm planning to retire. So I officially quit the company. I resign. It can also be negative, especially for politicians. They have some public scandal or something and they have to resign. They have to quit. Okay? Let's take a look at my example. He had to resign because of a scandal. Okay? So he's a very important person and he has to quit his job. But we don't say quit for the very important person. We say resign. Okay? And he had some scandal. He had to resign. The last one, retire. Okay, so you worked hard and it's time to stop working forever. You have to retire. So my example, after 35 years of work, long time, it's time to retire. Okay, so I'm going to retire from my company. Of course, this is a good thing. This is a positive thing. There can be early retirement. Okay, some companies have early retirement. They might give you some extra money to retire early. In some cases, it's voluntary, means you want to early retire. And in other cases, they make you early retire. Okay, but usually just retiring, that's a good thing. You worked hard, time to retire. All right, let's look at some example sentences. All right, let's look at the examples. Number one, I quit my job today. My boss was terrible. I quit my job today. My boss was terrible. Okay, let's look at the next one. I will move to another city. I will give 2 weeks notice to my company. I will move to another city. I will give 2 weeks notice to my company. Next example, he got fired from his job because he was stealing money. He got fired from his job because he was stealing money. The next example, the company had to lay off 1,000 employees because of low sales. The company had to lay off 1,000 employees because of low sales. All right, the next example. He resigned from the CEO position due to low sales. He resigned from the CEO position due to low sales. And the last example. I will retire at age 65. I will retire at age 65. Okay, I hope those examples helped you. Let's do a quick review of the 6 vocabulary. The first one, quit. I quit. Okay, you don't like your job anymore and you're going to quit. Probably very quickly, like today, I quit. The next one, give notice, a little more professional and nice. You tell your boss, or you write a letter to your boss and you give it to him. I'm going to give notice that I'm quitting 1 month later. All right. You're fired. Very bad. You're a bad worker maybe, and your boss says you're fired. Okay, so get out now. Get out today. Laid off, company problems, not your fault. Sorry, but we have to lay you off. Okay, you're fired, but it's not your fault. Resign, again, for kind of upper management and very important workers. They don't say I quit, they say I resign. And the last one, retire. Of course, you work many, many years and you don't want to work anymore. You retire. All right. So I hope you have a very good understanding of these 6 vocabularies. And that's it. See you next time. Hello everyone, I'm Robin, and in this video we're going to talk about being fired. Okay. There are many expressions in English that express being fired. Of course, when you're fired from a job, that's a terrible thing because you lost your job. And as I said, there are lots of expressions to express being fired. Let's take a look. Now, I'm going to use the sentence he was. Of course, it could work for men, he, or women, she, he was, she was. He was fired. All right, that's the most common way to express being fired. He was fired, but there are some other ones. And this is the first group. There will be a second group later. Let's take a look. He was fired. He was laid off. Okay, now fired is probably your fault, the employee fault. But if you're laid off, that's the company fault. The company has some financial difficulties, so they have to lay off many workers. He was dismissed. Okay, he was dismissed. This is kind of a polite way to say he's fired. He was let go. Okay, fired is a very terrible word. He was fired. He was let go means the same thing, but it's not as powerful. So it's a little nicer to say he was let go. He was released. He was released. Again, kind of a more polite way to say he was fired. And the last one, he was terminated. He was terminated. This is actually very strong. Terminated. Cut. He was terminated. All right, this is the first group, but there's more. Let's move on. Here's the second group of expressions. Remember, they all mean the same thing, to be fired. All right, so there's lots of slang and idioms to look at. The first one, dumped. He was dumped. Again, it just means fired. He was sacked. He was sacked. He was canned. He was canned. He was axed. He was axed. Now, an axe is like an axe to cut a tree. So he was axed. Similar, he was cut. Now, the last 2 idioms, also very common. He was given the boot. The boot. He was given the boot. So he was kicked out of the company. And he was given the pink slip. Okay. Now, a long time ago, when someone was fired from a company, they were given a form to say you're fired. And the color of this form was usually pink. Okay. So this expression, given the pink slip, that means he's fired. These days, they don't use that form anymore, but they still use the expression or the idiom here to mean that person is fired. All right. So these are also all very common and very good to use to talk about when someone is fired. All right. So again, being fired is a terrible thing, but in English, we have a lot of expressions that mean you are fired. All right. So I hope you learned a few more today. That's it, and I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, I'm Robin, and in this video we are going to learn some very useful expressions to describe a coworker who is too nice to your boss or manager. All right. Now, in every company there are some employees, your coworker, who are too nice to the boss. Okay. And why are they too nice? Well, maybe they want a promotion or they want a higher salary. They want some sort of advantage. So they are very nice to the boss. And maybe they don't even like the boss, but they are still always nice to the boss. Very friendly to the boss, always doing what the boss asks them to do, and maybe they even give gifts to the boss. They're always nice to the boss. Well, of course, we don't like those people. We hate those people, and we hate those coworkers. So we're going to use these expressions. Now, these expressions can be used for both men and women, and they are negative. Okay, so we want to call these people very negative names. We don't like them. The first one, a yes man, very easy to understand. So a yes man, if I said he's a yes man, that means he always says yes to the boss. Okay, whatever the boss asks him to do, he says yes. He never says no because the boss might be angry or upset if he says no. So he's a yes man. He always says yes. The next one, very negative. Let's use a girl. She's a bootlicker. She's a bootlicker. Okay, so you have to imagine a boot and someone licking the boot. Okay, very negative. So that means if the boss asks, lick my boot, she would say yes. Okay, so that just means whatever the boss asks, she will do. So we would say she's a bootlicker. Okay, the next one, sucking up. Okay, she's always sucking up. Okay, she's always sucking up means she's always too nice to the boss. Okay, she's sucking up. The last two, my favorite. They're very bad. Okay, let's take a look. The first one, ass kisser. This is your ass. So someone who is an ass kisser, he's an ass kisser. The boss has an ass and he's kissing the ass, okay? That means he's really too nice to the boss. We call him an ass kisser. He doesn't really kiss the boss's ass, but he's too nice. And the last one, brown noser. She's a brown noser, okay? She's, again, too nice to the boss. She's a brown noser. Now, brown noser, the nose is brown. Why? Well, similar to ass kisser, the brown noser is kissing the ass and they get some shit on their nose because they're always kissing ass. So she's a brown noser or he's a brown noser. Very negative thing to call your coworker who is too nice to the boss. All right, let's take a look at a few example sentences to help us understand these expressions. All right, let's take a look at the first example. He is a yes man. He agrees with all the boss's ideas, even the stupid ideas. He is a yes man. He agrees with all the boss's ideas, even the stupid ideas. And the next one. He always sucks up to the boss. He always sucks up to the boss. And the next one. She is such a bootlicker. She actually hates the boss, but acts friendly to him. She is such a bootlicker. She actually hates the boss, but acts friendly to him. All right, let's look at the next one. Steve is a big ass kisser. He even washes the CEO's car on Sunday. Steve is a big ass kisser. He even washes the CEO's car on Sunday. And the last one. I hate brown nosers. They always get more perks. I hate brown nosers. They always get more perks. Are you an ass kisser? Are you a brown noser? Okay, well, from my experience, of course, I worked at many companies and schools. Sometimes I do suck up to the boss. You know, a happy boss is certainly better than an angry boss. But generally, I'm not always a brown noser, just sometimes. Be very careful if you call someone a brown noser or ass kisser. It's very negative, okay? So you can talk to your coworkers, he's a brown noser. But if you say you are a brown noser, very negative, that person's going to be angry. All right? So I hope you understand these expressions and I hope you use them correctly. That's it, and I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, my name is Robin, and in this video we are going to talk about puns. Okay, now puns are very difficult to understand, very difficult to hear, and very difficult to use. So this video is an advanced video, and I don't expect my students to start making their own puns very soon. So this video is more for fun, just to understand a little bit of English word play. Now, what is a pun? Well, a pun is kind of a word used in a joke, and the word has two meanings, okay? So to help you, we're just going to jump into an example. And I have a very simple example here. Korea has soul. This is a pun. The word that is a pun is soul, because soul has two meanings, of course. Now, when I say Korea has soul, this is S-O-U-L. That soul means Korea has some spirit or some energy. But of course, it has another meaning, because soul, the spelling is different, but the sound is the same. Seoul is a city in Korea. So when we say Korea has soul, it's kind of a joke because the soul has two meanings. Okay, now pun jokes are kind of not really ha-ha funny. Usually when someone says a pun joke, everyone is kind of quiet and maybe we hear crickets. So if I said Korea has soul, maybe everyone's, oh yeah, okay. All right, so let's take a look at a couple other examples of pun jokes to help you understand. I have two more examples here to help you understand the pun jokes, okay, the jokes that use a pun. Again, they're not really ha-ha funny. You just kind of, okay. So the next one here, my bicycle fell. My bicycle fell because it's too tired. My bicycle fell because it's too tired. All right. So the blue word, that's the pun. And again, a pun has two meanings. So why is this funny or not so funny? Too tired. All right. So again, two meanings. The first meaning, my bicycle has two tires. Okay, the front tire and the back tire. So it has only two tires, so it fell. But there's also a second meaning. It's too tired sounds like T-O-O, too, very tired. So my bicycle fell because it's very tired, all right? So too tired sounds like two tires and too tired, very tired, all right? So that's what makes the pun funny. It has two meanings. The next one. I used to be a banker, but I lost interest. I used to be a banker, but I lost interest. Okay, this is the pun. This word has two meanings. The first meaning is interest. I'm interested, okay? So he lost interest. He's no longer interested in banking. So he's not a banker anymore. That's one meaning. A second meaning is interest is actually a bank term, bank vocabulary. When you put money in the bank, okay, every year the bank will give you interest. For example, 6% or 4%, they give you interest every year. So he's not a banker anymore because he lost interest, which would mean he lost money. All right, so this is funny. I used to be a banker, but I lost interest because interest is a pun. It has two meanings. First meaning, he's not interested in the banking business anymore. And the second meaning, he lost some money, okay? All right, let's move on to one last one. All right, the last joke I'm going to show you actually has two puns, and you can decide if it's funny or not. All right, here's the joke. So there's a question and answer. The question, how do celebrities stay cool? How do celebrities stay cool? Of course, celebrities are famous people, stars, talents. How do celebrities stay cool? They have many fans. Okay, that's the joke. And as I said, there's actually two puns. So the question, how do celebrities stay cool? Okay, so cool has two meanings. The first meaning is cool, cold. Okay, not hot, not warm. So how do they stay cold? The second meaning is cool. You know, wearing sunglasses, they're cool, all right? Very good, very cool. So the two meanings of cool, they have many fans. Of course, there's the pun, and the pun has two meanings. The first meaning is fan. When you're hot, you have the machine blowing air. That's the fan. And of course, the other meaning, the second meaning of fan, is when you're very famous and popular, people like you. They're your fans. They're screaming, They want your signature, your autograph. Those are fans. Okay. So how do celebrities stay cool? They have many fans. All right. So this is funny because we can recognize there's two meanings here. So you could read this the first way. How do celebrities stay cool? Not hot. They have many fans. Machines blowing at them to stay cool. Or how do celebrities stay cool? They have many fans. People screaming. All right? Funny? Okay. Yeah, well, these are pun jokes. Some people like them. Very advanced English, okay? Because you have to know, you have to have a very good vocabulary. You have to know the word and its two meanings to understand the joke. All right? That's it. I hope you enjoyed the puns video, and I hope you can maybe create your own pun one day or understand it when someone tells you a pun joke. That's it, and I'll see you next time. Hi, I'm Robin, and in this video, I'm going to teach you a common catchphrase. What's a catchphrase? Well, a catchphrase is something that people like to say. It could be a sentence or a word, and they like to use it for fun, okay? Now, the catchphrase today is, see you later, alligator. See you later, alligator. All right, I wrote it here, see you later, alligator. Now, see you later, alligator is a catchphrase, and it's more for fun with children, all right? See you later. This is a way to say goodbye, see you later. But when we're talking to children, we can say, see you later, alligator. Okay, why? Because later and alligator, they sound similar. They rhyme. See you later, alligator. Okay, so when you say that to someone, usually a child, see you later, alligator, they will reply, after a while, crocodile. After a while, crocodile. So later rhymes with alligator, while rhymes with crocodile. So it's a catchphrase. It's something fun to say with children. And sometimes adults use it too, just for fun. So if someone says to you, "See you later, alligator," you should answer, "After a while, crocodile." All right? That's the catchphrase. It is common. That's it, and see you next time. Hello everyone, I'm Robin and welcome to this video. In this video, I'm going to talk about the 4 language skills. Whenever we study a language, there are 4 very important skills we need to know and practice. So that's what I'm going to talk about in this video. I'm going to talk about the 4 skills, and I'm going to teach you how to use these 4 skills to improve your English language ability. This is an introduction video, so I'm not going to go into too much detail, but I still think it's a very important video to help you improve your English. So the 4 language skills, we also call them the 4 core English skills. Core means center. Very important, okay? These are very important skills, and I think you already know these skills. The first 2, speaking and writing. Now, speaking and writing, these are called productive skills or output, okay? So you have an idea or some information and you want to give that to another person. You have to create language, okay? You have to create English. So you're speaking in English or you're writing a letter or an email. You have to create and give that information to someone. So we call that productive skills. The last 2, listening and reading, we call these receptive skills or input, okay? So you're listening to someone speak English and you have to understand, or you're reading a book or a newspaper article and you have to understand what the information is. These are the 4 skills. They're called skills because with practice, we can get better, and I'm going to show you how to practice using these 4 skills. Now I'm going to teach you how to use the integrated skills approach. Approach means it's a method, okay, and it's a good method. Skills, we're talking about the 4 skills, and the key word, integrated. Now what this means is we're taking the 4 skills, and when we study English, we're studying all 4 skills together at the same time. All right? Let me explain more. So you should study a topic practicing all 4 core English skills. Let me give an example of a classroom. Now, a good teacher will want to use the integrated skills approach. So the teacher will bring the class a topic. So let's say the topic today is Canadian culture. So what the teacher will want to do is practice the receptive skills. So the students might read about Canadian culture. They might watch a video and practice their listening about Canadian culture. So they're receiving information in English. And then the teacher will want to practice the productive skills. So he or she will ask the students to write about Canadian culture, what they thought about Canadian culture. And the teacher will also ask the students to practice speaking about Canadian culture with the teacher or with a classmate. So in this class, a good teacher was able to pick a topic, one topic, and practice all 4 core English skills. This is a really good class. This is a really good way to study English. Why? Well, with the receptive, practicing the receptive skills, you might learn some new English expressions or vocabulary. And then when we're practicing the productive skills, you're able to practice writing these new expressions and you practice speaking these new expressions All right, this will really, really help you improve your English. So in the class, a good teacher will do this. But let's talk about self-study outside the class. How can you do this? Well, it's not easy, okay? You know that. So the receptive skills, the reading and listening, that's easy. You're practicing your receptive skill now. You're listening to me. You can watch videos or listen to the radio. And reading, you can read articles and books. So you can practice that alone. But the productive skills, writing, a lot of my students don't practice that, but you should, all right? Now, you can keep a diary, whatever you watch. You can make some comments in your diary or about your day. You're writing, you're practicing. And for speaking, well, you need a partner, okay? You need a partner to practice speaking. That's not easy, I know, but you really need to find a club or a friend you can practice speaking English about some topics, okay? Now I'm going to help you a little bit. I'm going to talk about Voice of America. Now, and this website. Now, this is a really good website to practice your listening and reading, okay? If you go to this website, they have different levels. So if you're a beginner, intermediate, advanced, they have different videos and different articles. So this will really help you to find your level and practice your listening when you're watching a video and your reading, all right? Right now, I'm going to show you how to access this site and use this site. Let's take a look.
First, open your browser. Search for Voice of America. You can see their English learning site here. Okay, this is the main page. You can see up here many things to explore. They have English lessons and 3 levels of news articles. Let's click level 1 and the first article. You can practice listening with the audio.
This is what's trending today.
And it matches the article
Video
below.
game company Nintendo announced its newest.
Let's check level 3. Again, you can play the audio
Harvard Business
to practice
School
listening.
is one of the most famous
Or read the
graduate
article
schools
first
in the
and listen
world.
later. Let's click the video. They have some good videos for studying English. And they have audio broadcasts too.
Voice of America, a great website to help you improve your English. All right, there's one more thing I want to talk about. That is balance the skills. Now we have the 4 skills here. And one problem I see with my students is they are focusing or they're practicing only 1 or 2 of these skills, and they're ignoring, they're not practicing other skills. So for example, speaking. A lot of my students, they're only practicing speaking, but they're not practicing writing. All right, don't do this. If you are studying English, you have to practice all of these, okay? And if possible, integrate it at the same time about a topic. This will really help you improve your English. Another example, some of my students, they're only worried about taking a test like TOEFL or TOEIC or IELTS. So they're more focused on listening and reading or maybe writing, and they don't spend any time on speaking. All right, this is terrible too. Again, to really improve your English, balance the skills. Study them all right? Now, I hope this video helped you. See you next time. If you enjoyed my video, like the video or subscribe to my channel or write a comment below. I really want to hear what you thought of my video, okay? Thank you. Hello everyone, I'm Robin and welcome to my video. Don't study English in Vancouver. Why am I making this video? Well, I'm making this video for my Korean students, okay? Now, I'm Canadian and I've traveled throughout Canada and I visited many of my Korean students and I saw how they studied English in Canada. And also, many of my students have gone to Canada for 6 months, 1 year, 2 years to study English and come back, and I've talked with them. So I learned a lot about studying English in Canada. And what I learned is don't study here. Vancouver and Toronto, these are the bigger cities in Canada. And I'm going to say don't study English in Vancouver and don't study English in Toronto. Because of the students that I've seen, and there's been a lot that went to Canada and studied for 6 months or a year, and they came back, I've noticed that students that studied English in Vancouver and Toronto, their English was not as good as my students that studied in smaller Canadian cities. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit of maybe why that happens. And before I talk about the why, we should understand if you plan to go to Canada, you should have a primary goal. Now up here I have an example of 2 goals. Improve my English speaking ability, have a great travel experience. Okay, both of these are good goals. There's probably other goals, but we should identify the primary goal, the first goal. And the first goal I think should always be number 1. When we go to Canada, we want to improve our English, okay? We want to go there for 1 year, come back, and we speak English very well. You know, it's very embarrassing if your parents spend a lot of money to send you to Canada, you go there and you come back, and there's only a little bit of improvement. So our first goal should be improve our English, so every decision we make should be to help the first goal. Of course, in Canada, wherever you go in Canada, you will have a great travel experience. So understanding our first goal, do not study English in Vancouver or Toronto. All right, we should also think about what kind of friends we want to meet in Canada. Toronto and Vancouver, they attract a lot of international students, okay? So if you go to the language school, or you're just walking around, probably you're going to meet a lot of international students. These are going to be your friends. These are possibly going to be your roommates. Again, we have some goals here. You want to go to Canada. You want to make Canadian friends, okay, to improve your English. And you want to make international friends. This is good too. But again, our primary goal should be try to make Canadian friends, okay? Again, a lot of my students, they go to Canada, they go to Vancouver for 1 year, they come back and they say, I have a lot of friends, and I ask them, well, how many Canadian friends? And no, they have no Canadian friends, okay? They have lots of new Korean friends, and they have lots of Japanese or Chinese friends. That's good, but we should try to make some Canadian friends, because this will really help improve our English. Okay. Study here. Here are some better cities: Victoria, Calgary, Edmonton, Saskatoon, Regina, Winnipeg, Ottawa. Great cities to study English. And why? Well, problem 1, there's too many Koreans in Canada. Like when I say Koreans, there's a lot of Koreans living in Canada. There's also a lot of Korean students going to Canada. And there's a lot of Korean tourists going to Canada. Now, I love Korea and I love Koreans, but if you're going to Canada to study English or practice English, you don't want to be around a lot of Koreans, because you're just going to speak Korean more than you speak English, okay? So it's very important to get away from the people who speak the same language as you, okay? It's very tempting after a long day, you're tired and you're sick of English, to go play with your Korean friends, and on the weekend, play with your Korean friends. Okay, you're not practicing your English. So here are Canadian provinces, not all the Canadian provinces. Ontario, This is the province with Toronto and Ottawa, British Columbia, Vancouver, Victoria. So Toronto, Vancouver, don't study English there. And you can see there's a lot of Koreans there. These are the Koreans that live there, Korean Canadians. And again, as I said, there's students and tourists. These are the cities I recommend. Calgary, Edmonton, Saskatoon, Regina, Winnipeg. So you can see not many Koreans there. Good chance to practice your English. All right, another problem, the language schools. Now, when you're in Korea, you probably go to the Ahokwan first, and you talk about studying English in Canada, and they might recommend Vancouver or Toronto. I hope you tell them, no, I want to go to a smaller city. But when they recommend Vancouver or Toronto, they might get some incentive, something, money from Vancouver language schools and Toronto language schools. These are big language schools. They have a lot of students. They have a lot of money to try to get more students. So don't trust the Ahokwan too much, okay? And the language schools in Vancouver, Toronto, very big, very professional. And they are a problem because I put 3 reasons here. First reason, they make it too easy for students. Another reason, they steal your English speaking experiences. I'll talk about this in a moment. And they control your money. Actually, they control your time and money. So let's go back to the stealing, language stealing. So if you go to the language school in Vancouver or Toronto, they're usually going to pick you up from the airport. They're going to help you finding housing. They help you make a bank account, and they have some weekend events for Saturday, Sunday, and they offer some class trips. And I'm going to say this is stealing your language experience. Remember, you're going to Canada to improve your English. It's very important that you struggle and have a difficult time. That is where you're learning to speak English. So, for example, if you go to make a bank account by yourself, wow, what a learning experience. You got to grow the bank account. You have to communicate what you need to the Canadian teller, and then you have a goal to accomplish. This is a really good learning experience. Not the Hagwon or the language school taking you to the bank and helping you do everything, and actually maybe you don't even speak any English. Same with the weekend and class trips. You're at the language school, you're in a class. Most of your class, especially Vancouver and Toronto, are going to be other Koreans, okay? Over 50% of your classmates are going to be other Koreans. You're going to have some international students there, probably from Asia, Japan, China, Taiwan. You might have some European students, very few European students, maybe some South American, and there's a lot of Mexican students too. Great. They're also great to improve your English, but they're controlling your time and your money by offering their programs. You go out on a trip, you're making friends and practicing English, but really your goal is to make Canadian friends and interact with Canadians. So I don't really like this system. It's okay, it's okay, it works, but I want you to try a more difficult and better way to really improve your English. All right, let's talk about Canada in a little more detail. This is Canada. I put the red pins. Vancouver, Toronto, don't go there. I recommend middle Canada, the middle area, the middle cities. So yeah, Vancouver and Victoria. Vancouver, Victoria, beautiful cities. Okay, if you go to Canada, you must visit Vancouver. There is a good reason why many Koreans go to Vancouver. It is beautiful. So spend a week traveling in Vancouver, but again, don't study English in Vancouver. Victoria, very close to Vancouver, a lot of Koreans, but a better place to help improve your English. Alberta, the province of Alberta, Calgary, Edmonton, perfect. These are perfect cities to study English, okay? There are about 1 million people each. not many Koreans, safe places. You would have a great experience in these cities. Saskatchewan, Saskatoon, Regina. I'll tell you, I had a student who went to Regina for 9 months. He said he went to Regina. There was no Koreans. He was forced. He had to make Canadian friends. He came back. His English was amazing. Okay, just 9 months in Regina. You know, he really improved his English and he loved Regina. Of course, Regina is not a perfect city, but he had a great time there and he made Canadian friends. Winnipeg, getting really interior in the center of Canada. Another good place to study English. I've had some students go there. It's a good place. Winnipeg. This area is, I'm not going to lie, a little bit cold. So if you do go to Winnipeg, dress warm, but that's part of the Canadian experience. This is the province of Ontario. This is where Ottawa and Toronto are. Now, before I talk about Ottawa and Toronto, I'm just going to mention the east coast of Canada. There are some places, some good places to study English, but I'm sorry, I don't have much information about these places, okay? I haven't had many students that went to study out here, and I haven't traveled so much in this area. So I'm sure there's good places in Eastern Canada, but I can't really recommend them today. So I know about Central Canada very well, and I recommend this area. All right, so Ottawa, Toronto. Ottawa is the capital city of Canada. It's a beautiful city. I think it's okay to study English there, but Toronto, don't study English in Toronto. Too many Koreans in this area, and Koreatown. If you study in Toronto, most of your friends are going to be Korean, and you're eating, Korean food and doing Korean activities almost every day. You know, this is not part of the Canadian experience, all right? All right, let's do a summary of what I've been telling you. Be sincere about your goals. Remember, your goals should be improve my English. That's your first goal. Make Canadian friends. All right, so all of your decisions is focused on those things. You have to achieve those things. So do not study English in Vancouver or Toronto, okay? These are not good places to study English. They do not help your goals because there's too many Koreans in these cities. You are going to have a lot of Korean friends. You are going to go to Koreatown. You are going to be speaking more Korean than English. Don't go there. They're great places to visit, but don't study English in Vancouver. Get out of the Ahakwan language school system. This is okay at first. I can understand why people might need this, but to spend 1 year in this system where they're controlling your time and money and your selection of friends is only your classmates, you got to get away from this, all right? Be brave, be strong, you can do it. You can get out of the system and start interacting with Canadians and living in Canada. So that brings us to participate in Canadian culture. You're going to Canada, another country, to study English, but you have to participate. You have to live in Canada. So you have to do things Canadians do, and you have to join clubs and join classes, meet Canadians. All right, this is really important to improve your English. Of course, you're going to have a great experience. You do not have to go to Vancouver and Toronto to have a great experience. You can go anywhere in Canada. I promise you, you will have a great experience, okay? So this goal is very easy. So you do not have to study in Vancouver or Toronto. All right, some final words. Abroad is not the place to study. It's the place to practice, experiment with, and test your English. And you should think this way too. Korea, you go to the language school, you study from a course book, you study from a teacher. But when you go to Canada, you should get away from the teachers, get away from the course book. This is your chance to use real English in real situations this will make your English better. All right, you will learn very fast if you start thinking this way. Get out of the classroom. All right, thank you. I hope this video helps you. And remember, don't study English in Vancouver. See you next time. If you enjoyed this video, let us know. Subscribe, like the video, and I really like it when my viewers write English comments below. Take care. Hello everyone, I'm Robin and welcome to my video. In this video, I'm going to talk about how to make Canadian friends, specifically how to make Canadian friends in Canada. Maybe you're going to Canada to study English and you want to make some Canadian friends. I'm making this video because a lot of my Korean students, they have the experience of going to study in Canada 6 months, 1 year, over 1 year. They come back, I talk to them, and they tell me they made a lot of friends. They made a lot of international friends, for example, from China, Japan, Taiwan, maybe some European or South American friends. But they didn't make any Canadian friends, okay? And I'm very surprised and shocked, and a little bit disappointed, because you're going to Canada to live, to experience the culture. You should interact with Canadians, make Canadian friends, and of course, their main goal going to Canada is to improve their English. Yes, you can improve your English with some international friends, but the best way is to make Canadian friends, all right? So let's talk about that. How do I make Canadian friends and improve my English? First, I have work or volunteer. So if you get a job in Canada, or even if you just volunteer in Canada, you're put in a situation where you're interacting with Canadians. It's a very good situation to improve your English quickly. So I recommend this, but make sure you have the right visas and it is legal, not illegal. So if you work in Canada, get the proper visa. Second is homestay. Now, if you go to Canada to study English, staying with a homestay, I put a star here because this is the best way to immediately start interacting with Canadian people, because you're going to the homestay family. If they're a good homestay family, they will treat you very nice, they will take you places, and they will, you become part of the family. And this will really help you improve your English and understand the culture. But sometimes there are bad homestay families, okay? A bad homestay family is more interested in the money, and they will have a lot of rules, and they don't want to talk to you very much. And if they do talk to you, maybe they're yelling at you. Okay, so you got to be careful with homestay. It's a great experience if you get a good homestay family, but if you get a bad homestay family, you got to get out. That brings us to roommates. So in Canada, if you're going to live in Canada or study in Canada, you should make a Canadian roommate. When I visit Canada, and sometimes I visit my students, they have roommates that are usually other Koreans or Japanese or Chinese. Again, our goal should be, we want to improve our English and experience Canadian culture, so really try to get a Canadian roommate. I'll talk more about that in a moment. Online websites, apps, these are good to quickly meet Canadians. I'll talk about that in a moment. Join a club, camping, swimming, taekwondo, etc. Join a class, swimming, piano, yoga, photography, art, etc. These two, really good for meeting Canadians right away. So clubs are usually free. I had one student join a camping club. She went camping twice a month. She met a lot of Canadians. She had a good time. I had another student, she joined a yoga class. So she went to Canada to study English. After about a month, she joined a yoga class, all Canadians, and she learned a lot of English. She made a lot of friends right away. Okay, so last two, very good for meeting Canadians and making Canadian friends and improving your English. All right, let's talk more about websites and apps. These websites and apps work in every country. So whatever country you are in, you can use these to meet foreigners and make friends or girlfriend or boyfriend to improve your English. Dating apps. Tinder is probably one of the most popular. If you're looking for a girlfriend, if you go to Canada and you want a girlfriend, Tinder is a good place to start. OkCupid is another. There are many kinds of dating apps, so when you go to another country, download an app. You can start being connected with Canadian guys or girls right away. If you're not interested in dating, you just want to make friends, I recommend Meetup. Meetup is an awesome app. That's why I put the star here. It is awesome. When you go to Canada, make sure you have the Meetup app, because when you check that app, it will show you all kinds of clubs and activities every day of the week almost. Well, in some cities, every day of the week, there's multiple activities. It's a great way to meet friends right away and have fun. Badoo is another app. It's meant for friends, but you can make boyfriend, girlfriend, of course, if you want. But these two are good for friends, meeting Canadian friends right away. Websites, Kijiji, this is Canadian, and Craigslist, this is more international. These are good websites if you want to find a roommate, if you want to buy or sell something. So if you want to buy a bicycle or sell a phone, these sites are great to interact with Canadians. All right. When you make your Canadian friends, you want to keep contact with them. And the messengers they use, WhatsApp and Facebook Messenger. These two are the most common for Canadians. I think Americans too. And of course, Facebook is very important. You need a Facebook account to keep in contact with your English-speaking friends. If you're from Korea or Japan and Southeast Asia, they don't use Line much in Canada. And of course, Katalk, they don't use that in Canada. If you meet a Canadian friend in Canada and you said, "Do you have Katalk?" They're not going to understand what you're talking about. They do not use that. You have to use these ones, really, if you want to talk with Canadians. Okay, my final words. Participate in the foreign culture. It's very important if you go to Canada to participate in the culture. If you're from Korea, you're going to have a lot of Korean friends there. That's good. But you want to try to meet Canadian friends, interact with Canadians, and do Canadian things. Do not only observe the foreign culture. Observe is just watching, okay? And when I visit Canada, and sometimes I visit my students, I see them not participating in the culture, actually watching. You know, they stay in their groups with other Koreans, and they go places, and they're just watching Canadian culture. This is not good. We want to participate in Canadian culture. All right, so I hope this video helps you. If you go to Canada and you want to meet a Canadian and you want to improve your English, there's lots of information in this video. All right, good luck. See you next time. If you like this video, it's really helpful if you let us know. Subscribe to our channel, click the like, and we really appreciate it. We're really happy if you write a comment below. Okay, I like to read my comments, and I will try to reply. All right, thank you. Take care. Hello everyone, I'm Robin, and in this video, I'm going to teach you an easy trick to do with a coin. All right, it's a little bit difficult at first, but with a lot of practice, you can do it. What do you need to do? Well, you got to put your elbow right up like this with your hand facing up. Don't put your hand back like this. Hand has to come up. Put your elbow up. Take your coin. Put your coin on your elbow. All right, so what you want to do is you want to move your hand very fast and catch the coin. Okay, so let's give it a try. Like that, and then down. and you catch the coin. I'm pretty good, eh? Let's try it again. Like this. Remember, your hand has to come like this. And you catch the coin. Now, some people, they do this. Don't do that. You can't bounce it up. You got to be really, really fast and catch the coin. All right, let's try that with some more coins. I got 7 coins here. Do you think I can do it? Let's give it a try. So, elbow up, hand like this, put the coins, and you catch the coins. All right? I'm an expert. I've been doing this for a while, so it's easy for me. Put the coins there, and you catch the coins. All right. What I'm going to do now is try it with my cell phone. Now, as I said, I'm a professional. I've been doing this many years, so I'll try it with my cell phone. You should just try it with coins at first. Let's give it a try with my cell phone. Put the cell phone there. Remember, hand up. And... ah, fuck!